Very well, sir. How are you doing? Episode 66, eh? We've been on quite the route to get here. Thanks for saying that out loud. Yeah, I suppose could have been either. Could have been either. How you doing, man? Hi. Glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. No sound on Steve. No sound on Steve. No sound on Steve. Unbelievable. Just me chatting to myself. No sound on Steve. No sound on Steve. Sound from Damien, not Steve. Sounds great, Steve. You saw it? Is he doing it?
This is what I'm talking about. There you go. So
there we go.
Got sound.
Wonderful.
I will start again. Welcome to
BSIME. We do the
episode...
Route 66 go again. Because what they've done is they've heard
change
me
it to
do
Star Wars
go.
order. Change it to Order 66.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to BSIME. This is episode 66. I'm Steve. How are you, Damien?
I'm very well. Episode 66. Yeah.
Episode 66.
We've got in here in a strange order, haven't we? The Route 66 one was better. I don't know what to say. Welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth. If you are new here, this is our
we apologise.
This is our largely fortnightly stream where we take an issue of this, which is the Extended Parkwork Battle Games in Middle Earth. We didn't want to call it Battle Games in Middle Earth. No. What did we do?
Well, first we didn't want to call it Battle Games in Middle Earth because we didn't want to get a copyright strike. But secondly, not many people realise exactly what we did. So we changed games to streams.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like because we stream.
Yeah, because it's a stream.
Unbelievable.
It's a think piece. But yeah, in every episode we take a look through an issue of this and we discuss what was going on in it, what the articles were like, what the rules were like, the modelling aspects, the scenery and all that, and just kind of have a good bit of retro goodness. And each issue kind of was centered around a theme, and we use that theme to kind of, slightly in some ways guide the chatter of the stream as we while away a few hours over the weekend.
Yeah.
The point of Battle Streams in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Can you help us out?
Yeah.
The point of Battle Streams in Middle Earth is to clear the backlog. So the idea is that just for a few hours every few weeks, we get together and we all just paint something for the joy of it, purely for the joy of it. Not anything you need for an army, not anything you need for an event or anything. You just paint something for the sheer love of the hobby. And this magazine can help us. Steve, how can it help us? How can they get involved?
So what they can do is, if they go to the Great British Hobbit League, there is a thread there which should have arrived precisely at 30 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock. Joe Halsman was begging for it on a totally different thread, funnily enough, at 25 past, but he should know better. It's half past, it drops. So if you go to the Great British Hobbit League, there is a thread that says, this is the whip thread, so you can't miss it. It's posted by me. It's got a big picture of the thumbnail for this stream. Post in there what you are working on, and later on in the stream we'll get it up and we'll have a look through, see who's posted what and what you're working on, and if by some crazy chance you are on topic with your hobby endeavours this evening and you're painting what we want you to paint, which is plastic infantry models, warriors. Yeah. You'll be entered into a draw to win a prize, and this prize cannot be purchased by money.
Oh.
You just can't do it. No money can't buy it. So Damien, how do they win it?
Look at that bad boy. It's a black battle.
Did you just pick that up after it just rolled a perfect 6?
Yeah, it's the only thing it ever rolls. The only thing it ever rolls. Yeah, no. There's a black Battle Streams Middle Earth 6. A black Battle Streams Middle Earth dice. The only way you can get hold of one of these in the entire world, if you don't make them yourselves, is by winning the draw.
Yeah, it's the only way.
So one of you tonight,
or being a host.
Yeah, we got loads of them. One of you tonight will win this very dice. Mm-hmm. So all you have to do, as Steve says, is paint. Today you have to be painting some Plastic Infantry Warriors, because tonight's issue came with Plastic Rohan Warriors. Yeah. But we've already had Plastic Rohan Warrior Week, and we've already had generic Rohan Week. So what we decided to go for is very much in keeping with the kind of Battle Streams mantra, I guess, Plastic Warrior Infantry Week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be a record breaker because it's too wide.
Yeah.
We're not going to see if it changes the
The meta.
the great Sam Gamgee
Yeah.
in. It's not one of those.
He's still
But
holding
yeah,
strong. Is Sam still holding strong?
plan
How
is
long? How long has he had that title now? What issue was that?
giving me the briefest of
Not to put you on the spot or
give me the
anything.
briefest of ticks.
I want to say I was over in that corner of the man cave when Sam.
5th of February 2021. How good was that? That was pretty quick, right?
That's crazy talk. Yeah. It's a
So
long
it's
time.
not that a year and a half. It's quite long.
It's long.
Quite
It's a
long.
time.
It's not that long.
So we're specifically working with good Plastic Warriors, or is it any?
Nah, good or evil.
Yeah.
Any Plastic Warriors. But the idea should be that it's something that you don't want to paint. So just grab some old Plastic Warriors from your backlog and give them a paint. I've just seen. I know this is a little reckless, but I've seen Thomas Harrison.
I've just seen that myself. Yeah.
I just wanted to credit that because God knows by the time we get to his comment, he would have gone.
Yes.
He's saying
in the bath, glass of
if
wine.
you saw what he said, he said nice mag in the background, and he's always been a fan of Battle Games Middle Earth. But it is nice, and we'll be going through it thoroughly later on in the stream. So there we go. That's how you get involved. Do you want to jump in and see who's in?
Yeah, should we see who's in, or should we go over for the people who, if it is the first time in, kind of what else is going to be involved?
By all means. And actually, if you want to see my stream snack, you need to go quick because it's going to be gone because it's a bit special.
Oh, is it? So, calm down, easy, tiger. We'll tell you what then. I'll do that. I'll see who's in first. Yeah, and then we'll go.
It's like the opposite of what we said.
What do you want to do? Look, I'm
Stream
rusty, man.
snacks, I'm
warm. I'm rusty. I'm drinking tea and I'm sweating. It's not on. I keep
want to do
looking
stream snacks. We're about to eat one.
All right, let's do stream snacks. What have you got for your stream snacks today?
Look where I am, Steve.
I can see where you are.
2 weeks in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at my folks' house. Came back from my mate's birthday yesterday. Went out. It was lovely.
Nice.
Just stayed here tonight to stream. And I have some of Mother O'Byrne's apricot crumble.
Oh, very nice.
I got home cooked dessert.
Custard?
Cream.
Nice. Very good.
Very enjoyable.
Can you imagine?
I also have Belle.
Oh, there she is.
Embossed in all the right places.
Yeah. I love a profile shot of that.
Don't we all? With a delicious cup of Dadham's tea. As said last week, it makes the best tea in the universe. And then I've got racked up a beer and a Pepsi.
Yeah, nice.
And Steve, I'll give you the chance to redeem yourself. What chocolate bar have I got?
I'm going to go with the same. Terry's chocolate orange.
Boom.
Yeah, boy.
That's me sat. I'm looking forward to a lovely evening with you, sir.
It's as if there's a lot of deja vu going on because my snacks are obviously tea, which you've seen me drinking.
Classic.
And last week I was excited because, I said, we're going to go back in time. It's not something
White
we do very
Lion.
often. It's the exact same snacks. I enjoyed them that much. I've gone in for seconds. And then obviously a few beverages to keep me going into the later hours of the evening. So yeah.
I'd love to
all
see
you
it.
guys have got great snacks.
Love to see it.
We look forward to seeing what you've got in the whip thread. So there is a few things for us to get through, which we'll cover, but we'll see who's in.
You did just say, by the way, that you wanted to do your first time as shout out. If it's your first time.
Yes, if it is your first time on the stream, first and foremost, welcome. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. Please do let us know in the chat. There is, I do know, because it's happened the last few times we've streamed, and I also I've met a couple of these folks who do tune in regular to the streams, but never comment. There's been a few. It's crazy talk. Make yourself known so that when we do bump into you eventually at events, we know who you are and we can thank you profusely for tuning in.
Comment on this stream. We'll read it out.
Yeah, you'll be
internet famous.
Internet famous.
See?
It's crazy.
As famous as you can be.
The other thing I want to do just before we start as well, so I'm gonna get my chat box up to date before I go into that. I just want to try something live. This is crazy talk. I asked Damien because he's involved in tech and that, and he didn't know the answer. So I'm going to try it live.
That's a ridiculously pessimistic reading of the text.
Here we go. So what I want to know, so you can hear us both now. You can hear us both fine. I'm going to unplug my earphones in a minute so I can hear Damien through my speakers. And I want to know if it creates an echo when I just try something. So I think it will, but I just want to know for my own sanity. And I can only do it live. So if I click that.
So, Steve, once, two, no.
Yeah, I think they can. I think it's still going to be an echo because
there,
yeah, it's not going to work.
Echo,
Let me try this. Let me try something else. Go on.
So, Steve, still wants two.
Yeah, it's still this is
check,
bothering. It's not working. I'm gonna have to have sore ears in about 2 hours. So I need to get some new earphones. These are not comfortable. Right. Anyway, I'm gonna jump into the chat. Enough dilly dallying.
Oh, can I just say actually, in the wondrous way we do to never ever get started on the stream, there is one other slight difference with this stream tonight, just for our regular viewers, that we haven't forgotten. That actually this is going to be a packed stream because last week, because of all the excitement with the new starter set, we didn't get to go through Shagrat's magazine. So it was Shagrat week. We did do Shagrat painting. Poor old Shaggy, the poor rats, right?
Yeah. Well, the lucky rats probably.
we didn't get.
They got a night off.
We didn't get to go. We didn't get to go through this. So we are going through this.
It'll be a fly through. I take it.
Yeah. Well, you fly through the chat and then we'll fly through the magazine.
Yeah.
I've actually got a bit of a deep dive for you for the first time in a while.
It's been a while, mate.
People were asking for a deep dive on Shagrat last week, and I didn't know if they were joking because they thought there's nothing to deep dive into. But there was a few things I wanted to play with, and so there is a little cheeky deep dive for us now. And then we will, towards the end of the stream, be getting into this one. Getting into issue 50. So it's a double mag week. Which we have. I don't think we've done since those really early streams where we used to look at two.
Yeah, so stream till about 6 a.m.
This might be one of those crazy streams that our regulars hate, where there's loads and loads of Lord of the Rings content.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot coming up in the next 2 weeks. It's exciting times. We've had a few new releases. People have had deliveries, me being one of them. But we'll come to that later on. Yeah, right. You start doing what you're doing. Prepping your meawnings, and I'll jump in chat. Old School Chris is in. He says, good evening, everyone. Snacks, infantry, and paints at the ready. Let's go. Dave McShure is in. How you doing, pal? Aru's Creation is in. Says hi. Joe.
That's Ruth, isn't it?
Is that Ruth?
I think Aru's Creation is Ruth.
Welcome.
12-year-old Ruth, 9-year-old Ruth, 10-year-old Ruth, young Ruth.
Who enters the competitions?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, welcome, Ruth.
Happy to have you.
Yeah. Joe saying, good evening. Scott Newman, good evening all. What a week. Let's smash Sam off the top spot tonight. No, this doesn't count. It's just too unfair. It's just too,
it wouldn't be right.
It's too open. Yeah, it's too open. Get your Rohan out for the lads, he says. Eric L. Afternoon. Greetings, everyone from Colorado. Have a couple of PG tips, cookies, and newly primed Plastic Infantry ready to go. Hope everyone is doing well.
It's got PG tips.
PG tips? It's been a while. I used to drink PG tips.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just like, it feels to me like when we eat Twinkies, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is that in our honour, Eric, or are you an avid PG tips drinker?
Yeah. Is that available readily in the States, or have you gone to like the British Isle of the
and paid about $25 for 3 tea bags?
I'm curious.
Yeah, let us know.
I'm not taking the piss. I'm genuinely curious.
Me too. Sean Clark, he says, Ari Muckers, more Rohan for me. I must say, Sean, lovely. I noticed your tattoo, which you posted. It looks pretty sweet, of Bilbo's door at back end.
Oh, sorry, talking about our patrons, we've got to say, because he probably won't be in, massive congratulations to our very own Stephen Ryan, who is getting married right now. His wedding today.
Should we raise something?
Yeah, I could raise a cup of embossed tea. There you go. To you, Stephen, and Mrs. Stephen.
Many happy years ahead of you.
Or Mr. Stephen, actually, to be fair. I don't know.
Yeah. Or non-binary.
Yeah, could be anyone.
Yeah.
He's getting married. He said that he would try and pop in after the speeches, which I love. So if Stephen Ryan drops in tonight, it's from his wedding. How cool would that be?
Yeah. And if we are on a big screen at the wedding, welcome everyone.
I said,
sure click that subscribe button.
Yeah. Welcome. This is what we do. You must love it. This must be the best wedding you've ever been to.
Ever. Joe Kelly's in. He says, good afternoon, everyone. Beautiful day here in Massachusetts. How are we all doing today? We are all pretty good, my friend, and it's been really nice here in the UK as well for the last few weeks. It's a little bit cooler this week, which is nice. Michael Curtis is in. Hello, B-Stream peoples. This was a surprise. Yeah, we only announced it last minute, didn't we? It was kind of... it was pretty much last minute.
It was.
When did we think we were going to do this stream?
Sometime next weekend.
Yeah.
It's a nice bonus. I wasn't expecting to be here. It's lovely.
Yeah. It's nice. It's a nice end to a. It's been a busy week, but it's been a nice week.
Only 2 weeks since the last one, so nice to get back in a kind of fortnightly
keeping the wheels on.
Vibe.
Because of dragons, welcome my friend says, just a chance I need to crack on through some elves. Make sure you show us them elves. I've been scanning the hobby pages for elvish paint jobs so I can steal some stuff. Andrew Grayling, lol, I made it on time this time. Hey from Canada, welcome Andrew.
Lovely to see you, sir.
Excuse me, got a frog in my throat. Frederick says, hello there, how you doing, Frederick? Joe Kelly says, no sound from Steve. Everyone's shouting, no sound. Mousebait has put a smiley with love hearts for eyes, which is like really nice, I think.
Oh,
I hope. Mousebait, thank you, man.
That for you, for me, for us, for everyone.
It's just two hearts on it, mate. 2 hearts.
That's what you love to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's nice.
Sean Clark, you absolute joker. He says, sounds great, Steve.
Is that because we couldn't hear you?
Yeah, Avery's Creation says hi. I think we've said hi, but we'll say it again. Hello.
Hi.
Joe Hosman says, 8:32, what kind of madness is this? That's how we roll, mate. That's how we roll. Guys is in. No sound, Steve. It's the meme episode. The mime episode says Michael Curtis. Joe Kelly says Steve will have to do his opening lines again. His mics have gone, says Callum. Michael Haskell is in and he says sorted. Joe Kelly says, and the groovy curtains are back, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Hey all, no sound from me as I left my headphones on by accident. I'll have to lip read for a bit. Put subtitles on. Saying that, don't probably not put subtitles on. Subtitles don't read my Manc accent very well. I'm sure Damien's had a few messages off me that make zero sense when I use. I
had a few messages off you that make zero sense when you type them.
I ain't got no time for commas, man.
That's how you know hyphen.
Nathan C, evening all spaghetti conversation has lost me already. Spaghetti? Spaghetti?
We talk about spaghetti?
Did we talk about spaghetti? I had pasta for dinner.
Pasta last night, the Italian.
Did you? What did you have?
Sort of meatballs and pasta dish. Very nice.
Nice. I did like a sausage pasta with chorizo sausages, mashed them all up.
We had the chat about Italian, and for me, is what Chris was saying. I think it's always the lowest choice of which type of restaurant you would go out to, and that's hugely offensive to Italian restaurants. But generally speaking, I'd never choose an Italian. And we debated: is it because you cook more Italian type food at home than other types of like I don't know Chinese or Indian, and so going out for it seems like less of a treat?
See, that would not apply to me whatsoever because I love going out and eating Italian. I love Italian restaurants.
Well, there you go. No.
Yeah. The answer is just dealt with it.
It's good.
You should have asked me.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. What are we like 20 minutes in and we've already solved one of the biggest
Solved the problem. Yeah.
There's other streams can't do this. They dither over this stuff for 3 to 4 hours.
We'll get to the politics stuff later and sort the world out. But for now, we're just dealing with is Italian restaurants worth it or not?
We could sort out all those problems if we cared.
Yeah. Eric Schultzen says, greetings all from upstate New York. I've got a lot of Americans in tonight, so welcome you guys. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. Dublay's in, evening all.
Michael
Dublay. Night off from recording a Christmas album, no doubt.
I might be horribly out of line here. I think Michael might have just gone to his first ever Lord of the Rings event. I think. Or he's been to hundreds and he went to someone he was with's first ever event. I think he might have gone to his first event ever.
Let us know. What is a whip thread? Asks Nathan T. You know what a whip thread is, Nathan. Come on. Joel says, to be fair, Steve, the whip thread can appear at any time from 8:27 to 9 p.m.
9's a bit late.
I scheduled it today. Come on, a bang on 8:30. Mousepate says, "Ooh, dice." That's what everyone says when they see dice. Where's the whip thread? That's Frederick. It's there, my friend. And then Thomas Harron said, "Ooh, nice mag in the background," which we'll come to there, as you can see just over Damien's right shoulder. Enigmaya says, "Is it Enigmaya?" Yeah, Enigmaya says 25.
25. 25.
25.
The digits or
The digits?
just 25?
Just 25.
25.
Yeah, that's all he needs to say. He doesn't need to get caught
25.
up in. Yeah, it's 25, mate.
25.
Eric L says, "I'll be digging out some old Dwarf Warriors for this Sunday stream. Primed for the occasion. Good man. Make sure you get them in the whip thread." And then Enigmaya then... pardon?
Warg Riders, was that?
Dwarf Warriors.
Oh, Dwarf Warriors.
Yeah, it don't even sound the same, so I don't know where...
I thought you said like Wolf. And I was
No,
like, again,
Dwarf.
with, your inability to speak.
Dwarf Warriors. I think everyone can hear me quite well. I don't know, maybe some psychedelic curtains are sending you a bit loopy. I don't know. Enigmaya then says, "Ahoy hoy," rather than me randomly spotting an issue number, lol. Issue number 25.
Okay, so now we know he means issue 25. Why is he saying issue? Maybe his next comment will fully explain it.
Is Enigmaya Larry in disguise? This is
Did
the
we
question.
ask them about an issue?
No.
I don't think we did.
No, not that I'm aware of. Ryan Cuthbert says, "Evening all. Love a Sunday night stream. I've got a small pack of wargs to paint tonight. Good stuff." Old school
Small
Chris,
pack of dwarfs.
Shut up. Evening all says, Ryan just said that. Old school Chris says, got some fun tonight. I'm painting a buttload 12 in brackets Moria Goblin Spearman.
Buttload. Please don't swear on the stream.
Buttload. I mean, that was issue 1, Chris, but we'll allow it. Dan Maskell says, "Evening all, giving me the energy to get some troops done. Good man." Remco says, "Evening lads, hope you're well. We are." Katie's in, says, "Evening all. Evening to you, Katie. I hope you're okay." Aru's Creation says, "I've grabbed..."
Was that Katie? Sorry, was that SBG Noob? Katie?
It's just Kate. Just says Katie. So I'm assuming it is the same Katie that...
Katie, if that is Katie of Katie and Chris fame, who became patrons last time, you haven't sent us a message. We fired a little message off to you on Patreon today, but we haven't heard from either of you on Facebook, so we can't add you to the chat.
So so you need to message us. So once you've messaged us, you'll come up in our, when we start typing your name to add to the chat. That's when it comes up.
And I want to say James Douglas as well. James Douglas as well. If you're out there tonight, you also haven't messaged us, so just DM me on Facebook. Yeah, and we'll add you to the chat.
Yeah. I've grabbed a cool looking Rohan Warrior, says Aru's Creation. Good stuff. Eric C says, "Hello everyone." Hello, Eric. Frederick says, "Still not home, but managed to borrow a few minis from my cousin, so I'm in." Good stuff. Oh, awesome. Nathan says, "Stream tea and a glass of squash for me. Maybe some toast later."
Bye.
Living the dream, my friend. Living the dream. If you comment, we'll read it. Poor sexy bot has been trying for months, says Nathan. If you comment, we'll read it.
We just said if you write a comment, we'll read it. He's saying that we never read the comments of sexy bots.
Michael Curtis is asking, "Did I fix my camera issue?" No, so it will go off in a minute, and I have to press the button to get it back on. I don't go off on audio; it's just the video. I was saying to Damien, I had an hour today, and I came in here and I uninstalled the because I've got a Canon M50, which is this. And there is a webcam utility software that you download for free from Canon, and it turns it into a webcam that you can just stream continuously on. And it worked up until just before the last stream, and then it's just stopped working. Like the streaming software won't find it. I just can't get it to work, so I don't know. If anyone knows anything about it.
I'm just going to jump ahead of you so we don't lose this later. James Douglas, who did you message? Me or Steve? Put that in now so that when we get to it makes sense.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Larry says, "Oh, did I miss out on not being able to hear them?"
Yeah, it was great, man. It was awesome. Amazing. Good times.
Now then, chap, says Ian Whitehouse. Hope you're well, Ian. Echo says Green. Echo says Enigmaya. This is what I get for stopping to fix my front door. What's wrong with your front door, Larry? Evening all, says Matthew Allen. Welcome, Matthew.
Matthew Allen is one of our new patrons who is in the chat now, I believe.
Is in the chat. I think he's already been taking part avidly. Leaf curtain, says Larry. Matt K says, "Evening all. I've been dipping in and out from the start of BSIME. Going to make an effort to join in these next few episodes."
Nice.
That is great to hear. Let us know what you're working on. And
thanks for watching for so long, man.
Start cracking on, yeah. Well, that's me off, says Larry. Did not subscribe for SBG content.
No, I'm sorry, mate.
Andrew Kerr says, good evening. Hope you are all well. We are all well, Andrew. Hope you're well. Josh Cole says, no nice snacks as such for tonight. Just chicken, broccoli, a protein shake, and fine cast troops. For some people, that's the worst night ever.
You shouldn't eat fine cast troops.
Not in a
what was the middle one?
shake.
Chicken, broccoli.
Chicken, broccoli. So I'm assuming it's like chicken and broccoli on its own.
Yeah,
Can you
probably.
not? You know when these people, I always see like people eat a lot of chicken and broccoli when they're trying to be healthy and working out and stuff like that. And I always wanted to ask, can you not like just do like a nice, I don't know, maybe like a honey and like sesame dressing to go with it, just to make it taste good? Because
we'll do a fairly tasty stir fry.
Chicken, yeah, but that's with oil, isn't it? So it defeats the object, doesn't it?
You could use like spray. What's it called? Spray light. Is it called?
It's still oil on it.
Yeah, but it's significantly less calorific.
Yeah.
And fatty.
Let us know. Old School Chris says, many best to Mr. and Mrs. Stephen.
Indeed.
Indeed.
That's not you, mate. Don't you take those. That's not you.
It's not me, yeah, no. Evening, gents. Excited to catch the live stream. Got some Goblin Town chaff and some Rangers of military to work on tonight. That's George Galloway.
George Galloway, love it.
Solid models that you're painting there. My notifications are going absolutely mental. Just bear with me a second because I need to mute that.
Check that we're not getting anything saying, the stream's not working while you're still talking.
No, it's foodie stuff.
Foodie stuff.
Yeah, I need to mute it.
Foodie stuff.
What's this now? Oh God. Right, there we go. Larry Miller, maybe he'll drop in later, and then in 2 weeks he'll drop. Larry, you can't say that. It's his wedding day.
What was that?
He says maybe he'll drop in later, and then in 2 weeks he'll drop on from his divorce.
Whoa!
Positive mental attitude.
But it's because hang on, he's not just suggesting a divorce. He's saying if he joined the stream at the wedding, he'd get divorced.
Yeah.
I think is the joke. He's not just dooming Stephen to a 2-week wedding.
Yeah,
2-week marriage.
I'll give it 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2-week wedding.
Old School Chris says he's gone round handing out the models and paint at tables so everyone's on theme. Sam going to get beaten tonight. He's gone round. Who's gone round? Right, at the wedding. Right, with it. Yeah.
Can I just say as well? I've got the old double screen going here, so I've got the chat in front of me, and I'm looking at YouTube now, and I've just realised what Tom means. So, Steve, can you please just confirm for the punters that whilst they can just see this rancid self-promotion, there's actually 3 issues of Battle Games in Middle Earth in my background.
They can't see that.
They can't see that at all.
No, they can't see that.
But I presume it's going that way, right? This is what I've. This is meant to be a cheeky bonus.
Yeah.
This is what you're meant to be seeing.
See, because I crop, mate. I crop.
Yeah, there they go. They're coming in. Look at them now. It's not even. Yeah, there's a few of them there. Oh, well, sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, you did just look rancid.
Yeah, I know.
Russell Thorogood. Watched for a while, but first time catching a live one. You do great stuff, guys. Thank you, Russell, and it's great to have you commenting. It's always nice to get people who comment. I know there's quite a few people who just watch and have it on in the background, but it's nice.
Quite a few people who comment there.
There's quite a few people who comment. Yeah.
Can I?
There's quite a few people who comment a lot.
Can I do? I never know. I never like to write this stuff, so I don't mind saying it because it then disappears into the internet. But it's shameless. It's shameless and desperate. I put a new hobby vlog up.
Seen it? Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was good fun. I think it went up yesterday and seems to have lots of nice comments on it. If you like what we do on the other videos, can you please put a comment on YouTube? Yeah. Like we get loads of comments in the chat. Help. Yeah, really it helps both the algorithm and it helps our mental well-being if people are interacting with it. So what I've seen happen a lot, which is lovely, it's in our Patreon chat. People go, I really enjoyed that. And I go, cool, could you write that on YouTube? And sometimes I write on the Facebook post where you shared it, but in desperate self-promoting rancid times, could you, like, if I could ever ask anyone who enjoys like the hobby vlogs or whatever, just put a comment on YouTube. Really means the world to us. Thanks.
I'm back. Yes, it really does. It really does help. It helps no end, in fact, with YouTube then recommending the videos to other people who search similar topics. So yeah, just do it, guys. Just do it. Like Mike said, just do it.
Do it.
Ian Whitehouse says, at Because of Dragons, just want to say I have been watching your content. Great stuff. Love it.
Yeah, it's great.
We like to promote it. Please feel free to promote his channel on here.
Absolutely. Check out man stuff.
Eric L says, PG tips. Thought I would add a British fare to my stream enjoyment. It's readily available over here, but if I recall, it does taste better on British soil, obviously. Smiley face.
Interesting.
Mousebait says, just building some 30k for my son's new Thousand Sons army. My Rohan is all done, but I do need to finish my poor, neglected ring wraiths.
We're not Plastic Warriors, are we?
We won't talk about ring wraiths that have had sat literally there for years. Shadow and Flames in. He says, late to the party, but here now. Howdy, boy.
Fredericks of Limbury.
Dave.
Did you see his Argonath at Ardacon?
No. Oh, I didn't go, did I?
No, I mean, I don't. We put some photos up of it.
Oh yeah, I've seen the picture you posted.
Being a beauty.
Was it there like in the flesh?
Yeah, we had it there on the desk. I haven't messaged Dave since, but so popular. People absolutely loved it, Dave. They were blown away by it, man. Well done.
Oh, I would have been like to see it.
Being a beauty.
I'll have to have a look at it when I come round for tea one night, mate.
Sadly, it's at Tom's, so you will need to go around this.
Oh God, do I have to?
You probably have to make it yourself. He's gone now. He's not out there.
Yeah, he's gone. Good evening, also Tom Spake. Good evening, mate. Joe Kelly says, "I'm just getting it out there early. Don't forget to check the emails."
Yeah, thank you.
Dale Gross is in it. Says hello all. Steve stealing my jokes there. Says Joe. A Ration. I love a good Italian. My favourite restaurant is an Italian one in Cardiff. We had before we moved here, we used to live quite near the city centre. Before we had children and we had a social life and used to go out a lot. But our favourite restaurant, my nana's favourite restaurant, was an Italian. What's it called now? I can't remember the flipping name of it. It's still there, but it's a great restaurant.
Amnesiosa.
It'll come to me at some point. You'll just hear me just scream out something that sounds Italian midstream randomly, and that'll be it. Jolsman says, Dublé was at the event I went to in Crediton yesterday.
Harrison is still here.
And I believe it was his first event.
Yeah, there you go.
And then Dublé says, he pipes up, I did just go to my first event and even managed to win a game.
See?
He won a game.
Congrats, dude.
Frederick says, Steve, did you get the stuff or did Sam eat it all? I've not had a chance to catch up with him yet, Frederick, but he has let me know that he's got some bits and bobs for me, and I will be catching up with him hopefully this week, one evening this week. I'm going to catch up with Sam.
Yeah, we should actually, I'm sure we'll touch upon Ardacon later, but we should give a massive shout out to Frederick, who turned up with a bountiful pile
gifts
of chocolate for us, including some snoppers. Which was delicious. So thank you. And also, I have to say a very personal and heartfelt sorry to Frederick, because I got drawn against him in the grimmest of grim matchups for him. He had 4 Ents and I had the Black Riders, and I could either fight the Black Riders and die, or black dart the Black Riders. No, sorry, fight the Ents and die, or black dart the Ents and win. And I chose that one. So Frederick was incredibly polite about watching his model incredibly quickly. Yeah, exactly.
He was messaging me all the way through the game.
It was grim.
You said this guy was nice. You said he was a nice
guy.
This
guy's a jerk and he's already got the chocolate. So in front of the entire internet, Frederick, I apologise. It was lovely to see you again, and I'm sorry that was the matchup we got.
Yeah, it was a shame I couldn't get down. We'll come to that later on. Matt Kay says, speaking of first events, I'll be attending my first ever SBG event at the Great North Rune in October. Only play with my cousin up until now. Excited. You should be, mate. You're going to have an absolute blast. We've said this on here plenty of times, and whenever I comment on threads about people wondering whether they should or shouldn't get to an event because they're thingy, they've not got many games under the belt, I always say, as soon as you go to an event, I think personally it will change your hobby for the better. Like, you'll just realise that there's a load more nerds like you out there who just like love it and will help you out, and it's just dead friendly, and you'll make loads of friends. Me and Damien met through playing this silly game. Look at us now.
You could be like us.
That's not a good advert, is it?
Don't be like us. Be better than us.
Don't like us. Yeah. Don't make the mistakes we made.
Don't go to SBG. You might meet people like this. Dreadful people.
E. Whitehouse says Sophia Loren is my favourite Italian. I bet she is. Yeah, I bet she is. Kenneth Vick says, good evening from Norway. Had a great time at Ardacon last week. Still buzzing with my hobby joy. Got to meet both Damien and Tom and had several awesome games against Michael Haskell and Harry Parkill.
Was that Kenneth Van Mild or something like that? Is that right?
Kenneth Vicky is on the YouTubes.
Oh, okay. Is that sounds like
Let us know, Kenneth. Let us know.
Yeah, Kenneth. Is that what is Vicky? How's he spelling that?
Just Vic. V-I-K.
I think that's probably him. If that is him, it was delightful to meet you. And he won our SBG prize draw.
Nice.
We did a draw to give away. He won the Tariel issue. We had the Tariel issue, which is now out of print. We kept a couple back as prizes.
Nice.
But he won that. I'm sure that's him. He's a lovely gentleman, and I was delighted to connect the YouTube name to face.
If it is the same one, otherwise.
I think it is.
Yeah. Eddie Myers clearing something up. Issue 25 was Sam's issue.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. It. Which issue was that? How long ago was Sam?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What I will say, Enigmaya, if we get to the chat later on after we've been speaking, and if you just type 25, it's gonna send us into a pit of despair of not knowing what the hell we're talking about.
That's Miller-esque disaster.
Yeah. Andrew Grayling says, "Okay, switching gears. Heroes away. Troops coming out. Good man.
Love it. I love to see it. That's what I do. Just paint something for the joy of it."
Mr. Daniel Entwistle is in. He says, "Evening, guys. How you doing, Dan? Great to have you in, my friend."
Oh man, what a Dan!
What a ledge! What a ledge! Dan of New Starter Set supplement fame. Destro the Dexterous, working on Warriors of the Dead tonight. Good man. I hope you're well. Old School Chris says, "I'm sorry, but I missed issue 1, so I'm backtracking a little. We'll let you off. And then Enigmaya says, and Enigmia or Enigmaya are both fine. I don't mind either. I think I've been saying it right.
He's saying Enigmaya is okay, is that?
Yeah. Enigmaya. James Douglas says,
I did. Don't say it like that.
Enigmaya.
Obviously not like that.
James Douglas says, I did. No reply. I did, comma, no reply.
So this is what I jumped in. This is James Douglas.
Douglas.
And I then asked him to say, who did he message, me or you? Is there a comment not far below?
I messaged you on Friday, Damien. So not long ago, to be fair. I completely forgot to message you right after the stream. Please check your messages and don't ignore me any longer. I know where you live. You live right near that beefeater. I will take all your credit off you.
At some point, you stopped.
I embellished the end. I will admit.
James Douglas.
Check your others folder.
Yeah, I have. James, I haven't got that.
Maybe you've messaged the wrong Damien O'Byrne, James.
There's only one Damien O'Byrne. I mean that.
What about the Australian one?
I wouldn't be with that. Maybe that's where it all came from. Maybe it was the wrong one. James, I
do it again now live because you're watching now, James.
Yeah, do it now.
Right now.
See what happens. Because I haven't got a message request from you. I haven't. I have a fun fact. I have now got a message request from Chris. It's from Katie and Chris. So
well, she's just said the next message down is from Katie. Indeed, says I will make sure Chris messages you on Facebook.
She has.
Yes. So what I think they're trying to say, James, is Chris has done it right, and you may have messaged the wrong Damien. Maybe you've messaged
I'm messaging Chris.
O'Brien, Damien O'Brien.
It's happening live on the internet.
Have you got it?
Well, I've got Chris's. I've got nothing from James Douglas.
Keep an eye on it because there's a delay. There's a delay, so keep an eye on it. Carl Daly's in. He says, "Evening all. Hoping to sit down sit down to watch at the desk and find something primed on plastic and a warrior to paint. Just about to make a cuppa and whip out a massage gun first. Whatever floats your boat there, Carly boy.
Don't you fire a massage at someone?
I don't know. I'll shoot you with a massage.
I'm going to add Chris
says,
Webster to the patron chat live on the internet
right now.
Patrons out
patrons,
there, get ready. There's a noob
stuff.
coming.
Do your stuff. Make him feel welcome. Mouse Bates says to Larry, that's a sign you're supposed to stay in and paint. And also Chris says, I would rather eat Feinkind's troops than try and clean up and assemble them. If they're Mirkwood elves, I feel your pain. Or even worse, Mirkwood
Knights.
Cav.
Mirkwood Knights are the worst models in the entire range to clear up. Beautiful models, but
horrible.
Chris Webster, you're in.
You're in, boy.
He's there. It's live. He's in the patron chat.
Dave Walker, hello. Super hyped for a Skilleaf box. Super hyped for Rings of Power. Also found a local gaming community big into SBG. Thanks to your Facebook page. Big thanks. You're more than welcome, Dave. And it's
cool.
It's great to know that you've found a little community there where you can play games. And I too am super hyped for Rings of Power. And I too am super hyped for the new start set because those new plastic heroes look sweet.
Shall we mention, while everyone's in early on, we've got 65 people in. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. That our next stream, we are pretty sure we know the weekend.
Yeah.
We don't know the date, but it's going to be in 2 weeks' time.
Yep.
And we thought we'd do it about 9 p.m. on Friday, the 2nd of September.
Yeah, about that time.
That'd be silly.
It's not
so it is Rings of Power weekend. So we don't know what day it's going to be, but we reckon.
Can I just say?
You may.
I remember us on this screen, like excited, but going, "Oh, it's over a year away."
Yeah, I know.
And it only feels like that was not long ago.
That 12 months ago. Yeah.
And now, in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
And it looks sweet.
Yeah.
It looks sweet.
We don't think we're doing the Thursday.
No.
So we think it will be the Saturday or the Sunday, which is the 3rd or the 4th for the next stream. But that means this is probably the last stream where we ever won't have seen Rings of Power.
Yeah.
So whether for the better or the worst, it's going to be an exciting time.
I can't wait, you know.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
I can't wait.
I can't wait. I'm going to have to wait. Do you know what my circumstances are?
Go on.
I said to Emma, because term hasn't started, I could take the day off work. So I was thinking, so either I stay up, because episode 1's at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
But episode 2's at 5 a.m. So I was like, I could stay up to the 2 a.m. one and watch that. But would Emma genuinely be upset? Would she want to watch it the first? So I said to her, I could stay up to 2 a.m. and watch it. She didn't work Fridays. I was like, and then we could watch it again with the second episode, because I'm not staying up to 5 a.m. Like in the morning. Or would you like me not to watch it, and then we'll watch both of them together on Friday morning? And I was like, and I can book that day off work. And Emma said,
is the first? Yes, it's Friday they're out, isn't it? So
Friday morning. Yeah. And Emma said to me, I'm at work on both of those days. You have both of the girls. How's that?
Listen, I'm going to make you feel better here. I'll make you feel better. I'm not staying up till 2 o'clock to watch them.
All right.
Definitely not watching them at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm not going to watch them till probably Friday, late afternoon, early evening.
I mean, we won't get a chance. I'm Friday night. I've got no option.
This is the kicker. How many times have I said that I've been trying for years?
With Anna?
Anna's never watched any of the movies. She's agreed to watch the series.
Really? Yeah. See, we'll have the kids, and I think yours, you can send them off to their bedrooms or whatever, right?
We can.
If I do that to one of mine, she'll die. Can't do that. So I'm on from my excitement of I could still stay up till 2 and then be shattered for a day when I've got both the girls, or I'm not seeing it till 9 p.m. after they've both gone down.
I mean, we're going to be around the same thing. Are they an hour long, or is it just over an hour? Do we know?
I don't know. I suspect
it's at least 2 hours of
I
stuffed
suspect
it.
they're an hour or 45 minutes, aren't they? They're probably 45. I don't know. But there's 8
I think
episodes.
they're going to be an hour. I think they're going to be an hour, mate.
But yeah, I'm gutted. Absolutely gutted. I was like, what? I'm
Yeah.
already off, and it's because I've got both the girls and I can't watch Rings of Power.
And you're going to
have
be
these
sat
two.
there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have 2 girls
colouring in.
doing stuff. I go, it's right there. It's right there.
It's there.
It's right there.
I'm just gonna be sensible. I don't like. At first, I thought I'm gonna watch it as soon as it lands, like as soon as it's released. I'm gonna watch it. But then I thought, no, I don't want to because I'll be tired, and then I want to watch it again anyway. I thought, I'm just gonna watch it on Friday, like, and enjoy it and sit and get some snacks and enjoy it. So, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I thought you'd enjoy that.
Yeah. Joe Holzman says Steve suggesting oil's too fatty after recommending a honey sauce. Only a little bit of honey. Michael Haskell says to do with eating out. Italian is
Frylight. It's called Frylight. It's called Frylight.
Frylight. I know what Frylight is.
That's like your Italian restaurant.
I prefer butter, mate. Michael Haskell
everyone
says,
prefers butter.
Yeah,
that's not the point, is it?
Butter's the one. Michael Haskell usually has Italian as his first preference. I do like a good pasta dish. You would have enjoyed my meal tonight, Michael. It was very nice. Sean Williams says, hello, gents. Greetings from North Carolina. Welcome, Sean. I mean, I feel like we should have the American national anthem or something as instead of Piano House this morning. We've got a lot of Americans in. Welcome, all you guys. Yeah, that was the joke, says Larry. Ha, says Mousebait.
That's about the divorce.
Yeah. Josh Cole says, yeah, it's just chicken and broccoli. Luckily, it's got some seasoning on it. Not on the Finecast troops, though.
It needs seasoning on the Finecast troops for sure.
Yeah, man. Put something on it. Make it enjoyable. Otherwise, you'll never see it through. I'm not sure any seasoning would help Finecast, to be fair, says Mousebait. Calamar says, no plastic troops for me this evening, I'm afraid. I can't drag myself away from Glorfindel. I'll come to that later. Martin Slate says, hey guys, hope you're both well. Managed to finally accomplish a hobby goal of getting a game a week, 7 weeks in a row. Buzzing. Stephen, congrats on Casemiro. Damien, a great product placement. Yeah, do you know what?
What was that? I missed that.
He said congratulations on it because Damien's a United fan as well, by the way. Just so you know, we're both friends.
Oh, I'm so far in Encanto territory. When you said Casemiro, I heard it as Casemiro rather than Casemiro. Yeah, indeed, absolutely. We've got a cracking new midfielder who helps.
Well, do you know?
4-0, it'll be brilliant.
I'm not convinced by Casemiro.
Like it matters, honestly. At this point, you get good players doesn't help. You get bad.
The way I look at it is, I mean,
best player in the world doesn't help.
I should be happy that someone is actually willing to come.
Yeah. We're bottom, right? Looks like a very appealing.
No, we're second from bottom now. West Ham are bottom.
We're bottom though, right?
Yeah, we
were when he signed.
Yeah. But yeah, we're paying people ridiculous amounts of money to come, which I'm not a big fan of. But it is what
Give it time. We could just in a few years we could be just like Newcastle.
This time next year, Rodders.
Just like
Newcastle. Larry Miller says, oh, both of my top 2 SBG related magazines in one place, and I include Brian Adams in that. Joe Holzman, Damien suggesting the issue of SBG in the background isn't self-promotion, as he was supposed to have 3 issues in the background, as if that wasn't just as promoting himself just as much.
3 different issues, like Battle Games in Middle Earth. The other 3. It's not 3 SBGs over there.
I got you, man.
That's not my magazine.
Tom Christian says, evening all. Happy to catch this one live for a change. It's great to have you, Tom. Larry Miller says, wait, am I only supposed to put comments if I enjoy them? I think I've been doing things wrong.
I like your comments, Larry.
Yeah, we like your comments. They make us smile. Been a busy weekend putting Army List together for a club night, says Michael Haskell, on Tuesday.
Very cool.
Warhammer World Teams, BSIME meetup, both September, Imps, October. You've been busy. Nathan T, for those guys who don't comment, I think we'd all like to know if they prefer Damien or Steve. Trust you, Nathan. Trust you. George Galloway, the hobby vlog was excellent. Only problem was the lack of shed content.
Thanks, mate.
I've not
So
seen a
good.
video with some
Put it
good
on the
shed
YouTube video.
content.
This is the sort of shit I'm talking about. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Put it somewhere else.
just type, where's the shed?
Where's the shed? Needs more shed.
Because the Dragon says was a good new vlog. I might use your idea and have the BBC Lord of the Rings on for a bit of a marathon painting session.
Oh, that's a cool idea. The idea was, I'm not going to chuck you on the bus, but you said you've seen it. But just in case you hadn't,
I've not seen it all.
I listened to the Hobbit audiobook over the course of a day, in a single day, and painted Dale to it. So I had, and it was over. As it turns out, it was over like 2 hours into the next morning. It was basically painting about whatever that is, 11 hours over the course of sort of 36 hours, and it was brilliant. I really enjoyed it. I got a lot done. And it's rare that you get to listen to an audiobook for that long and taking the whole story. It's really good fun. If that sounds fun, why not pop over to the other video on the YouTube and leave a comment?
Comment, give it a like, give it a share. In fact, sharing it as well on your social media. If you got Instagram, or if you're one of those folks, which I think there's a lot of us in the chat who have an Instagram, even if it's just a personal Instagram, and you post your hobby stuff on there, and you're happy posting hobby stuff on there. Also share the video on there, because it does, when you click share on YouTube, that does track that as well. So yeah, do that. Bear. Old School Chris says, but if I promote the stream to other people, then there's less chance of me winning an exclusive BSIME dice. But more chance of you being a friend.
I never thought I'd die fighting without a black BSIME dice. Or that dying side by side with a friend who's won a dice because of you. No.
Or hasn't won a dice because we're friends.
Do that.
Thank you to Ian Whitehouse from Because of Dragons. I heard, says Thomas Harrison. He's definitely gone now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely gone now.
Yeah, definitely gone now.
Dublé
says, talking of the event yesterday, my BSIME dice didn't let me down, except in the game where I lost 9-0. Jolsman says to Michael Dublé, wisely didn't use them in the other two games? Question mark. Old School Chris says the best way to get games under your belt is to go to an event and get games under your belt. Correct. Matt K says, on second thoughts, think I'll pull out of that event. Laughy face. Don't do that. Everyone's shouting 25. I'm glad to hear the Argonaut went down well, says Dave. 26 question mark, says Ryan Cuthbert. James Douglas smiley face. James Douglas says, is it some sort of Facebook spam filter? I only created a Facebook account for GBHL recently, as I stopped using Facebook years ago.
Check now.
It shouldn't do.
It should. If I don't know you, if I haven't contacted, it should go into my message request file. So I haven't had anything from you tonight, and I have nothing now in my requests.
Try messaging me. James.
Try messaging Steve.
Yeah, try messaging me, and I'll let you know when you fail doing that as well. You're failing at Facebook, James. You're failing.
Yeah, it might be something to do with you just creating a new account or something based on the fact that normally this works. I'm not taking a piss. I mean that people can normally message us without knowing us, without being friends. So I don't know what's causing that.
Or what you could,
we can't add you to the chat until we know which one you are.
I'll tell you what you could do. He could comment on one of the posts on the BSIME actual
on the
page.
whip thread. Yeah, try that.
Yeah.
If you comment tonight, even if you're not working on it, I mean, you must be working on something. You must. I presume people can't. I can't imagine people just watch this.
Yeah,
you must be doing some hobby.
You're following along, and
if you put a comment in there, screaming, "It's me! It's me! It's me!" We might be able to get to you through that. And find your family.
Mm-hmm. Katie says Mirkwood elves are difficult to clean up. That's why I get Chris to do mine. That's cheating. I took one look and said, "No, thank you." Ask Chris if he wants to do the rest of mine because I've got a load here. Reese is in. I did. Reese says, hello guys, almost missed the stream. Good to have you, mate. Josh Cole says, only painting them luckily, but they are Mirkwood elves. 36 down so far into my Mirkwood army. I don't know, I've got quite a lot of Mirkwood elves painted.
I only did 24.
I did
You'll never. I mean, no,
I've said this before. My Mirkwood elves, I bought them when they were released first. And painted the army up, and I took it to your event at
Seven Stones. Yeah, with Lake Town, right?
I won best painted. Yeah, just saying.
Years and years
all
ago,
good things.
when I was 7, I scored a goal at school.
Lies.
Pretty big news. No, he did. They're beautiful, mate. He did a banging job on them.
Well,
I don't think you. I don't want to upset him now because he's assembled 36 of the damn things. But even at 1,000 points, I don't think you're taking 36 L's once you've got Palace Guard in there and the heroes, because the heroes are expensive.
Yeah. Well,
But,
let's just say you've got. So let's just say you've got Thranduil. You can get 18 in with him.
Yeah, but he's the best part of 200 points, right?
Yeah, and how much are elves?
Like 11, 12, depending on their gear.
So
you've got at least 200 points more. You must have like Legolas and Tariel, obviously, or so you've got at least 400 points on heroes. So the most you've got is like 600 points to spend on all of your warriors. So at the absolute max, you're going to be getting I don't know, something like less than 10, about 800. So what you maybe 40 warriors if you had nothing else.
Yeah, and you're not just going to have them, are you?
Yeah, you're going to probably want a few rangers to boost your bows, maybe definitely as most Palace Guard as you've got, because they're better. Probably a banner, maybe a sentinel in there now. Don't know. Maybe if it's about, but also 1,000 points. It's a bloody big game.
Yeah.
But yeah, if who cares? If you want them,
ignore him. You do you,
beautiful
man.
models. You do you.
Because Dragon says Rings
I've
of
got
Power.
18 Crabane.
Yeah, this is this guy.
Rings
of Power has crept up pretty swiftly. Says because of dragons, it certainly has. It really has.
Or because they were wearing their Ring of Power.
Michael Curtis says, I'm thinking about taking a personal day from work for Rings of Power myself. Rings of Power weekend is the same weekend as War of the Roses Day event at Element Games. Going to be awesome, says Matthew Allen. Cool. Sean Williams says, have you listened to the Rings of Power? I think, just going back to that, I think, anyone who's going can correct me wrong, if you are local in the Northwest or you want to travel to a one-day event, I think there's one place left at the War of the Roses event. I was going to go, but I can't go. I might pop in for an hour, but I can't spend the day there.
I haven't listened to the soundtrack.
I've seen it. I avoided it on purpose. I want to just wait and watch it.
Yeah, wherever possible, I like to hear it for the first time in situ.
Yeah, make it relevant. Because Dragon says the soundtrack is very good. Michael Curtis says this is a really convenient time for us in the US on a Sunday afternoon. That's when it's released. That is very convenient. Oh no, really convenient. You must mean the stream.
Yeah,
Sunday afternoon. Yeah. Ryan Cuthbert says, I'm off on the week Rings of Power is out. Just need to kick the wife and kids out of the house that day. Otherwise, I'll still have to wait until evening to watch it. I think most of us are in it.
I'd like to do that, but again, one of them will die.
Haskell says, reference Rings of Power, going to have to wait. Friday the 2nd, he's at a concert. Saturday to Monday, he's with his sister over from Adelaide. Monday to Thursday, Family Lakes. Friday, with brother over from Taipei. Saturday, Sunday, Warhammer World Teams event. Michael.
Oh, it's a week and a half later, but he's got 3 episodes to watch.
You are going to see so much on Facebook. There's no point in watching it, mate.
It's true.
Want to watch it on a TV size screen, not a table or mobile size one.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. The orcs look awesome.
Do they?
Yeah. These goblins are looking horrendous, but they're starting to look painted, says Old School Chris. I don't believe that for a second. Get me the whip thread, my friend. They're goblins. They're supposed to look horrendous, says Joe. And Thomas Schiller says, hi guys, managed to get my first competitive victory at a tournament yesterday. I'm running Assault on Helm's Deep, Legendary Legion. It's a good Legendary Legion. 2 wins, 4 defeats. Well done, man.
Pepsi or beer? I've got a Terry Chocolate Orange.
Pepsi, mate.
That I might say.
You don't want to go beer, then back to Pepsi, do you? That doesn't work. You never do that.
Pepsi first.
Yeah, why would you do that?
But bear in mind here, you know what I get here, right? What do I get here?
Table service.
Yeah. So it's probably more tea to come.
Yeah. Martin Slate says, I'm sorry, but SBG question. What, in your opinion, is the best banner bearer sculpt in the range? The new one that comes with Elrond.
New high elf banner, right?
Yeah.
Obviously can't be that, can it? I don't know. What do you reckon?
Try to think of a few.
There's The dwarf ones are good. The old dwarf range, the Khazad-dûm range, they're very good. Black Root Veil. I'll go with one of them. There you go. That'll be me.
I do like the new Dale one. The new Dale one's nice.
The new Dale one is nice. I painted that. Yeah. I would say either the Black Root Veil banner or some of the Khazad-dûm style dwarf ones. They're really good.
So
that'd be my vote. Something else, Steve? You?
I'm just trying to think. There's not really any that blow me away. A lot of the ones that I like, that I've seen that I like, scratch built ones or hand painted ones. I mean, the Iron Hills ones are quite nice.
Well, maybe dwarfs lend themselves to good banners.
Yeah, they are quite nice. I got a couple of those. They're really nice banners. What else? There's got to be some good ones, aren't there? Are there any?
Some of the metal Rohan ones are nice. The not the usual ones. The one that was in the command set where he's kind of holding it and I think he's yelling up.
Are we talking like full sculpts, including the guy holding it, or are we just talking sculpts of the banner?
Oh, it's the model, isn't it? Surely,
the model.
The whole thing. Yeah, surely to goodness.
Some of the orc ones are good though, aren't they? I like some of the orc ones. I like the really unplayable Urukai one on the rock.
Oh, yeah, rubbish.
But I like it. I like the model.
I've got metal. Mine was metal.
Yeah, I've got the metal one.
Can't use it.
Can't use. It's a good sculpt though.
Beautiful.
I like the sculpt.
Beautiful. Pointless.
Pointless. Yeah.
Right, Tom Harrison.
Larry says, should I also follow you on Twitter? Yeah, obviously. Kenneth Vick says, yeah, it's me, Kenneth, who won the Tariel SBG mag.
There you go. Told you. Hi, dude. Lovely to meet you, man.
Great to meet you, mate, he says.
Great to meet you, too.
By the way, I had a whisper it was better than a Freddo.
Yeah.
This is correct.
That's true.
Correct.
It's the best chocolate bar in the world.
I got a bit giddy the other day. I seen like you get them random articles on Facebook that just pop up, and it was saying that the Cadburys are bringing back like the favourite chocolate bar. I was like, could it be? And it was like the Dream Bar or something like that. I was like, oh.
I've just realised the added connection of that, I think, is because I was chatting to Kenneth it was a spa around the corner from the hotel, and he was basically and he was saying, if you had to, there was quite a lot of pressure. If you had to pick British chocolate, what would you go for? Do you know what I mean? It was like, what should I eat? What should I try from here? And so I went, it's only personal opinion, but I went with Whisper, Terry's Chocolate Orange. Can't remember what else I suggested, but it was quite a small spa as well. I didn't say lion. I don't remember seeing a lion there.
You missed out, mate. You missed out.
It's quite a small spa. Well, I was like, obviously, this is obviously a relatively small selection of chocolate.
Yeah, spas are not great, I don't think, for chocolate selection.
Harrison's still here. This is my new favourite thing.
This is the longest he's been in.
Say something about Harrison offensive. Say he's not here. Wait for him to say he's still here. This is glorious.
Green Tree says, no sign of Dan yet. Maybe he's disposing of that guy that dinged his other half's car. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. He's in. I'm about airbrushing, he says, straight away. So difficult to type. Sadly, it's my car, big sigh. Sorry to hear about that, man.
I missed that.
Yeah, back of his rear. Someone hit him in the rear, I think. I'll refrain. Andrew Grayling says, I've made the mistake of overpainting a troop. Now I have 45 Grimhowers.
Right there with you on Dale.
Where is it? Joe Osmond says to Dan, smart to comment on the live stream. Might be useful as an alibi. As an alibi. If he's doing 5 armies, says Larry, 5 armies theme, he'd want to go pure Mirkwood elves.
Meaning no Palace Guard, no Rangers, because they're not there in the film. That's a fair point.
Matt Hudson says,
like
I think there's one place left, but it's for Lancs, so you'll have to wear a flat cap to disguise yourself if you aren't from there. It is for Lancs, because I wouldn't play for Yorkshire, would I? Because I'm in Lancashire, This is also my first tournament, so bricking it. Don't brick it, mate. It's a good event. It is a good event. Louis puts on a good event. It's a lot of fun. It's quite competitive, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. Everyone is still very cool, and we'll help you through it. Julian Hammond is in. Welcome, mate. Evening, guys. Catching this live for the first time in a few weeks. Painting a couple of Rohan warriors to use as dismounts. Well, Right on theme, my
Perfect.
friend. Right on theme.
Couldn't ask more.
Joe Achilles says, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, support your hobby, and happy strategy battle gaming.
Takes me back.
A long time ago. Martin, now we just say, please comment. Please comment. For the love of God, comment.
Comment, please.
Martin Slate says, about to
live for your mouth words.
Yeah, about to consistently face Gandalf the White and King Elisar. I'm using mostly Rivendell. Any advice for dealing with the wizards? To
consistently face them.
Yeah.
Who do you say? Gandalf the White and who?
Elisar. So, Gandalf, I won't worry too much about his magic because he can only deal with one thing per turn.
Did you say what he's using?
Mostly Rivendell.
You can take loads of. It doesn't really work for Rivendell, but if you historically you could deal with the big wizard by taking loads of chaff, so you give them no targets.
So there's no like target.
Glorfindor will be good with his armor of stupidity that stops magic working.
Yeah. You want snacks?
I'll break a stick.
I mean, Elisar's just Elisar. There's not much you can do. Just feed him.
Shoot a door.
If he's on a horse.
Shoot the horses. If he's on a horse. If you're not Larry Miller.
There's crazy people out there. There is crazy people out there, mate. Nathan T says, in all silly internet griping about Rings of Power, nobody anticipate the nightmare of a 2 a.m. release.
That's true.
Yeah. Reese Taylor says, looking forward to War of the Roses. I had some practice games today. A win and a draw with a group of mates who are going to. Good stuff. Soft drink before beer is madness, says Matt Hudson. Well, soft drink after beer is even madder, mate. Isn't it? You wouldn't go. You wouldn't go. It's yeah.
Soft drink before beer.
That's like normal,
isn't that?
You're working up to it, aren't you?
You drink soft drinks during the day. This lunatic gets drunk during the day, and then calms down for the evening.
And then takes it easy at 2 a.m. in case he's got to drive anywhere. In case he's got to nip out for milk.
If you start thinking about it at like 9 p.m, then it's obviously beer first, and soft drinks come after. But if you think like a normal person, that wouldn't work.
Josh Cole says, I ran Thranduil on foot with a Palace Guard captain and Tauriel and fill out with a couple of Palace Guards and then Mirkwood troops. Use less when I ally with Dane and Iron Hills, of course.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, boy. Dublé says, right, I'm off to bed. Comment on every video Damien has posted. Comment on every video Damien has posted on YouTube.
Thanks, dude. Exactly,
it would really help if you do it from multiple accounts as well. Dublé, just saying. Get some of your fans involved. Put it on the internal sleeve of your Christmas CD. Please comment on this video. Dan says Iron Hill's banner that comes in the command with Mattox. Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah. We mentioned Iron Hill's banner, didn't we? That's a good show.
Dale banner, I would say, or Easterling Black Dragon one is cool. Says Reese. Yeah, the Black Dragon one. Forgot about that. That is really nice. Really nice. In fact, sure I've got that.
But the new one.
The new one. This one. This very one.
Doesn't look like much there, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much there, but it is class. Matt Hudson says Haldir's Elves banner is nice. Yes, it is.
Gotham are very nicely sculpted.
That's cool. Larry Miller says, Martin, they are all like winter thunder on a wild wind rolling in from the distance, breaking hard in alarm, but sometimes a storm is just a storm. Still here, says Thomas Harris.
Lovely quote. Still here.
Larry Miller says, what about Dunlending holding his flag really weirdly? Yeah, I'm not a fan of that because I think that great, started life out as a spearman and it just thought, let's stick a banner on it.
We need a banner. Did you sculpt a banner?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Yeah, when he's holding his banner up, he can't see where he's going. That's the only problem.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Yeah. Where's the other spearman? He's you didn't ask for another spearman.
Just one. You said one, right? Yeah. Because you know that he holds it in front of his eyes, he can't see where he's going. It's crazy. Still pointless, says Harrison. Or High Elf, who looks like he's about to hit someone.
Still pointless. Who's pointless?
I think he said it's pointless watching. What's the point in it? What's the point in watching battle streams? He's saying
that's a negative reading of that comment.
Thomas Harrison, isn't it? I don't know where else to go with it.
He might be saying that though. Oh, I think because I described him as beautiful but pointless, and he's written It's only Larry's jumped in the middle. He's written it. It's still here, still pointless. It's self-deprecating from Harrison. He's not being mean about us.
Mm.
You leave him alone.
Leave him. So Holzman says, I don't think Cadbury are bringing back Dream. They still sell them in Australia, and one store has started importing them. Joe Achilles, well, that's going to be expensive, right? Joe Achilles says, shall I break the news to Kenneth that Damien won't remember meeting him 2 years from now?
Well, yeah.
And Larry points out correctly that you didn't recommend Galaxy, Damien.
No, I didn't. I did. That's not what I did recommend. Dairy Milk. I did recommend just the purity of the Dairy Milk. Sabotage.
Carl Daly says, just sitting down at the desk, the only Plastic Warriors I primed are Last Alliance elves. So I will start a few of them alongside my converted Mordor Uruk banner. Just drinking beer is madness, says Larry. Have a proper drink. Enigmaya says, some of us only drink stuff like whiskey and Pepsi instead of beer, so we just drop the spirit during the day. And Martin Slate says, a great reference, Larry. And that, my friend, is me caught up on the chat, which sounded like it took forever.
Stop commenting.
Yeah, stop commenting.
Stop commenting about
where are we going now? What are we doing now?
I think we go to Shagrat issue.
You want Shagrat? Okay. Well, before we do, because I am actually going to be doing something that's hobby related. It isn't going to be painting, shocker. But as we all know, and we spoke about it on the last stream, we did get loads of news about some new releases, and literally that following week, pre-orders went up for this chap. It's the sweetest model that's been released in a long time, and these guys, Gladron Court Guard. Now, I also, with that in mind, because that model is so sweet, he is. I'm going to admit, he is going to jump up my painting pile. He is going to jump up. I'm going to get him built and painted. But I don't just want to do it for no reason, so I've decided I'm going to build an army. So I dug out my elf box. Now
you love to see it.
So there is a little bit of a caveat to this. I do have more of the First Age elves, but they're at the studio. But this is all the stuff that's like just bits that I was never going to get around to that's elvish. Now in here, I have, obviously, I went to doubles and I picked up Rummel and Orifin, so that's in there. Boom, boom, boom. And then I have the metal Rummel, so that's never ever going to see the light of day. That's there in blister. And then I also have...
This is the place, Battle Streams. Metal Rummel might get painted on here.
No, mate. Right. And then, Damien, do you remember these fellas? I'm sure it was you I got them off. You might not be able to see them great.
Metal Glatham Court?
Yeah.
Are they mine?
They were the ones that you
Were they mine once upon a time?
Yeah. All the way from London.
Hey, guys.
So I've got six of the metal ones, and then how many did you get in this box? Is it 3 or 4?
I think it's 3.
I'm gonna... Yeah, it looks like 3. So there's 3 of those. It's an odd choice to remake those, I suppose. Anyway.
We talked about it last time, didn't we?
Yeah, so I've got those, and then in here is just like loads of like Riv Knight sprues. Oh, look at this blast from the past. So at one time I was making an army based, and this is just to prove my point, and I'm not just talking nonsense. I was going to make an army around Glorfy, and this was the converted Glorfindel horse that I made.
Whoa, is that Arwen's horse?
Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That looks really good, man.
Not painted the thing, so I just painted the cloth and so.
What was I saying? For the people who, even the people who just know you through Battle Stream, you used to be quite the kind of converting monster.
Yeah, I used to do a lot.
Famous for it. You seem to have like. I used to do like.
No, I don't do it. No, I don't do anything.
But you seem to have like kind of not been doing as much of that stuff late. But you used to like be quite famous for awesome conversions.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of them. I had this thing about just having models that nobody else had and all stuff like that. So yeah, so in here I've got like a lot of like the metals, plastics. There's a lot of plastic Galathrim in here, and I'm going to basically be going through Wood Elves. This box. Who's this guy? Look at that guy. That's a blast from the past.
Captain. He's
Captain.
cool. Yeah.
And I think it should be. Remember when these were going for about £5 million each? Got 2 of these.
Stormcrawlers, metal Stormcrawler.
Yeah, 2 of those. I don't know what he's doing in there. What's he doing in there?
Who's that?
Sorry, Theoden.
That. Oh my God! Is that? I think the internet's just gone nuts. You've got spare mega rare metal Theoden knocking about in a high pot.
Yeah.
Can I have that? I want that.
No, because I'm gonna paint it. Look, I've got it prepped.
You're never gonna pay that. You didn't know it existed. That's proper rare now. Particularly the metal one. That's worth a fortune, man.
I know.
Can I have it?
I think I've got a Finecast one. You can have the Finecast one.
I'll send you an SBG.
I better get one anyway.
Don't tell Tom. He's not here.
So yeah,
I can't believe you just got that lying in a box of elves.
And I've not looked in this box for, and this is no exaggeration. I have not looked in this box 5-6 years. Easy. Look, I've got all these that I'm just finding, like metal, first age elves. There's loads of them in here. I have too much crap. More.
So you thinking? Is it a high elf army?
I think so. Yeah. So I basically, while you're going through the magazine and going through the deep dive, I'm going to be reading through here, getting things out, putting them in some sort of order, seeing what I've got. I'm building. I'm going to try and build a 700-point army first, and then go from there.
Well, like tonight, you think you're building a 700-point army?
I'm going to see if I've got the models for it here.
That's cool.
I know that I've got 12 metal high elves and Gilgalad at the studio. But I'm not going to count them. They're going to be.
That's a good fun project. And bizarrely, I think I finished my hobby for the evening because I am now. I haven't really talked about what I was doing, but I am now looking as this lovely. When you unpack loads of the same type of blister, and then people stand them all up on the Forge World things. And they post those photos.
Yeah,
I might even stick one in the whip thread for you. That's what I've done tonight. I have opened up all my 15 bay awnings.
Yes.
And given them all a scrub.
Nice.
Giving them all their bath. And so I'm now facing a whole
How many have you got? 15?
Spruce. Yeah, I got 15 of them and Grimbale on it.
What's that, 5 packs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Such a twat.
You're
Such a twat.
You're coming on so well. You wouldn't have got that a few years ago.
Found his shield.
Give me that. And they're in 3s, are they?
I couldn't remember.
What is that, 9? But yeah, so I'm quite pleased with that, and that seems like a decent natural break. So why don't I? Do you know what? I've been whipping tonight, so I'm going to whack that on.
Yeah.
Bathed.
Doing all right. Yeah.
We'll see them in the future. So there we go. I think it makes sense just to do this here before we go on to the mag, because we've got a few comments. Calamar said, "Be careful when clipping off the new Glorfindel's cloak." I've seen a few people chip the corner. I've seen that as well. So just be careful. Joe Holzman is appalled that you don't have separate boxes for Hyles and Galathan.
No, I know what you're saying.
Larry Miller says, "I think my new room came miscast. It looks like both of his arms are the same length. Surely that can't be right." Remco thinks you should do a backlog video at some point. And Joe Holzman makes a hilarious point that Arwen's horse is actually sort of Glorfindel's horse. And so that's for love. Who knew? Remco thinks you have proper poems. Shame there. Nathan thinks. He said, "Just look at it."
Well, you are.
Oh, very good, Nathan. Nathan says that you're going to town on your excuse for spending the next hour rummaging around in your lap. And if you look at the internet, it's glorious.
You're all very rude.
Ruth says that, Ruth's in. Let's not be rude. That she's moving on to painting a baby dragon. Not a very big thing.
Thanks,
Joe Holzman
appreciate that.
Says, which Theoden is mega rare metal Theoden? It's helmet off and sword up. It's the one that got made into Finecast, and now that one's not available. I think even the Finecast one goes for quite a lot now. The metal version of it. I think it was called Minas Tirith or Pelennor. Was it called Pelennor? Theoden, I think. Larry agrees with me. It's that one. Chrissy, make sure you smile at them while you're writing your list. Yeah, obviously. Joe says heroes of Helm's Deep. No, he's the mounted one. Just mounted one. The mounted one.
No.
The foot version that went with him was helmet on, holding a shield with the sword pointing down.
So the helmet under his arm?
No, that's Defenders of Rohan.
Ah, yeah. I know which one you mean, yeah.
And Larry says, how can you be surprised he hasn't got separate boxes for Galathrim and High Elves when he doesn't even have separate boxes for Elves and Theoden? Crispin
Theoden should have been in there. He's obviously just dropped in.
Yeah. Box of shame. Does everyone have one? Like Steve's got a roof of shame, an attic of shame. I've got a kind of cupboard of shame. I think everyone's got one. And because of Dragon says I have the foot version of that Theoden Prime Fantasy. If that's the foot version with his swords pointing down, holding his shield with his helmet on, you've got a mega rare model there. Cool. So there we go. We're caught up. So we're going to jump into Shagrat's issue, which is one that we missed last week in all the confusion. So we're going to go through this. This is a kind of second part of the Kirith Ungol double header. So we had the Gormag issue a few weeks ago, which I've still got here. And then we went straight on to Shagrat. And we have Sam fights his way past the feuding orcs to save Frodo. So the theme for this one was high atop Mordor's western mountain range, above the Morgul Vale, lies Cirith Ungol, known as the Pass of the Spider in the tongues of men. Is the only way for Frodo to cross over into Mordor. Without Sam, can he survive the dangers of the Lurther? And as always, I'd now ask you to be directing your comments towards this magazine or Shagrat or Cirith Ungol or whatever. And the quote is, I don't take orders from stinking Morgul rats.
Never have, never will.
Never have, never will. So there we go. Cheeky bit of Cirith Ungol to lead us in there. And so we get into this is quite good battle game tactics, and I'm suddenly absolutely terrified because I've realised I read this about 3 weeks ago, ready for the last stream. But they have it's generic tactics, which as always, you know, nothing in here is going to blow your mind. You've got some nice little pictures of a defensive Gondor wall here, where, as we all know, you should have your shield wall here, and then 6 skirmishing archers on the flanks, just to really strengthen that up. I'm not sure. You should deploy your banner bearer in the middle, where you can affect most people. A good tactic for evil forces is to position terrifying models in the front line, making it good, less likely the good warriors will be able to charge and those kind of things. There's also a fun thing here, I remember, and I meant to check if this is still the case, but I don't think it is. Check out this for a rule, right?
I'm listening.
Yeah. An effective way of dealing with terrifying weapons is to use warriors with throwing weapons. Warriors of Rohan are a particularly good force to try this with. Charge the warriors armed with throwing weapons at the terrifying creature and throw them at it as you go. If you manage to kill the terrifying creature, you'll be able to redirect the charge into a softer target, right? So far, so obvious. But wait. The weapons are thrown before the terror test is taken. So even if the test is failed, you still have a chance to cause some damage. That's changed, right?
Yeah, it's massively changed.
That isn't. I'm sure that isn't the case now. I'm sure you take the terror test first. I haven't checked, but I'm sure you do. So that's kind of, this is part of the fun of going back through these old things. But yeah, in the older editions, you used to be able to like try and charge Sauron, lob a spear at him, and then take a courage test. That's kind of cool.
Yep.
And they've got this kind of like little picture of them like bombarding a ring wraith with their throwing spears, which obviously only one of them could do. That must be a different tactic, which is just throwing spears at a ring wraith, because they obviously couldn't all do it, because one of them would be in combat. The shoot. Then we get the shoot phase, and we get into volley fire. The tactics of volley fire, which is again quite good fun. It's a horrible old rule, and if you ever, every now and again, you hear someone speaking up for volley fire on one of the groups and saying that it was
bring
good.
it back.
That's what they sound like. That's exactly what they sound like. Yeah. And if you don't understand why it was bad, the picture here of your tactic explains why it was bad. This is volley fire. You've got 10.
So much fun to play.
10 Minas Tirith warriors behind a mountain shooting indiscriminately at all the orcs behind because of this chap. This dude is the spotter. So because one guy in your army can see everyone else, all of these guys could shoot. Now, as memory serves, they only hit on 6s. But you can still line up like 15 warrior goblins and just shoot people to death. It was rank.
That was the time before warbands though, so you could have like
it was Legolas
30,
in 70
30 bows and you roll 30 dice. Yeah. You get
absolutely grim. And I think it was limitless range. I think it was anywhere on the table. Or was it double the range of the bows? I'm sure it was further range. Anyway, but so the tactics is about spotters in here, which is quite cool. You know, the tactic is genuine interest. It's obviously not relevant anymore because it's not in the game, but the tactic is about, you know, where to put your spotters, putting them in good vantage points in cover and all that kind of stuff. And then conversely, literally the paragraph underneath it, if you are having trouble against the opponent who's using volley fire, you'll have to pick out the spotters and kill them. It feels like these should be different magazines for different people. You know, you like say, don't forget to protect your spotters, and right underneath it, don't forget to kill the spotters. And they suggest the best methods of doing this are to shoot at them with a hero, such as Haldir or Legolas, or to ride them down with cavalry. Remember where he is, Steve? Remember where he is? There he is.
Yeah, ride
him down with cavalry. Ride him down with cavalry. Yeah.
That flying cavalry.
Flying cavalry, Pegasus Knights. That's what you need for that. And then they've got a lovely, there's my boy, got a lovely little picture of Legolas using his 3 dice to pew. And then, oh no, no cheaty shooting for you. And this one is another one that there was quite a lot of kind of fun stuff coming in this issue that made me think, that can't be true. Check this one out. Certain models, such as Rangers of Gondor, are allowed both spears and bows. As explained in Pack 9, a model supporting a friend with a spear does not count as being part of the combat. If you can position these warriors to support friends with their spears in combat, yet still be in base contact with each other, then they can continue to volley fire at distant enemies and contribute to the fight at the same time.
Well, even if they're spear supporting?
Yeah, but this is volley fire. So what they're saying is if you can get those 10 guys in base contact and supporting your models, they can fight and volley fire. But that also implies that certainly at this point, a spear supporting model could shoot with its bow. I don't think that's the case, is it?
No.
It seems so. I mean, it seems so rare because so few models have it. But I don't think I've ever. I can't remember the last time I used a model with a spear and a bow. I don't think a model with a spear and bow can shoot and spear support. Can it?
No.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to know.
I want to say the ruling says something along the lines of, you can spear support if you've done nothing else that turn or something like that.
I've just seen a comment from Joe Holzman saying, looks like the Echo's back. I think he's the only one who's saying that. I don't know if that's a joke.
No, it shouldn't be. You're not popping up on the thing.
Joe, if you don't, I've got the live chat in front of me. If you don't mind just putting a comment in, is that a real
smart
thing?
Alec comment.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering, is it...
You know what Joe's like? Facetious at the best of times.
It might be a reference to something we said, perhaps. I don't know. But you know, genuinely, it was quite interesting, like reading through that, and kind of, you know, seeing some of those things, and even the tactics are quite interesting to go. And then we get the fight phase thing, and again, there's some fascinating stuff about how to split fights, and they are really useful tactics. And you know, the ones that people saying the audio is fine. Joe, yeah. So Joe says, read the comments before that comment, so we'll get to it. It is a joke. Thanks, Joe, just for confirming. But they were talking about, like, this is quite a fun little picture here about how different players would split the combats to their advantage, based on whose priority is and that sort of thing, which is cool. But yeah. So you know, fun tactics. And this is a real piece of SBG history. We get the new scenario. Treachery at Cirith
The worst kind. Of treachery. It's at Cirith.
Is it? Is that the worst?
Yeah, that's what they said. That's what it said.
So this is a scenario that appears here first and is now in Crest of the Ringbearer.
Oh,
I think it's got a different title, but this is the scenario that you can now find in Crest of the Ringbearer. So I'm not actually going to go through it in much detail because it's been published. It's one of the ones that they didn't used to be in the Journey books. It was only in here, and as part of the Quest of the Ringbearer campaign, they kind of went back through this and said, "That's mega cool. Should we go and find it?" And there was something. I feel like there was something about the combatants that made me smile. Let's see it. In this battle game, 2 different evil sides face off against each other. The Orc side comprises Gorbag and Orc captains, 6 Orcs with hand weapons and shields, 3 with spears, 3 with 200 weapons. The Uruk forces consist of Shagrat, an Uruk High captain, and 5 Uruk High with hand weapons. Oh, I can't remember what that was. But yes, you've got Shagrat, an Uruk captain, and 5 Uruk High against Gorbag, an Orc captain, and 12 Orcs. So obviously the Uruk High are very, very outnumbered. You also have Sam, who's a kind of wild card, and you play across this bad boy, this wonderful piece of scenery that we'll see more of in the pages to come. Your camera's gone off, by the way, and you've been off longer than normal.
No, I wasn't off a minute there. I sorted it.
Yeah, I've sorted it, have you?
Yeah.
There you are. You just pop back. So yeah, it's fought over this 2x2 board. I think it's pretty much the same as it is now. I haven't actually compared it to the new one, but basically, Sam's moved by priority, and he's trying to track down the Mithril shirt, which is really cool. No, sorry, Sam's trying to sneak past, and the Mithril shirt is what determines the winner. So Shagrat starts with a Mithril shirt, placing his orcs, and then the placement, I think you do it one by one. The Orc places 2 models, and then the Uruk High places 1, and then the Orc player places 2 models, and the Uruk High 1 anywhere around Cirith Ungol, and then they have to try and get the shirt. And Sam is trying to sneak through, but any player can use him to like charge the model with the Mithril shirt. So he can almost move full distance. If he does not charge, he must endeavour to end his move closer to Frodo. Dodging and ducking through, he can move through models that belong to the player to him. I think, has he got the ring on in this? So in addition to his normal sword, he's got sting, he's got his strength and attack's got by 1. He's got a 3-point of might every turn, which is cool. And he causes terror. So so he's pretty cool. And yeah, if you kill the model holding the shirt, then they snatch the shirt. So the Orcs are trying to do that, but why? I can't even. Sorry, I did read this 3 weeks ago. I can't get my head around it now. And you don't need to put in the comments because I'm sure it would be obvious to anyone who's read it. But I don't get the point of the Sam bit, because Sam's a free agent. You've got evil v evil. The game ends when Sam is either killed or reaches Frodo at the top of the tower. I guess you have to constantly moving towards Frodo, and then I think there's tactics on it. Yeah, the tactics, that was it. The tactics come into it that if you have the Mithril shirt, that's it. You want to be moving Sam up the tower. Whereas if you don't have the Mithril shirt, you want to keep moving him away from the tower, essentially, to make the game go on. And it looks really cool. Not to mention the fact it's set in a absolutely kick-ass piece of scenery. It's a really, really cool idea. So yeah, it's well worth a look, and I think it's pretty much the same as in Quest of the Ringbearer. We then get our Shagrat painting guide. Good old Shaggers. We're getting into some deep stuff here. We have tonal values. In Pack 39, we looked at how to paint a predominantly white model, Gandalf using different tones of white. Your Shagrat miniature requires a similar method to paint, as it's primarily black. In this pack, we look at how to mix different tones of black to distinguish between the different areas of the model. And then we've got this quite nice breakdown here. Look at that model there, and it's like about how you break down this clothing and the layers of clothing, so you can kind of think of what you're doing with them. Starting with the 3-man layers of Shagrat. So he's got skin, chainmail, and clothing. But there are a few areas of cloth under the chainmail. They paint in blue, and there is this fantastic image. Look at that. Would you even, honestly, would you recognize that? Would you say if someone showed you that's Shagrat? He's blonde.
Yeah.
Look at him. He looks like someone from ABBA died and got excavated somewhere. Like, he's blonde. Who knew? He's obviously, Shagrat's really only in it, for an infinitesimal amount of time, but the color grading does an awful lot. But a brilliant piece of reference imagery, as always in battle games. Should you paint your Shagrat, is he's got blue skin, kind of bluey, purpley, dappled skin, and he's blonde. Amazing things. So there's some really nice ideas in here for rusted chainmail, painting blues and distinguishing those levels. And by the end of it, look at that.
Yeah, it looks cool.
They are good now. The paint jobs are good. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, 100%.
I'd be very happy with that. They're still not painting eyes. We haven't done eyes yet.
Don't need them, mate.
49 issues in and no eyes yet. Mm-hmm. And then finally, and we got a lot riding on this, we got the scenery guide. We have 6 pages to build this.
Boom, boom, boom.
Now, we've been here before, right?
Yeah.
We all remember issue 48.
Yeah.
We all remember the garrison.
Mm-hmm.
6 pages. How'd you build a garrison?
Draw it and build it.
Just draw it. Just build it. If you're not familiar with this, go back and watch our 2 streams ago, where we're over 6 pages. We had to build someone which, I'm not gonna lie, I think that looks quite a lot like what we're building this time, right? In terms of size. And this guide isn't about how to make it. This guide is just some pictures of other things that have happened in the author's life. And it says, why not just build a garrison? And that's very, very out of keeping with Battle Game. So I was really intrigued to see if they're going to suffer from the same sort of thing with this one. And do you know what, Steve?
Right.
I don't at all. This is much, much better. I was horrified when it began. The base, creating the modular tile base, follows basically the same process detailed in Pat 44's modeling workshop. Once the baseboard is finished, draw a clear floor plan directly onto your base. From this plan, you can work out the measurements you need to create our structures. And I was like, oh no, it's happening again.
There you go. Yeah.
It's happening again. But we get things like, the pictures are better, but also you're going to have 6 sheets of polystyrene to make the mountain face. The first 2 of these sheets are 6 inches higher. The next is sorry, I don't know what happened. The next is 8 inches high, and the last 2 are 10 inches high. Do you see what I mean? You're getting measurements. These are extremely useful for building things.
Always.
And then you use your hot wire cutter, so you can make that. So I think I could build that based on those instructions. You can see the walls drawn out, how they're what they actually mean by creating a floor plan to show you where those walls are going to be. The double square there is where your tower is going to sit, and you've made that kind of rocky mountain face. So it's I can believe in that. And then inside, still a lot to make. Inside, the armory, and then it starts saying crazy things like you'll need to make the walls about 1.5 inches shorter than the length of the platforms. They can be any height, but 5 inches is probably enough. So it's telling you the right dimensions. And the tower is made of 2 octagonal pieces of polystyrene, divide them into 3 equal sections, make them 10 inches tall, and really good diagrams. And look, check that out. That's cool. How to make an octagonal tower. We've got these 2 bits of polystyrene and then the kind of 8 pieces of foam board that get glued on around the edge. And it seems sensible. We seem to have gone back to where an actual guide that will help you build this thing. And then by the end of by the time we get to the end of the next 2 pages, we have that. There's a little tower. There's our walls. There's our little kind of angled gate.
It's looking good.
And obviously, I haven't followed it to actually build it, but I think you could. And then finally, we have fine details, which does it's like you get 4 pages to get to that, right? And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I could do that. And then you get 2 pages to get to that. Okay, do you know what I mean? I was like, these are going to be 2 good pages, but they are. There's a bit about buttresses. There's actually a bit about internal detailing in the top room because the roof's removable. You've got a table and trapdoor where Frodo lies, and then stuff about the crenellations. And I suppose the crenellations, if you look at that, most of the detail, right, is crenellations, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like they show you how to build one of them, and then they say, do that 100 times.
Yeah. There's one. Do the rest.
Yeah, which is fair enough. And then they have got an expert. The brickwork is just bits of card being glued onto it. So this is much, much better, and it looks really cool. There are a couple of these about. Who's got them? James Clark had one.
Parkhill got one.
I don't know, but maybe hasn't Michael Haskell now got James Clark's? I think, but I've seen. Yeah, you're right. I think didn't Harry make it?
I think he did. Yeah.
I think Harry made it quite recently to play the scenario across. It's a super cool piece of terrain, and what they do, if you can see, that's actually sitting on a kind of 2-inch thick bit of polystyrene. It's designed in exactly the same way as the Mordor terrain from the Last Alliance swing. So the idea is that you can just slot this in the corner of your Mordor board, which I think is really, really cool and very much in keeping with the idea of sort of battle games in Middle Earth and building up a terrain collection. So Dara, I wonder if
I'm like you. I've seen a few of those. I think they're really cool.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I've got a feeling myself, Jamie Giblin, and James Clark played a 3-way on his one, and it's on the Great British Hobby. It's on the GBHL podcast.
I remember,
channel.
But wasn't the scenario horrible?
Yeah, it's terrible.
I don't think you played that scenario, did you?
No, I think it was just like a homebrew.
I have a vague feeling that the game was awful.
Yeah,
because it was like this guy has to get to the top of the tower.
It was one of them that really favoured
army in between.
It favoured one of the armies.
One of the players.
You have to watch it.
But have I got? Have you assembled? Have you assembled?
Voice,
have you assembled Bayoning?
Yes.
Do you get the same number of each body?
What?
There's 3 bodies. You should have 5 of 3 bodies, right?
Yeah.
I've got 5 of one, 4 of one, and 6 of another.
There's 2 different males and a female in each pack.
Yeah, so I've got 5 of the female, 4 of one male, and 6 of the other male. No, hang on. Hello, you. You're that one. You're that one. One of the males was hiding amongst the other males, so it looked like I had 6 and 4, but what I actually have is 5 and 5. But yeah, it's a cool piece of terrain. Let us know if you've made it.
Let us know if you are making it for a certain competition.
And Stephen Ryan, presumably, is making it right now.
Yeah.
That's the sort of piece I think he could make. You could store it in a way that you can't store an entire board, perhaps. But I would love, maybe that's the evening reception, a big kind of terrain building workshop. How cool would that be? I'd go to that wedding.
I would.
Got lots to get through, so what I'm going to do is jump into the chat about that stuff.
Yeah,
we catch up.
I'm neck deep in.
Yeah, no, do you? Carry on. Sure. Scott Newman says, "Evening lads, loving the stream. Can ask how we send entries for the BSIME terrain competition. What me and Steve should do is between the streams talk about it. Don't know, is happening, is real, is open. Keep making terrain is not going to close in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
we really need to talk about that. It's happening. It's a real thing. You can build terrain. You can win a box of models. All the competition is open and the prize is real. The logistics we don't know.
Yeah,
and I'm not gonna do the bullshitty YouTuber thing. Go, oh, you wait. Big news is coming. We don't know. But just keep building it. If you don't know what we're talking about, we've got a massive box of models to give away, largely courtesy of the wonderful Mr. Joe Achille. And any one of you out there can build any piece of terrain from Battle Games Middle Earth, any of the issues, just to get people building some cool terrain. And then we're going to pick a winner, and they're going to win a box of goodies. That's what we're going to do. And you've got at least a month, I'm going to say. All right, so it's not about to close. So sorry, I don't even know how to communicate that stuff to you. Maybe we'll when we do figure it out, we'll put a big post up on the Battle Streams in Middle Earth Facebook page. So make sure you go over to that and give it a like. And
and we will share that post from that thread in the other Lord of the Rings SBG stuff.
If you're new here, there's 69 of you watching. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Give us a subscribe if you haven't done so already. So yeah, thanks for that, Scott. Always good to get another reminder about that in the streams. Joe Holzman says, "I wish I only had one." I think that's because Crispin said, "Has everyone got a box of shame?" Joe Achille, Steve, do you have a Theoden? Let me check my elves box. Dave McShearer says, "You guys need rebranding. There is no box of shame, only the box of opportunity." Yeah, that I feel like Cameron on Paints on a 4-Op was the first person who I heard say that. and really try and push that idea. And it's certainly battle streams has changed my opinion on battle luck. I'm not worried about life anymore because every single battle stream, any one of my models can be pulled out and painted. So I'm very excited about it. What I say, got a room of shame. Wife thinks I'm cleaning it. I'm just painting and listening to the stream.
Wait a bit.
Hope she's not watching this. Enigma says, I've got an attic and a shed of shame at this stage. 3D printing hasn't helped. Larry Miller, I like the front cover. It looks like Shagrat is on lunch at a tournament checking out the different armies for his best painted vote. Larry Miller, take a bow. Take a bow. There is Shagrat. Oh, that seems quite dark to me. Why is that? There we go. There is Shagrat looking closely at the armies, deciding which one he wants to vote for best painted army, and presumably going, is that me? I'll vote for the one with Shagrat. Great point, Larry. Larry Miller says, yes, it has changed. The terror test is before anything. Joe Holzman says he'd only be in combat if the first one
passed
his courage test.
Yeah, I was going to say at the time.
I don't think we can actually. I get that, but is it a tactic to say throw a throwing weapon, fail your courage test, throw another throwing weapon, fail your courage test, throw another throwing weapon, fail your courage test, kill the ring wraith? I'm not sure if that is a tactic so much as a sort of Hail Mary shot for the last turn. And then Larry says the same thing. If they all fail, they could all throw. Yep, all the round can throw. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that, guys. It's just I don't think it's a tactic. Nathan T says Volley Farm was fantastic when I played Mario Hordes. Yeah, not for your opponent. Joe Holzman looks like the echoes back. And is that okay? So that's where he says. So did we say the same thing? I think maybe it's because 3 of them all said exactly the same thing. I think that was the joke there. It was a good joke. I love those posts where someone suggests bringing it back and then gets 500 comments saying no. Yeah, exactly. Because of Dragon says, blessed be the bow limit. Well, we did have a bow limit in those days. There was a bow limit. They were still there that scenarios would only let you use 33% of bows, but it's just without the heroes and the war bands, you could fit far more of them in and be far more obnoxious. Adam G is in. He says, even if how are we all doing? We are very well. Carl Day says, I think you should still be able to throw the throwing weapon at a terrifying target. After all, if I attempted to charge something scary, my first thought as I froze would be to throw something.
You mean your first thought as you were running away would be to throw something at him? Get away from me!
I suppose, though, there is a logic in it that, bear in mind, we don't run away in our game, right? If you fail a courage, just stay where you are. I think if I had a big throwy thing, I'd throw it as the first choice before deciding to charge the thing.
Yeah, you'd throw it at them, wouldn't you? That's like your initial.
Consider a spider, right? And let's imagine we're both extremely, brave. But some people out there are scared of spiders, right?
Yeah. And
I don't think you should hurt any animal, but I think most people would throw something at it prior to approaching it if you're scared of it.
Mm.
You wouldn't try and approach it and then throw something at it, right?
No.
So again, can't stress enough, don't throw things at spiders, they're cool. But I think facing a ring wraith, I'd lob my spear, see if I killed it, and then if I didn't, I'd be like, all right, I'll try and charge it. You know?
Yeah, I'm with you, mate.
Thanks.
We're on the same page.
And Carl says that only seems logical and common sense. Adam is going, the fun of the old rules. And then Larry says you can if it isn't in combat.
Is that the spear support?
Don't know. No, he's talking about the terror causing thing. Confirming what the echo comment was. Don't think you can shoot and support in the same turn anymore. It has to be one or the other. And Larry says failing the terror test doesn't stop you shooting. That's true. And then Larry's saying.
So it used to say you can't do anything more that turn or something.
I think it used to be ambiguous, and for this edition they confirmed that you could shoot. You both said the same thing. Aaron says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Aaron. Finally able to jump in and catch up on all the goodness. Larry says you can't support and shoot now. Ruth says camera's gone. Do. Is that like Baby Shark? This thing.
My camera went off. So
yeah, I think it's camera's gone. Do.
Don't know, mate. I'd rather not. I heard that song enough. Whilst I was
she hasn't put enough do's for it to be do. I was at Butlins. There's 4 couples for last week. I heard Baby Shark a lot.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And Teenage Dirtbag, bizarrely.
Was it?
A lot of Teenage Dirtbag, yeah.
I heard Baby Shark and the Music Man a lot.
Where?
The
On
hotel
when you were at Seaside?
Yeah.
Can I also just say, Stephen, on behalf of everyone here on the internet, 2 days' time, happy anniversary.
Thanks, man. Thank you kindly. It's been a tough job, but someone's had to do it, you know what I mean?
And it was Anna.
Don't tell her.
How many years of joyous happiness?
12.
12 years.
12.
12 years of marriage, no easy task. I say that as someone who's been married for 11 years. The 12's the kicker. Congratulations, sir. I raise a beer in your honour.
Cheers. And, here's me in a man cave putting models together.
It's a recipe for a successful marriage.
Yeah, stay out.
Joey's saying it is just narrative. That's the point. Sam, you need to kill the model holding the shirt to get the shirt, but it starts with the monster that is Shagrat kind of harsh on the Orc player. He's got double models, and in that point, no, he didn't have heroic strike in those days. So that won't help. Larry says worth noting that technically it's not the same. As Shagrat is a lot stronger now. Yeah. That's a very good point. Adam's saying it's old rule Shagrat who wasn't as strong, but yeah, I suppose if you play the new one, if it hasn't in some way been balanced, that's a very good point. Mother of God, it's jumped.
Hate the jump.
Sam Honey is in. I think I've got your dice tower. Have I got your dice tower? I tried to sort it out because I thought someone might be coming to Ardacon. If it's your dice tower, I believe it is. Warhammer World Teams, yeah? Well, yeah, let me know. He says you can make that Kirathangal too. First, get some polystyrene and cutting tools with glue. Next, build Kirathangal. But no, this one, it's a good guide. Larry says, I love the picture of Shagrat getting his school photo taken in the painting guide. Yeah, that must be the reference. You can imagine that on Mother Shagrat's mantelpiece. Hey, Mom. I think it looks a bit like a mugshot, to be honest. Adam G's laughing at the hilarity of it all. Old school Chris C, still not painting eyes. It's because the eyes are gone.
Yay.
Cool. Sean Clark, instructions seem way too complex. It needs to be more simple. Matt Hudson, how have they gone from 1 sentence to 6 pages? And Michael Haskell confirms he does have the Kirathangal I won in a raffle, which I think was James Clark's. Needs a bit of TLC. Larry says, kind of tempted to try and build that. I think you should be. J-Max Armies of Middle Earth is in higher. How you doing, sir?
Hey, man.
Larry says, also aware that making issue 2 ruins will be a lot easier and not require me to buy the easier, but less satisfying, I think. J-Mac is excited about the terrain competition. Remp goes off saying night guys will catch up later. Nathan, we aren't cutting a cake. We aren't cutting a cake, but on your tables you'll find hot wire foam cutters. Get to work. That's obviously about Stephen's wedding. Ruth, I've already made my hill for the train competition. Wonderful stuff. Dan is impressed by Michael's raffle luck. I think he's won some other stuff. I think that's not just about that one competition, is it? I think Michael is the god of the raffle. James Sherman's in saying evening all. Because of dragons is saying it's a pile of potential. It's another nice option. Scott Newman says thanks for all the info about the terrain comp. I was just asking because I'm finished. Well done, sir. Ashley Hampstead Reed is in. Evening, everyone. Just tuned in. And I'm finally on theme-ish painting a Rohan captain for a certain event. Hope you're all doing well. We're doing very well. We're not doing as well as you, Mr. Hampstead Reed, because you've only got a new job.
Boop, boop.
Congrats to Ashley, who's landed potentially, I believe, I think it's fair to say, his dream job of working in the modelling studio, in the design studio, building scenery, and I think it's what is that what they call it? Not the design. Is it the Warhammer studio? I think it's making the stuff for the displays.
That's
I think,
cool.
But given the stuff he's done for White Dwarf, it's amazing. It's a massive congrats. Can't wait to see what you come up with there. And we did say it last stream, but I don't think you were on. Huge congrats for winning Most Sporting at Warhammer World Doubles, dude. J-Mac has been catching up on the Dale videos. They look class. Oh, thanks, dude. That's nice.
Please say it on the videos.
Destro the Dextra says, by the way, I looked at my fortress. I'm a lot further along in it than I thought. I'll post a pic in the replies of my work in progress comment. Brilliant. That's good. And we're sitting at 4 likes. We're sitting at 25 likes now. Yeah, get liking. Why not? Joe Holzman was watching a cosplay screen once, and the streamer saw a spider on the wall and threw her, what is it? Mjolnir? Is that how you pronounce Thor's hammer? Is it Mjolnir?
I don't know.
I know what it is, but I don't know how you say it. Mjolnir. It worked. Jesus, that's don't. I mean, that's overreaction anyway. But don't throw hammers at spiders. Larry has just done the Glorfindel cloak. He says it did split, but only slightly. I think people would rather throw something at it than approach it. Points at Carrie. Carrie nods silently. Oh, sexness. See. Larry Miller, I was saying you can still throw if you fail the test, providing that and comment. Yes. Frederick Schultz is going for throwing streams in Middle Earth. Get it made, Steve. There's a new YouTube channel. Carl has managed to do some flesh and a couple of single layers of gold before the painkiller kicked in. Now I can't paint anymore. I think I'll bring you guys to bed. Are we in bed? Are we in bed with you?
In bed.
Hi, Carl. Hi, Mrs. Carl. How you doing? What we doing? Old school Chris C has also been married 12 years. Well done, sir.
Good man.
Good amount to be married. Larry says 12 years. That's your magnesium anniversary, provided you go by the periodic table as you should. Does anyone go by anything else? Larry's suggesting it's a dice prison. Sam is saying, I'll be at Warhammer World Teams. I'll grab it then. Yes. Sam, please just remind me on the Thursday or the Friday, because A, I want to give it back to you, and B, I really want it out of my house. Thomas Macklin is in as I live and breathe. Says, Joe Holzman, school pictures.
Remember that series he used to do on this channel?
No. Joe Holzman, school pictures pretty much are mug shots. Larry, I thought mugshot, but he looks like he's a forced attempt at a smile. Yeah, he probably would. One eye's covered in issue 1 for the goblins. New. Larry, how could anything be more satisfying than a full table of cardboard runes at my planned Battle Games tournament? That's a good point, actually. Joe says, seeing everyone populate said board of cardboard models from the mags. What a time to be alive. Just home. JMac is just home from the weekend tournament. Got 7th. Well done, sir. And Katie says, Chris and I are 12 years too. I honestly read that as we're both 12 years old. And I was like, I mean, you looked older. And I don't think you should be married.
I mean, you
had 12 years is obviously the amount to be married. I hope you take this as the compliment is. You guys look good and young for 12 years. What's your secret? Look at us.
Me?
No, Chris and Katie.
Yeah, I was going to say they don't look old enough to be 12 years together. Maybe they were childhood sweethearts.
Oh, it's nice, isn't it? Yeah, congratulations on your skincare routine or whatever else is doing it. Gary George says, good morning, gentlemen from South Australia. Great to be catching the stream live. Morning, sir. Carl is going to pop in, see us around at the Teams event. We'll be there. Oh, Michael Haskell. And this is where I'm stopping the comments now. Stop your commenting for this bit. Michael Haskell says, next month, me and my missus reach 36 years.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, I'm 39, so I don't really get what the big deal is there. Massive congrats to Michael Haskell.
Huge.
On being married. Married for 36 years.
I mean, to be honest, I reckon I could be married to Michael Haskell for 36 years.
Oh, everyone would. Everyone could. Once you're in there, it's like, I'm not moving.
Yeah, this feels comfortable. I'm in.
This feels fantastic. Massive congratulations to all these people who've been married for between 12 and 36 years. It's quite remarkable. I'll chuck Carl in here because maybe we should bring the wedding talk to a chat. But my wife and I are just a week from 15 years of being together. Oh, but only married for 4 years. It's still a massive achievement. Well done, sir. Hey, the table service is here. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Mr. O'Byrne?
It is Father
Senior. O'Byrne Senior.
Indeed. Yeah, okay, I'll take that down. Okay. He is taking Belle away.
I've got to get in the bath. Your wife's gone to bed.
Okay, thanks. All right, perfect. Thanks so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't turn the light off.
Don't be up all night, David.
You hear that?
No.
He's going to get in the bath. My wife's gone to bed. There's the update for everyone. But yeah. So yeah, massive congrats to Carl for being with his lovely lady for 15 years, who's presumably in bed with us now, I think. Yes, wonderful news. So stop your commenting because we're going to do something on the channel that we haven't done in a while. We got a deep dive.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, yes.
There'll be people in the chat now, mate, who don't know what the deep dive is.
Yeah, I suppose because we haven't really had characters that deserve them. We've got a few coming up, so hopefully I'll find the time. But one of the things we used to do a fair bit on Battle Streams Middle Earth, if I had the time, is dig into some of the old the text of Lord of the Rings and some of the drafts of Lord of the Rings and those kind of things, and find some hopefully kind of cool and interesting tidbits. And people kind of joked, as I said at the start, about Shagrat, but there is a few little tidbits to be found. And we did kind of talk about this passage in theory last week, but I decided to start with the cool passage from Shagrat and Gorbag, which people talk about, which isn't in the films at all and is easily forgotten about. But I'm going to start with this. So most people will be familiar with this, but I'll just read it because it's not that long. This is Shagrat and Gorbag talking about their spin-off sitcom. So this is in the Choices of Master Samwise. So where were we going to start it? So this is so that he's talking about how they found Shelob and she seems to have been attacked, I think. So all your chatter now, hopefully, will be kind of steering it towards Shagrat, Gorbag, the kind of things I'm going to be reading and what you think about them, and would they be a better story and those sort of things. So let them. This is Shagrat. So let them laugh, and we've struck a bit of luck at last. Got something that Lugburs wants. Lugburs wants it, eh? What is it, do you think? Elvish it looked to me, but undersized. What's the danger in a thing like that? Don't know till we've had a look. Oh, so they haven't told you what to expect. They don't tell us all they know, do they? Not by half, but they can make mistakes. Even the top ones can. And already it sounds like everyone's boss. Shh, Gorbag. Shagrat's voice was lowered so that even with his strangely sharpened hearing, that's because Sam's wearing the ring, Sam could only just catch what was said. They may, but they've got eyes and ears everywhere. Some among my lot as like it not. There's no doubt about it. They're troubled about something. The Nazgul down below are, by your account, and Lugburs is too. Something nearly slipped. Nearly, you say, said Gorbag. All right, said Shagrat, but we'll talk of that later. Wait till we get to the underway. There's a place where we can talk a bit while the lads go on. And then it drops down. And then they pick up later saying, no, I don't know, said Gorbag's voice. The messages go through quicker than anything could fly as a rule. But I don't inquire how it's done. Safest not to. Those Nazgul give me the creeps. And they skin the body off you as soon as look at you and leave you all cold in the dark on the other side. But he likes them. They're his favourites nowadays. And he and his there are capitalised, which I think is really cool. So it's no use grumbling. I tell you, it's no game serving down in the city. You should try being up here with Shelob for company, said Shagrat. I'd like to try somewhere where there's none of them. But the war's on now, and when that's over, things may be easier. It's going well, they say. They would, grunted Gorbag. Can you not feel like direct stuff with what's going on in the world today? The war's on now, it's going well. Well, they would say it's going well. It's crazy. But anyway, if it does go well, there should be a lot more room. What do you say? If we get a chance, you and me will slip off and set up somewhere on our own with a few trusty lads, somewhere where there's good loot, nice and handy, and no big bosses. Oh, said Shagrat, like old times. There's a prequel series in this of Shagrat and Gorbag, the early days. Yeah, said Gorbag, but don't count on it. I'm not easy in my mind. As I said, the big bosses, his voice sank almost to a whisper. Even the biggest is capitalized, can make mistakes. Something nearly slipped, you say. I say something has slipped. And we've got to look out. Always the poor Uruks to put slips right. And small thanks. But don't forget, the enemies don't love us any more than they love him. And if they get topsides on him, we're done too. But see here, when were you ordered out? And then they go on to kind of chat about kind of normal stuff. How cool is that? It's so weird. This idea, and it deals a lot, I think, with what Tolkien thought about the nature of orcs at that point, certainly, and he changed what he thought about orcs a lot over the years. But this idea that they evil? There's a lot of humanity in that little exchange.
Yeah.
there's an awful lot of the idea of, when Faramir kills that Haradrim guy, and he says that, I wonder if they were truly evil or what lies led him abroad. There's far, the whole point of orcs is they're not meant to have a soul, but they were elves once, and their elves are corrupted, and they're elves, and they breed. They're lady orcs, and they shag, and they have more baby orcs and stuff. But there's an awful lot of humanity in that, saying like, we're terrified of our bosses. Wouldn't it be great if there weren't any bosses here? And they're going, oh yeah, but it's all going well. And they're going, yeah, but if it wasn't going well, they'd be telling us it was going well.
Yeah.
Which is genuinely, I think, quite haunting given what's going on in the world at the moment. There's an awful lot of, there's a really weird little 2-page bit from Tolkien there where he does a nice kind of bit about I don't know, what it's like being a soldier, a footman in an army, I think. And maybe explores that maybe the orcs, they probably are intrinsically evil, but maybe they're not, they're evil in the kind of maybe fantasy comedy orcs, as opposed to being spiteful and malicious and that kind of stuff. Kind of, maybe not. Maybe maybe Shagrat and Gorbag are just really nice orcs. Maybe they're on the
nicest of orcs.
Yeah, maybe they're on the happy end of the spectrum. But I just love the idea, and I feel sad that they die. Right? I just love the idea that they could just, all they wanted was the war to be over, and just to go and set up nicely, and just do a bit of pillaging,
bit of freelance.
Just they didn't care about the ring. They didn't care about taking over the world. They just wanted to have a bit of fun. But so that's what's in the published book. I then dug into some of my fun backstory stuff. So War of the Ring, which is the one that covers that. There's disappointingly little. There's very, very little about the change. But there were 2 bits I found that I thought were worth mentioning. I can't remember what the one is on here, so I'll start with one that I can remember. So to begin with, there was a change in names.
Okay.
Oh no, maybe that's the change in names, is it? Oh yeah, that's the change in names. So what's this one? Such good content. And you got 4 hours of stream, so it's bound to be quiet. I used to write notes on my little post-its for why I did that. Didn't even highlight it. Oh, that's annoying. Don't know what that is. Maybe at some point it'll come back to me. But so this is a bit about the names. So the names of the leaders of the orc bands this is Chris Tolkien, were rather bewilderingly changed in the drafts, and some transient forms cannot be read. At first, they were Gazmog of the Tower and Zaglun of Minas Morgul. And in another brief update, brief draft of their genial greetings, they become Yagul and Uftak Zaglun.
Uftak, the old Uftak, eh?
Uftak and Yagul. Zaglun may have been intended to replace Uftak.
What was that on the other hand, Uftak and who?
Uftak and Zaglun. Zaglun, but may have been intended to replace Uftak. But on the other hand, the double-barreled orc name Naglur Danlo is found. The name Uftak.
Why is it when you say that I can hear Christopher Walken saying it?
Uftak. He needs more cowbell.
I gotta get more cowbell. This watch up his ass.
I just gotta have more cowbell. The name Uftak was subsequently given to an orc found and left where he was by Shagrat and his friends. So the dead orc was originally named, Shagrat's name. So he literally killed him off. And Shelob's leader, wide awake and glaring. In the present text, the names were at first Yagul of the Tower and Shagrat. Yagul and Shagrat of Minas Morgul, but were reversed in the course of writing. And in the following drafts, the names become reversed again. Although I don't think intentionally. He's saying Dad screwed up. At this point, where the orc from Morgul is speaking, my father first wrote Shagrat, changed it to Yagul, and then again changed it to Shagrat. And Yagul is then eventually replaced by Gorbag in the course of writing the fair copy. It's always fun seeing how those names change. I'm just going to scan through these pages one more time and see if I can find something.
Oh, I can see the bit they're on about with the cloak now. Yeah, it looks precarious.
Apparently, it makes a bit pop out or something.
I don't think it's I don't think it's a bit that needs to be snipped. I think it needs to be just carved away. I think. Gosh.
Oh, I think this is it. This is just so this is like the first draft. I think it's a small thing. That's why I didn't pick up when I scanned it. But it's just the idea that the conversation that we've just read between Shagrat and Gorbag, there's no drafting of it. There's no different version of it. And there's this little note from Chris Tolkien where he says the achievement of the conversation between the leaders of the two orc bands in the tunnel took a good deal of work, extending into the fair copy. And to detail all the rearrangement, shifts of speakers and so on would require a great deal of space. There is one draft that deserves quotation in full, for very little of it survived. Here, the two orcs, and especially he of Minas Morgul, are greatly concerned with the precise timing of the various communications. So you have this kind of like long passage there where they're just talking about the messengers from Lugburs. Lugburs is Barad-dûr, if anyone doesn't know, that's the orc name for Barad-dûr. And then he says after that bit, the remainder of the text is very rough working for what follows. And then essentially the manuscript of the choices of Master Samwise was in almost all respects very close to the chapter in the Two Towers. So that conversation, the fun conversation about them going to set up, doesn't have a lot of previous editions. Chris Tolkien says he basically kind of vomited out in one, wrote it in one. I have one more, and the main bit of the deep dive, the kind of long bit for today, to do. You know, your camera's off, by the way. But I'm just going to catch up on the comments so we don't fall too far behind on them. Larry Miller confirms he's not been married for 12 years. About the only one tonight. Buffy mug, by the way. Second mug, second choice of mug. You found a Buffy?
It's all right.
That's not true. Bloody brilliant. So there she is, right?
Yeah. And
I feel like I might have said this on the stream before. If you imagine you had Buffy on a mug, right? You're obviously not that big a fan of it, but it's full of iconic quotes. Immensely quotable. Have I talked about this? Do you know what's coming?
Yeah.
There's the quote on this. I have a strategy. You're not in it. And that's like
solid quote.
I mean, it's literally in an episode where she's being a bitch. It's like, of all the quotes, it's a horrible thing to write on a mug. You get one shot or you get one quote, unless you're us when you can put about 6 or 7 on a mug. But it never strikes me. Mugs are weird, man. The mugs I've got are weird. They're a bit too sexy and a bit too angry, I think, which is a dreadful combination. Ashley Hampstead Reed has retracted a message, presumably he was being horrible about you.
It's terrible.
Crispin saying well done on making it to 12 years to everyone. Carl Daly, I'm in bed and there was a deep dive. I asked my wife if she was interested in a deep dive. But she loves the book, so I'm sure she was. She ignored me. Shagrat deep dive is a great idea, despite the tragic end of his life that Tolkien scribbled in notes somewhere. Larry Miller, is this the and I get to tend the rabbits bit? Carl Daly, I put my AirPods back in. Matt Hudson asked, do we get a laughter track? Yeah, a laughter track obviously on the Gorbag and Shagrat drop off spin-off. Ashley Hampstead Reed, cheers Damien. Yeah, I'll be making stuff for the exhibit plus other things. I'll do my best to keep making more stuff for Middle Earth. Winning the most sporting was amazing too. Massive congrats, man. That sounds awesome. Crispin Lava says 36, well done. 33 for me this year. 33 years, Crispin. Well done, man. Amazing stuff. Ashley Hampstead and a baby girl on the way. What a time to be alive. Did we know that? We did know that. Awesome. Girls are the best. Joe Holzman, is this where they run around to what's that say? Is it Tunisia? Who's Tunisia? What am I saying? I'm embarrassing myself on the internet. To fix boats and take the tourists out on. Page the 4 up is in, camera's in. Hello, how are we doing? I'm super late, but getting everything sorted for tomorrow, first day at uni. How exciting. First day at uni. Hope you got good lecturers. Can't get anything better than a good lecturer, you know. Good lecturer is worth 1,000
lecturers.
And a good lecturer is worth at least 20 years more employment. Please. Aaron says, you must be so excited to start a new chapter. He says he is, but he's also terrified. I know no one. Just talk about playing strategy battle game. That'll get you popular. Ben says the dialogue is very Shadow of Mordor vibes, kind of what the orcs in that tends to. Oh, that's cool. And Nathan D, despite Tolkien's insistence on no allegory, that reads so much to Doug. So it really does. That's what I mean. He says the story's not an allegory, but he believes in applicability, and you can't. What does he say? One cannot be wholly unaffected by one's experience. I think he says it's clearly in there. The drudgery. It reminds me of the Mitchell and Webb sketch of "Are We the Baddies?"
Yeah.
You know, and the two German soldiers in the I think they're I don't know if they're in the late 30s or early 40s, but they're having a whole sketch of they're just two guys going, are we the baddies? It's that I think it's quite a lot of that. Sean Williams, I'd watch a bosom buddies like series where a young Shagger and Cormac have to dress up as elves to find affordable housing. Sounds fantastic. They have character, just great writing, says Ian Whitehouse. Cameron says, funny thing is my missus said the same. Notepad, iPad and a pen. Got my clothes already set out and all the paperwork needed. I don't know if he's talking about uni or the Shagrat and Cormac spin-off there. Aaron says, great minds think alike. You're going to go for one shoulder strap or double strap for your backpack? I'm still a one shoulderer. Unless sort of on holiday. Are you, Steve?
What, with cool? Like rucksack things?
Yeah, still cool on one shoulder?
I think one, yeah.
You got to be
sometimes I've been known to extend the one strap and have it across. That way.
That's
you know
next level. Larry says maybe he got his peaceful life after all. Sam says, I remember when this Amazon Prime series was just an announcement. I responded to a post about Desired Story saying maybe a Saving Private Ryan, a story following Eastling Harad that follows a unit until they die at the Pelennor to give them. That would be amazing. So I did start to. You've had all that outcry about Middle Earth Enterprises being their license being bought out, and God only knows what it means for anything. But the idea of it becoming Star Wars, I don't really want that. But the idea that you could have kind of Rogue One-esque stories in Middle Earth like that, I think it's really cool. You just have like a Middle Earth story or whatever. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't touch the book. Look, the book's over there. Oh no, a TV series has been bought. Now I'm all different. Nonsense. Nathan says Shagrat or Gazmog might have been a little too silly, a little bit. Ben says, oh, that's cool. Uthak is included in the Lord of the Rings card game. Yeah, I bet they pillaged that. Shoulder strap sponsored by Jeep for Cameron. Aaron says the post-Team Spirit. Now that would have been an interesting watch. I've always wondered what. Oh, he's talking to Sam's idea. Always wondered what the War of the Ring would look like from the normal folk on the ground. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. Like a general soldier of Gondor. It'd be cool. Jill Gorham. I actually quite like that in the book when you get the Beregond and Pippin section, because you do kind of get that idea of what it's like getting ready for a siege in Minas Tirith. Jill Gorham says, evening all, sorry I'm late. Hope we're all doing well. Can't believe I nearly missed the Damon Deep Dive. There's another one coming. Larry says, I thought it was a guy. Don't put that on a mug. I don't know what that means. I thought what was a guy. I think he's talking about the Buffy mug. I thought it was a guy. The only Buffy quote Nathan remembers is, if I was at full strength, I'd be punning right now. It's absolutely impossible to pick, but I think if gun to head, I would choose as my favorite Buffy quote, and it might not be funny out of context, but it's a big rock. I can't wait to tell my friends they don't have a rock this big. I also deeply enjoy, do I know you? Yeah, you hit me with an axe once. Get the hell away from my daughter. Spike, just the next level. Joe Holzman says, the word I can't pronounce is the town from Mexico. Andy and Red end up in Shawshank Redemption. Oh, I see. Cameron says, I may get a good lecture, but none as good as you, Damien. You. Stop it. Larry Miller says, 2 for me. don't know what that is. And JMX says, is there a Rohan series 2? There's a Rohan film coming out, an animated film. He was talking about Lugburs, two for me. What was he talking about Lugburs? I thought it was a guy. He thought Lugburs was a guy. Yeah, no, it's the orc name for Barad-dûr. Cool. Sounds like a guy. So there we go. Stop your comments. That's good fun. But that was all written early 40s when he's writing the book, right? Vaguely chronologically. That's written when he's doing the Cirith Ungol section. And the Treason of Isengard, which is much earlier, he's got a version of the Cirith Ungol story. Completely different. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
That's a bit of luck. You don't really have a choice. Might as well act like you're into it, otherwise I'll read it twice. So, what I'm going to do, this is written in about 1939. So this is only a couple of years after The Hobbit was published. And what he's done is he's got to Lothlorien, okay? So picture that in the writing. He stopped at Lothlorien, and he's thinking about the story going forwards, and he's plotting out the plan, right? And what he does is he starts writing about Mordor and what will happen when they get to Mordor. And he just goes off on one and writes this entire story about Frodo and Sam, which is kind of nuts. And it's quite in depth. So there's quite a lot here. But I'm just going to read it because the majority of you, I'm guessing, won't have heard this. But it's basically a completely different version of the Cirith Ungol story. And Shagrat and Gorbag aren't in it because they don't have names yet. But it's just a completely different version of what might have happened. So if you're out there, what I would suggest you do is either go somewhere else for 10 minutes or get your paints out and sit ready to hear a completely different version. And I hope you enjoy it. So to give you some context, Frodo's just been stung. He's not been stung by Shelob. He has been stung by the great spiders, greater than those of Mirkwood, such as once were of old in the land of elves and men in the west that is now under sea, such as Berinfall in the dark canyons of the mountains of terror above Doriath. So it's creatures, it's multiple creatures, not one, that have pounced on Frodo and stung him. Okay, and then Sam's gone by, so that's all quite relatively similar. Here we go. Sit back and enjoy. But at that moment, there was a sound of strong footfalls climbing towards the rock shelf. Harsh calls and cries echoed in the rocks. Orcs were coming, evidently guided to the spot. Curse that Gollum, said Sam. I might have known we had not seen the last of him. These are some of his friends. Sam had no time to lose, certainly no time to hide or cover his master's body. Not knowing what else to do, he slipped on the ring, and then he also took out the file so that the foul orcs should not get it, and girded Sting about his own waist, and waited. He had not long to wait. In the gloom, first came Gollum, sniffing out the scent, and behind him came the black orcs, 50 or more it seemed. With a cry, they rushed upon Frodo. Sam tried to put up a fight unseen, but even as he was about to draw Sting, he was run down and trampled by the rush of the orcs. All the breath was knocked out of his body. Courage failed him. In great glee, the orcs seized Frodo and lifted him. There was another yes, whined Gollum. Where is he then? Said the orcs. Somewheres nigh. Gollum feels him. Gollum sniffs him. Well, you find him, Sniveler, said the orc chief. You can't go far without getting into trouble. We've got what we want. Ring bearer, they shouted in joy. So at this point, the orcs fully know what he's got. They know he's got the ring. Make haste. Send one swift to Barad-dûr and to the Great One. But we cannot wait here. We must get back to our guard post. Bear the prisoner to Minas Morgul. Gollum runs behind, wailing that the precious is not there. Even as they do so, Frodo seems to awake and gives a loud cry, but they gag him. Sam is torn between joy at learning he is alive and horror at seeing him carried off by the orcs. Sam tries to follow, but they go very speedily. The ring seems to grow in power in this region. He sees clearly in the dark and seems to understand the orc speech. He fears what may happen if he meets a ring wraith. The ring does not confer courage. Poor Sam trembles all the time. Sam gathers they're going to Minas Morgul since they're not allowed to leave their post, but a messenger has at once been dispatched to announce to the Dark Lord the capture of the ring bearer and to bring back his orders. The Mighty One has great business afoot, says one. All that has gone before is but a skirmish compared with the war that is about to be kindled. Fine days, fine days. Blood on the blade and fire on hill, smoke in sky and tears on earth. Merry weather, my friends, to bring in a real new year. The orcs go so fast that Sam soon gets weary and falls behind, but he plods on behind in the direction of Minas Morgul, remembering as much as he could of the maps. The path led up into the mountains, the north horn of the Mountains of Shadow that sundered the ashen vale of Gorgoroth from the valley of the Great River. Sam, looking out, saw all the plain alive with armies, horse and foot, black plumes, red and black banners, countless hosts of the wild peoples of Rune, and the evil folk of Harad were pouring out of Cirith Ungol to war. Smoke and dust afar suggested that away in the east more were coming. In truth, they were. Far beyond Sam's eyesight, the armies rode and marched. The Dark Lord had determined to strike. From beyond the inland sea of Run, up the rivers east of Mirkwood, round the towers of Dol Dugul, which was Dol Guldur,
Dol Gudul.
they poured through fen and forest to the banks of the great river. Lothlorien was lapped in flame from the misty mountains from Moria, Khazad-dûm, and many hidden caves. Excuse me. Poured the orcs to meet them. From Harad and from Mordor, they came against Ondor. And as we've said in previous stream, Ondor was Gondor, and sought the walls of Minas Tirith. And out from Isengard, seeing the war beacons afar off blazing in Mordor, came the traitor Saruman with many wolves. Sam comes so close behind that he sees from below the orc host entering the gates of the city, and they have not the time to despoil Frodo. At last, Sam saw before him the walled city that had once been the city of the sun, Minas Anor, in the days of old. Amidst it stood a tall tower. From afar off, it looked beautiful. But Sam passed into the city and saw that all was defiled, and on every stone and corner were carved figures and faces and signs of horror. Such a dread ran through all the streets he could hardly drag his legs or force himself along. Where in all this devilish hole have they put my poor master, thought Sam. He feels drawn to the tall tower. He wanders up a seemingly endless winding stair, windowless, shrinks into foul-smelling recesses when snarling orcs go up or down. At the top are 4 locked doors, north, south, east, west. Which is it? And anyway, how can he get in? All are locked. Suddenly, Sam took courage and did a thing of daring. The longing for his master was stronger than all the other thoughts. He sat on the ground and began to sing Troll Song, or some other Hobbit song, or possibly part of the elf song, O Elbreth. Open brackets, yes. Close brackets. Cries of anger are heard, and guards come up from stairs above and from below. Stop his mouth, the foul hound, cried the orcs. Would that the message would return from the Great One, and we could begin our questioning, or take him to Barad-dûr. He'd have a pretty way there. There is one who will There is one who will soon find out where the little cheat has hid his ring. Stop his mouth, careful, cried the captain. Do not use too much strength, ere word comes from the Great One. By this trick, Sam found the door, for an orc unlocked the east door and went inside with a whip. Hold your foul tongue, he said, as Sam heard the whip crack. Swift as lightning, Sam slipped inside. He longed to stab the orc, but wisely restrained himself. In the light of the torch, the small east window. Oh, yeah. All right, perfect. Thanks. All right. In the light of the small east window, he saw Frodo lying on the bare stone, his arms over his face, guarding from the whip blow. Muttering, the orc went out and closed the door. Frodo groaned and turned over, uncovering his face, still pale from the poison. Why did dreams cheat me? He said. I thought I heard a voice singing the song of Elbereth. You were not dreaming, said Sam. It is me, master. He drew off the ring. But Frodo felt a great hatred well up in his heart. Before him there stood a small orc, bow-legged, leering at him from one of a gloating face. It reminded him faintly of someone he had once known and loved, or hated. Stood up. Thief, he cried. Give it to me. Is your screen meant to look like that?
No. Don't know what's going on there. Let me turn it on again. You can still hear me, can't you?
Still hear you. Can't see anything.
Okay, let me
Oh, I'll carry on.
Yeah, you carry on.
It's fine.
I'll mess around with
it. You were not dreaming, said Sam. It is me, master. He drew off the ring. But Frodo felt... Oh, no, I've done it. Sam was greatly taken aback and stepped away. So sudden and grim was his master's face. The poor dear is still mithered, he thought. Surely, Master Frodo, I've come behind as quick as I could, just to give it to you. And with that, he gave the ring into Frodo's snatching hand and took the chain from about his neck. Only for 2 days had he been ring bearer, yet he felt a curious regret as it left him. Sam, cried Frodo. Sam, he's back. My dear old Sam, how did you come here? I thought, and then he leant upon Sam and wept long. I thought, he said again at last. Well, never mind. I thought I was lost. And they had taken the ring, and all was in ruin. How did you get it? Tell me. Not by thieving, said Sam, with an effort at a smile. Or not exactly. I took it when I thought you were gone, Master. Yeah, I thought you were dead for certain, away back in that Kirith place, with those crawling horrors. That was a black hour, Master Frodo, but it seemed to me that Sam had got to carry on if he could. Then he told the tale of the attack and how he had followed. And it is in a place called Minas Morgul that we are, he said, and not for a small mercy in the Dark Tower itself, leastways not yet. But Minas, whatever it be, we've got to get out quick, and how I don't see. They talked about it long in whispering voices. The ring won't cover two, said Sam, and I think you won't want to part from it again. Anyway, he's a bit sassy, this Sam, isn't he?
Yeah.
The ring won't cover two, said Sam, and I think you won't want to part from it again. Anywho, the ring is yours, Master, said Sam. Once out of here, you can get away fairly easily, so long as none of the ring race or Black Riders turn up, or something worse. There are some nasty eyes in this town, or the pricking of my skin is merely the shivers of a cold coming on. My advice to you is to leg it as quick as may be.
Leg it, mate.
Leg it, says Tolkien. And you, said Frodo. Oh, me, said Sam. That can't be helped. I may find a way out, or I may not. Anyway, I've done the job I came to do. Is that not the best Sam line ever?
Yeah.
Not
Don't
yet,
mind
I
it.
think, said Frodo. Not yet. I do not think that we part here, dear friend. Well then, Master, tell me how. Let me think, said Frodo. I have a plan, he said. A risk, a hope, a chance. But it may work. Have you still got your sword? I have, said Sam. And Sting too, and your glass of light. I was going to lay them by you under the stones, he stammered. When the murdering orcs came on us, I thought you were dead, until you cried out as they gripped you. Frodo smiled and took back his treasures. He drew Sting half from its sheath, and the pale blue light of it flickered from the blade. Not surprising, he said, that Sting should shine in Minas Morgul. Well now, sir, get away over there, where you will behind the door when it opens. Draw your sword. I will lie on the floor as I was. Then you can start your song again, and that should bring in an orc soon enough. Let's hope it is not many more than one. But the whips, Master, the murdering hounds will fetch you one for me, and I cannot abide it. You won't have to abide it if you're quick with your sword, said Frodo, but you need not worry. You have not the time to search me. Not that orcs dare touch the ring, but that is none less than the servants of the ring, or for Sauron himself. They made sure I had no sword and flung me on the floor, so I have still my mithril coat. That lash you heard as you came in was laid well across my side and back, but I don't think you would find any wheel. Sam was much relieved. Very well. What's the idea, Mr. Frodo? He asked. You must do your best to kill the orc that comes in, says Frodo. If there's more than one, I must leap up and help, but maybe we shall have to try and fight our way out. But to get someone to come in seems our only way of getting out. Frodo now began to sing O Elbereth a few lines. With an oath, the door was flung open, and in strode the orc captain, cracking his lash. Lie quiet, you dog, he shouted, and raised his whip. But even as he did so, Sam leapt from behind the door and stabbed at his throat. He fell with a gurgle. Throat sprang up, pushed the door gently to, and crouched, waiting for the other orcs that might come. The sound of harsh voices far up off the further stairs came to them, but no other sounds. Now's our chance, said Frodo. Get into his gear as quick as you can. Swiftly they stripped the orc, peeling off his coat of black scale-like mail, unbuckling his sword, and unslinging the small round shield at his back. The black iron cap was too large for Sam, for orcs have large heads for their size. But he slipped on the mail. It hung a little loose and long. He cast the black hooded cloak around him, took the whip and scimitar, and slung the red shield. Then they dragged the body behind the door and crept out. Frodo went first. It was dark outside when the door was shut again. Frodo took out the glass of light. They hurried down the stairs. Halfway down, they met someone coming up with a torch. Frodo slipped on his ring and drew aside, but Sam went on to meet the goblin. They brushed into one another, and the goblin spoke in his harsh tongue, but Sam answered only with an angry snarl. That seemed satisfactory. Sam was evidently mistaken for someone important. The goblin drew aside to let him pass, and they hastened on. They did not guess it was the messenger returning from Barad-dûr. Now they issued from the Loathly Tower, and Loathly Tower is capitalized. And so I'm really interesting. Evening was falling. Away in the west over the valley of the Anduin, there was some light. Far away loomed the black mountains and the tower of Minas Tirith, had they known. But in the east, the sky was dark, with black and lowering clouds that seemed almost to rest upon the land. An uneasy twilight lay in the shadowy streets. Shrill cries came as from underground. Strange shapes filtered out or peered out of alleys and holes in the houses that were dispirited voices and faint echoes of monotonous, unhappy song. All the carven faces leered, and their eyes glowed with a fire at a great depth. The hobbits shuddered as they hurried on. Feet seemed to follow them, and they turned many corners, but they never threw them off. Rustling and pattering on the stones, they came doggedly after them. They came to the gates. The main gates were closed, but a small door was still open. Sentinels stood on either side, and at the opening stood an armed warder, gazing out into the gathering dusk. The orcs were waiting for the messenger from Barad-dûr. "Stay here," whispered Frodo, drawing Sam into a shadow of a pillar just before the gate. "While I wear the ring, I can understand much of their speech, or of the thought behind it. I don't know which. If I cry out, come at a run and get through the door if you can." He went forward. The guard at the open door was grumbling. "One would have thought we'd caught no more than a stray elf," he said. "Is the ring bearer of no matter to them at the Dark Tower now? One could have thought he would have sent a rider at least. Not even the war that is now set afoot can surely have lessened the worth of the one treasure." I love that so much. That is an orc pissed off that his boss hasn't congratulated him. That is an orc sitting there going, "We've caught the ring bearer," and he hasn't even sent us an email. He hasn't even said thanks. Lovely stuff. Very much in the Shagrat Gorbag vein, I think. Suddenly, Frodo stabbed with his thing. The poor bastard. All he wants is thanks. He gets stabbed in the throat by an invisible midget. The warder fell, but Frodo leant against the door lest a guard should thrust it to and called out. The sentinels sprang up. Sam came running, but at first they took him for a goblin running up to help. He smote one down before they were aware of his enmity and sprang through the door. "Nay," said Sam, "that won't do. If we have a fight at the gate, it won't be much use getting through. We'll have the whole wasp nest buzzing before us. Before we've gone many yards, and they know these nasty mountains as well, as I mind me of Bag End. Swagger, I love this so much. Swagger is the only hope, Mr. Frodo. Begging your pardon." "Very well, my good Sam," said Frodo. "Try swagger." Feeling as little like swagger as ever in his life, Sam walked as unconcernedly as he could manage into the shadow of the dark gateway. The sentinels on either side looked at him and did not move. He came beside the warder and looked out. The warder started and looked at him angrily. Frodo came behind warily. He saw the orc's hand go to the hilt of his scimitar. "Who are you, and what do you think you're pushing?" said he. "Am I in charge of the gate or not?" Sam tried the trick again. He snarled angrily and stepped out of the gate. The trick did not work so well a second time. The warder sprang after him and grabbed his cloak. "Closing time is half an hour," he said, "and you know that. No one but the Lord's messengers are allowed in or out, and you know that well enough. If I have any more trouble, I shall report you to the captain of Morgul." Sam prepared to give battle. He turned to face the warder, gripping his hilt, and swung round his shield. It was a red shield, and in the mist was painted a single black eye. The warder fell back nimbly. "Your pardon," he said, "O captain of Morgul. I did not recognize you. I only did my duty as I thought." Sam, guessing something of what had occurred, snarled again and waved his hand as if in dismissal and walked away down the path into the dusk. The warder stared after him, shaking his head. He stood blocking the door so Frodo could not pass. Sam had now disappeared on the downward track, and still Frodo waited, hoping for a chance to slip out without a fight. Before the door was closed, suddenly there was a loud boom, dong, dong, dong. A big bell was ringing in the lonely tower. The alarm was sounded. Frodo heard distant cries. Soon he could hear voices calling, "Close the gates, bar the door, watch the walls. The bearer has escaped from the tower." The warder seized the door and began to close it. Feet came running. Frodo took the only chance. Stooping, he seized the warder's leg and threw them down and sprang out. As he ran, he heard loud shouts and oaths. "But the captain is lying dead and stripped in the tower, I tell you," he heard. "Take that for a fool. You've let the bearer escape. Take that for a fool." There was a blow and a cry. Orc came pouring out of the gate, and still the bell tolled. What do you think of that?
Decent, mate.
Very
Nice
cool,
little listen,
right?
that. Yeah,
Enjoy that. Enjoy that. Bedtime bat rats. It's cool, right?
It's very cool. Very
But
cool.
what's truly remarkable about that is that's written when they're at the Lothlorien. What kind of erratic writing process? You know how long that is, how in depth that is. He skipped. He hasn't written anything about the dead marshes, about Gollum, about Shelob, but anything of that, about the stairs. And he just jumps to, well, I imagine at this point he's going to get attacked by spiders, and I'll just work on that for a bit. It's just mega, and that is, you know, literally years before he ends up writing that section. And Chris Tolkien then writes. He then goes on, there's a few other versions of it, which beyond anything else for time, I'm just not going to read, but there can be no doubt whatsoever the text just given, beginning as an outline in the present tense and sliding almost imperceptibly into full narrative, was the actual emergence on paper of what ultimately became the Tower of Cirith Ungol in The Return of the King. So that's the emergence of that entire storyline, written in kind of one go. There's very little correction to it in one go, one setting, in about 1939, 1940, when he's actually writing the Lothlorien chapter. Kind of mad. There's just one final point I wanted to read, that there's also a suggestion that he says, it's in the notes. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Right from here. It could be Merry and Pippin that have the adventure in Minas Morgul if Treebeard is cut out. Think about that. He's writing Fellowship of the Ring. At that point, the point he's written all of that you just read, he doesn't even know if Treebeard's staying in the story. And if the point where he's thinking, well, maybe Treebeard won't be in the story, in which case all of that will happen to Merry and Pippin, not Frodo and Sam. Kind of fun.
It's a crazy guy.
So there you go. There's you know, it's not the Shagrat deep dive that people ask for, because there's only so much about Shagrat, but perhaps the Cirith Ungol deep dive in honor of issues 48 and 49 of Battle Streams in Middle-earth. I'm putting these back up here now in the absolute certainty that you can't see them.
Yeah, I can't see them.
They're there. Do you know what? Look, why don't we pop these up here? You might be able to see them. That's where
I'm just gonna nip to the toilet, mate. Are you all right? Just jumping in the chat.
I will indeed.
See what people are saying about the old.
You deserve a break.
Right, I'll be back in a second.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So we have Top Sober Gaming, Classic Steve. Larry Miller says straps. Eric has sent his work in progress email in. We will try and remember to check the email a bit later. Thank you so much, Eric. Always good to have you. I'll have to check the rest on demand later. Thanks for a great session. No worries at all. Larry says, stopped at Lothlorien. I would have thought you would have stopped at Bree. Good place to stop. Joshua Crosby is in. Good to see so. I missed that this stream was on. Please tell me I haven't missed the Shagrat deep dive. Well, the Shagrat deep dive was essentially saying that Shagrat used to be called lots of different things, which was quite fun. But that I think you arrived potentially in the middle of the deep dive. So I hope you enjoyed. Larry Miller, Saruman clearly doing a Tom Harrison. I wonder if what is that Saruman clearly doing a Tom Harrison? I bet he promised to take Road to Rivendell too. What's the line about Saruman in there? And out from Isengard, seeing the wall beacons afar off blazing in Mordor, came the traitor Saruman with many wolves. Many wolves, because Harrison took all wargs. Oh, and he took all wargs to the tournament where he said he was going to take Road to Rivendell. That's good reference. I like it. Sam might have saved Frodo more quickly if the whip hadn't been late as usual. Indeed. Larry Miller says, Funky Steve. I think that was when his camera went all. Michael Haskell says, night all, good stream as always. Night, sir. J Mac, this is obviously when Steve's camera goes up, Steve has ascended. Synthwave Steve, very controversial paint job. Is that a reference to the Synthwave Lord of the Rings army, Synthwave the Uruk something? Matt Hudson, I'm glad Tolkien took out "Is your screen supposed to look like that" from the final drop? Yeah, I know, right? It's a bit anachronistic. They should rename Heroic March Heroic Legate. I agree. Very surprised to see Legate in a Tolkien. Swagger streams in Middle Earth from Frederick. Ethan T. Frodo and Sam swaggering down the road, singing Elbereth must have been the inspiration for that Bee Gees video. No doubt. Sam Huddy says, Nathan, I was just reaching for my phone to make a Staying Alive reference. Shadow Flame says, a most excellent bedtime story. I'm off to bed now. Because the dragon says phew, at least Tolkien wasn't hasty and cut out Treebeard. Classic end gag. And yeah, Frederick is laughing up as he's saying top table gaming. Larry Miller, Damien comes up as shameless plug just as Steve turns his off. I think it only works if one of us does it at a time. Larry Miller, that was an explanation of my 2 comments. Who was it? Not a very good one. Joe Holzman, if you listen to Gorebag, Shagrat's still called lots of things. Is that things like stinking Morgul rat and that sort of stuff? Very good. And I've flown through the chat, which I never really see why Steve struggles with flowing through the chat. You know, he's always talking about the struggles he has and how hard it is, but never really seems to be that difficult. I think maybe he makes a misty mountain out of a molehill with that one, but who knows? But there we go. Let us know what you thought. Is that a better version of the story? Would you like to see that in the finished version? It's kind of cool. I think there's a lot of fun stuff in there. Oh, Larry explaining that was an explanation of my straps comment. 2 straps. Your explanations don't help, mate, if I'm honest. If I'm brutally honest with you. There we go. I think I'm done with hobby for the night. My bay awnings, which are kind of my next big project, well, I've still got to finish in Dale, guys, to support this for the hobby vlogs. These are the next ones I'm going to be working on when I do get to them. But
I'm back.
Oh, hello, Pickle. I flew through the chat. No biggie. But they're kind of cool. I'm quite intimidated by the number of parts here, but at least they are cleaned up now. Steve.
Yeah, man.
How have you been?
Sweet.
Yeah?
Yeah, I found another couple of elf boxes and trays. So I've got these 2
nice.
here that I'm going to go through. I've got this here that I'm going to go through. Got a full elves. I've prepped and built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 metal Galathrym Court Guard, 3 Forge World ones. I've done Glorfindel foot and mounted, built, cleaned. If anyone in the chat has got, for some reason, I've got 6 high elf warriors with spears here that haven't got shields. If anyone's got spare shields that they don't want, hook a brother up. You know the dance. But yeah, mate, other than that, I'm plodding along. I'm doing all right. I've got quite a bit of stuff here.
So this is obviously then a Galathrym High Elf alliance, is that right?
Well, kind of I'm just getting my elves out, mate. Just getting my elves out. I've got loads of Galathrym here. Was I building a Haldir force at any point that you can remember?
Any point in your life?
Whilst we've been doing these streams. Oh, I did, because I brought it to the last meetup.
Defenders of Helm's Deep?
Defense of Helm's Deep. Yeah.
Does that mean what?
I'm going to arguably say that metal banner is better than that Forge World banner.
Which Forge World one's that?
The new one off the Galathrym Court Guard.
Oh, is that the Galathrym Court banner?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, congratulations on your new army. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, just another one.
Glorfindel can't lead Guards of the Galathrym Court, right?
No, but it's just the new stuff in it.
Graphic Crow. Oh, I've got the new arm ready. Army ready. Oh, you can't use it. Oh, oil again.
Remember this old guy that's just about to get changed? Just found another Madril in one of my elf boxes.
Madril's in the elf box?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Someone's been in here messing about.
Boxes mean nothing by this point.
And a Berrigond, funnily enough.
And that out of production metal model. There's a lot in about. They're in my show off box.
Yeah.
So, I went to Ardacon.
You did. Good.
Pretty damn good, mate.
Yeah, man.
Not gonna lie, had a blast. Missed you.
I know. I was away that week, the week leading up to it. In my head, I thought, yeah, I'll do it. By the time I got back, it was dead hot. Remember, it was hot, man. It was hot. I drove back, got home, and I still thought, oh, I might do. And then just once I sat on the couch and had a brew, that was it. Game over. And then I thought, I'll go Sunday, and it was hot again on Sunday, and then just the day just ran away with me. I was gutted. I wish I would have come, but it's what it is. Thank God.
Oh, it was amazing. I'm not going to do a James Long and do 10 game reports. But even though the night is young, but yeah, it was awesome. Rob Cron came over from America. Have you met Rob? He was over in 2019.
Yeah, I want to say yes.
One of the amazing guys who looked after us so well for the Nova Open. He used to be one of the DCHL hosts. He flew over. So my Thursday morning started with a trip to Heathrow to pick him up. Mark Stone came over from Guernsey. We had a cracking big fry up at my house with the girls before we left. Shot off to Bicester, picked Tom up. So we had like 4 of us heading up, which was great. A decent journey up, and I genuinely, when I get there, I always look forward to it. I always say it's like my top 2 events of the year with Throwing a Skull. When you get to that hotel and you walk through the lobby and you see the banners, there's always those 2 big banners there. I just get a really warm sense of, I'm back.
Yeah,
it's great. I just love it. So got there, hang out with people on the Thursday night, which is awesome. Just seeing loads of people I haven't seen in first part of a year, some in more. Loads of international people. There's lots of the BSIMers were in. People like Kenneth from the chat, and obviously Frederick was over, and a lot of the British guys. Michael Haskell and Harry was there, and loads of other people I'll be forgetting, as is my want. But it was just lovely, just chilling out and hanging out in the hotel. Friday was doubles. Well, I paired up with Mr. Harrison, as I always do.
Unlucky.
He's a good doubles partner. We give good doubles together. We were saying this afterwards. Like we work together quite well, I think, at doubles. We took the trash defenders of Erebor, Legendary Legion. I didn't learn anything from Warhammer World doubles. We took it again. We had 3 absolutely cracking games. Played Dean Broadway and Carl Pates, who managed to get a win. I don't know, I've forgotten everyone else I played. Shit. Can't remember the other 2 games at all. Can't remember who we played. We played the guys that I didn't know that I hadn't played before. This is the sort of stuff I should have prepped in the final game, which was, I will tell you a bit about that game because it was absolutely glorious, right? I was in the middle fighting 2 Ents, Quick Beam and Treebeard, with my 350 points. 350, right? I got smashed. Bear in mind, he's then got Iron Hills Dwarves walking on with Old Dane, who can't march. So walking on slowly to my rescue. You know what they've got coming on the other side? Gwaihir and Radagast on Slay. So I basically, by the end of turn 1, I think Brand was dead and Bard was on 1 wound, no fate. And I was like, this has not gone well at all. And I got wiped out, fully wiped out within about an hour. No models left. At which point, Tom's 350 points reached the middle in time to face their 680 points, ever so slightly softened up army. And it had been a very long day, and it was extremely hot in the hall. And I did something I've never ever done at a gaming event. I fell asleep because I had nothing to do at all. All my models were dead. So I dozed off at the table as Tom's half their army reached the middle to suffer the same fate. And when I woke up, it only got a 1.
Standard, Tom.
It was next level stuff. It was disgusting. And it somehow bumbled his way to the most unlucky. And I wasn't actually asleep for half an hour. You know that thing when you're dozing like that?
Yeah.
But you can't really concentrate because you're so tired. And I was like, I'm not going to leave the table because that's rude. And I think half falling asleep is slightly less rude than leaving the table or whatever. But I wasn't really following the game. And luckily, I didn't roll a dice in about an hour. But at the last turn, it was an objective game, and they had one guy on the sleigh against Tom's last dwarf in the middle. Sleigh charges him, and I think he had 12 dice. Knocks him down, 12 dice, and he needs a 6 to kill him with a might point. 12 dice, 4 highest. The dwarf survives in the middle, and then in Tom's last movement phase, he's about 5 inches away from a objective that's behind a fence. He rolls a 6 for his jump test, vaults it, and gets in range of objective. And then this absurd turn of events goes, and because it's an objective game, he's got like about 3 models left at the end, but he wins. And we thought it was a draw, and we were apologising. When we thought it was a draw, we were like, "Sorry guys, that's not fair. You deserve that. Oh, sorry." And then they went, "No, you've won." We're like, "Oh, we definitely don't deserve that."
We'll take it though. We'll take it.
Take it. And we also got, I think, in the middle of that, because those were the 2 we won. So I think we must have got our ass handed to us in the middle that I've clearly blocked out. And it was Jay. We played Jay and Camille, Jay Achari and Camille, the Assault of Lothlorien Legendary. And they just crushed us. But yeah, and as a result of that, we came 3rd in the doubles. I was like, what? So we've for the last 3 doubles at Warhammer, we've come 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So we've sort of completed the set now. So that was cool. They did Chaos and Ardor in the evening, which I didn't play because I had to finish the presentation, because on Friday night we had our presentation to launch. It's gone forever. This bad boy. Yeah. So I believe in the last stream I had the test copy.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
I think my hobby vlog had a placeholder there. A placeholder no longer. And this is the bad boy. We had issue 12. They arrived on Wednesday night. 7 p.m.
Cutting it fine.
Night. We've never cut it. It's cutting it fine like we've never cut it fine before. We got in the car like Thursday at about noon, and these arrived Wednesday night. I was not happy. But yes, we had a cool presentation. We had a load of people there watching, which was fun. Just going through what we've been up to. Yeah, we got to get this out to people.
Yeah.
Finally, it's out. It's done. It's finished. It's gone out.
That, you know that picking up a copy was one of the main reasons why I was thinking, I need to go.
No, you didn't, did you?
No, I didn't.
Didn't fancy it. With your gate on the front and everything. Yeah. As I said, that bad boy, which I showed off in the last stream, Dave's beautiful Argonath statue with the dwarf conversion, with the boat conversion we had on display, and people were just fawning over it all weekend. And rightly so. It's absolute thing of beauty. That's a better idea of the scale of it. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Absolutely mega. So yeah, throughout the weekend we had these out, and it was great to get this issue out into people's hands for the first time. I'll stick one in the post for you.
Nice.
Obviously, nice if you did a video. So.
Well, I'll see you in a couple of weeks, unless you want to send it earlier. It's up to you.
Oh yeah, you want to get those. You want to get those influencer views out.
Yeah.
You've got that other channel, haven't you? Top Hill Gaming.
Yeah.
You turned an advert for it on a minute ago.
Oh, it comes up on my thing. Yeah.
Larry, I think it was Larry that said, just as David stops his plug and Steve starts his. It's like legs or boobs. You can only do one. But yeah, that was super cool.
Covered for either.
Yeah. That was cool. Also met up with the Wanderers, with Jay Clare joining us for the first time, of course. With my fellow Wanderers, Tom Stoney and Trokey. And then we had an awesome weekend then, where we then had Saturday, Sunday of the World Team Championships. It was just brilliant. I was using the Black Riders for the first time, which is super cool. Again, the games felt far more enjoyable than I feared they might. And I include the ones where I lost in that. I ended up on 3 wins, a draw, and 2 losses, which I was really happy with for a first time I was using a very, very precise kind of control army. I lost Recon against Rivendell, which I was like, all right, we've got 7 models, they got 5 elf blades. I don't mind that. And I lost Retrieval, which is the kind of capture the flag one, which again I was like, I can take those losses. They sort of make sense to me. It was a really interesting challenge to use. Really pleased now with the Will of Evil change. You can't pop yourself and stuff. But the games, they all felt like my opponents were enjoying them, with the exception of the one of Frederick, where I was like, this is just horrible. It felt like cheating. The only way they could possibly win that game was just black dart the hell out of the Ents, and that's what I did. But it was like, that just feels... It's just one of those matchups.
You're always going to get matchups like that.
Yeah,
though,
it was a grim matchup with a grim scenario. just horrible. But the other 5 were really, really interesting games, and I loved all 6. I enjoyed my time at the table with Frederick, but the game was just horrible for him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But they were 6 lovely people. I got to play Rob Cron in the last game, which I couldn't have asked for a better end to it. And I'll say this about the final game, right? He's winning. I've desperately tried to destroy Boromir. It was to the death. So he's got Boromir with Flag, who's just about survived. He's on like 1 wound or something. I just haven't been able to black dart him to death. And his wall of chaff has kept me at bay. He's 4 models away from breaking. Probably 5 models away at the start of turn. So he's winning 2-1. His leader's been wounded, but he's got a banner. And I managed, he heroic moves with Boromir's last might point, but 2 of my riders have still got their horses. 1 charges 2 rangers. 1 charges 2 warriors and Minas Tirith. You can probably see this lumbering over the horizon. He's 4 models away from breaking. 2 fights left in the game. First duel, Wraith wins the fight. All right. Knocks down 2 warriors, Minas Tirith. Needs 2 dice, needs a 5 to kill 1. Kills him. 2 dice, needs a 5 to kill the other one. Kills him. Second fight, Wraith against 2 Rangers of Minas Tirith. Wins the fight. 2 dice, needs a 4 to kill 1. Kills him. 2 dice, needs a 4 to kill 1. Kills him.
Nightmare.
It's like the game with Tom, but the other way.
Yeah.
I don't. He won it, but for me, I was like, and I love Rob so much, and he burst out laughing. It was a wonderful. But the last 6 rolls of the game all go my way.
Yeah.
If one of them goes against me, he wins, and that becomes like a 6-3, a 6-2 win, I think, or a 5-2 win or something. It was rank. It was absolutely rank. I've never seen a game swing so much on so many last rolls. But yeah, so we did all right, and we had our, with no offense to the guys, I think we had our B team out with me, Trokey, Tom, and Mark are the kind of less competitive, less active players. Certainly, we've also got Harry Moore, Callum Edams, Will Champion, and Johnny Wright in the team, all of whom are very, very, very good current competitive active players.
Yeah.
And none of them were there, so we were the has-beens, and the past it guys, I guess, trying to do our best, and we did all right. But I think everyone just had a bit of a duff weekend, and we were on like 3 wins each or something. Thankfully, we'd hired Jay Clare. He then only went and won the whole bloody thing. So, for the first time ever, I'm celebrating Jay winning because he wasn't fighting against my team; he was on my team. So Jay was a roaring success for the team. And won the whole damn thing. So fair play to him, with Lothlorien, no less.
Yeah, so
with Celeborn on foot.
Yeah. What was his other heroes?
Galadriel.
Was it Galadriel? Yeah, it was Galadriel.
I think he just had the 2. I think. Amazing. Huge credit to Jay Chari as well for getting to the championship round with him. But yeah, so we ended. The team ended up, I think it was our worst ever team performance. I think we came 10th or something. A huge congrats to Guardians East. Some of you may be in the chat. I'm trying to think if I've seen any of the names tonight. The Guardians East won the World Team Championships, and Jay took the away thing. It was amazing. It was absolutely brilliant. Amazing weekend. Loved it. There was a fire alarm at 6 a.m. on Sunday morning. Rank.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And also so loud. I've had the fire alarm. We have fire alarms at work and stuff. I've never heard a fire alarm.
Too loud.
Yeah, loud. Which is the point, obviously, isn't it? It's meant to drive you out. But we were on the 11th floor.
Yeah.
Like, Dan, the scene in Ghostbusters, where do the stairs go? They go up. We're downstairs at 6 a.m. No one's talking to anyone. Everyone's absolutely furious. And then you're downstairs for about 3 minutes before the fire brigade go. In you go. Yeah. And then 11 floors.
That's grim.
Up. Me and Tom just went up in utter silence, just got back into bed, shut the curtains. But and then on Sunday night we all went out for a Chinese. It's becoming the tradition. It was just lovely. So full credit to Sam, James, Nick, who else there? PMG, Russell Hodge was there on the staff, and Adam and the whole team for putting on an amazing event. It was brilliant. I loved it. It was like a 4-day wargaming bender, and I can't wait to go to the next one. It was absolutely brilliant. That was my little wargaming adventure. I just want to give a shout out. So lovely to see everyone there. Joe Holzman was there. So many BSIMers there.
There was loads of
Loads of
BSIMers
BSIMers there. Yeah.
I did really want to come. It was a long week. It was a good week. I was on holiday. I was tired, and I think on the Saturday I thought I'll go tomorrow, and then tomorrow came. It was like I had a busy day in the day Sunday, and it was just like it's really hot. And I think the thing that put me off was that people were saying it was really hot in the Battle Streams chat, in the Patreon chat.
It was incredibly hot.
Yeah, they were saying it's
It
hot.
was
And I was
very
thinking,
hot.
I don't deal well with when I'm too
Yeah.
hot. I'm grumpy and I'm not the best person to be around. It's just I don't like the heat. So I just thought I don't want to go all the way there to walk in a room and then go, it's too hot for me. I'm going home.
It's really hot.
Yeah.
Bizarrely, for whatever reason, the Friday, which was the doubles day, felt the worst to me. I had a headache, I think, so whether that was the heat or not. And I was genuinely like, I think I'm going to be pretty miserable this weekend. And then I was obviously incredibly tired, which is why I fell asleep at the table. But for whatever happened, I guess I got a good night's sleep on Friday. And Saturday and Sunday was much better. It was still hot, but I was all right in the room, you know. But you did get to the point genuinely where, you know, when you step out outside for the first time in America, you know, when you land in America.
I've never been to America.
You've never been to America?
Never been to America.
Oh, fair enough. It's probably applies in other hot countries as well. But for whatever reason, I associate with the American thing that it gets hot over here. It's been bloody hot over here, but it never hits you. Whereas in America, when you walk out of the airport and it's like a wall of heat. It was like that going into the hall. You literally walked in and was like, whoa! You can feel
no good. That'd have been no good for me.
Because the aircon was busted in the main room. Apparently, it was just wretched.
So was there no aircon was the aircon broken in the main hall and there is none?
I think it was broken and you couldn't feel it. Every now and again you could feel occasional little blasts, but yeah, it wasn't great. But it was, you know, it was just very, very hot. People weren't miserable, you know?
Yeah.
It was just really, really bloody hot in there. But it was cool. I mean, it wasn't cool. It was the opposite of cool. Matt Davis was there selling his wares. Gloomy Forest base is available now. His 30th birthday.
Yeah. Gone to Athens, the lucky get, hasn't
he? Probably all on the profits of his bases.
Yeah, he sold a lot of bases.
But it was awesome. So it was a great weekend. And I know the comms, like James isn't particularly active in the community anymore because he's not on the GBHL or whatever. And sometimes the comms and the advertising around Ardacon can seem a little weird. But I just always want to say you should go. However weird it seems, you should go. You should give it there's just nothing like it in the calendar.
It's the event where the main thing for me is I always say go to events because you meet the people that you're chatting to online, but that normally only counts for domestic UK.
Yeah.
Whereas Ardacon's that one where people are coming from all over the world, so you do actually get to meet the people. I mean, I think I should have done it. I think I was looking for an excuse because I was tired. And the heat, I just thought, it's not for me, so I'm not going. But then in hindsight, I wish I would have gone. Because then I thought, you know what? Because I think you said you were going out for a Chinese.
Sunday.
I remember thinking she'll just go for a Chinese, and I thought, no, it's a bit rude just to rock up for the Chinese. You know what I mean? And go, I can't be bothered.
It would have been very welcome. It would have been very welcome. But no, you're absolutely. I mean, for me, with Rob coming over, that's worth it for the event. My mate from America, I haven't seen him in 3 years. He's got an article in here. He's the guy who wrote the My Favorite Character one in this one. He's written about Boromir. Him coming over, I haven't seen him in 3 years apart from on Zoom, pre-pandemic. That's worth it alone. Just to hang out with my mate for 4 days, you know.
Yeah.
Let alone anything else. But yeah, it's well worth it. And, well done to all involved. Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah.
Any exciting hobbying in your life over the last 2 weeks?
No hobby. I come back off holiday, as I've said. On the Saturday, was obviously off on the Sunday, just chilled out because I was straight back into work on the Monday. Work's been extremely busy, so I had a really busy week this week. Past in work. First week back, it was tiring because I had that week off, but very productive. I think I recharged my batteries having that week away, so that felt great. Did announce a little one-day event which I'm going to run close to Christmas. The Hammer and Stone draft.
Oh, with the parleying thing.
Yeah, so
Very
it's
cool.
basically it's just a twist on an event to add something different. It's a one-day dead easy thing, but you rock up with it's a 650 point event, but you rock up with. You don't have to have this much, but you can bring a roster of 1,000 points. So you bring a roster of 1,000 points, and then we have this sort of phase, if you want to call it, at the very beginning of the game, before the scenarios are announced. You've got 15 minutes. You stand across the table from your opponent. You show each other your 1,000 points, and then you try and second guess what each other's gonna lay out in their 650 points. You build a list, and then you play that 650 points.
That's very cool. I know what I'd take.
Yeah. So there's lots of things you can do, but you don't know the scenario. So you could get shafted then when the scenario's announced, depending what you bring. But it's just another little cool thing to make the event slightly different. So
Yeah, sounds cool.
that is November. What's the date? It's mid-November. I can't remember the date.
Is it the 12th? I feel like it's the 12th.
I can't remember. I mean, I've got a computer screen in front of me. I could just look. Let's just do that. It's probably.
I think I'd go for Smaug and a dragon with fly.
Objective scenarios, you struggle though.
I think I'd also struggle to select 650 points. that was the main joke. Hammer
and Rock draft is. Come on, computer.
Why is it called Hammer and Rock?
I just heard it on the trailer for Rings of Power and thought it sounded cool for an event name. Hammer and Rock.
Good reason as well.
Yeah.
Problem is, one of them will break.
One of them will break, yeah. So it is, 12th of November.
Day after my birthday.
Oh.
Big birthday, man.
Yeah. Big 4-0.
It tells me you're not coming to my party.
Well, if you don't tell me there's a party.
Have you not been told there's a party? I've had nothing to do with it. Emma's organised it. And every now and again she says, I'm like, oh shit, I haven't asked them.
I didn't get an invite.
You're not getting an invite?
Didn't get an invite.
I'll have a word.
Terrible.
I'll have a word and then make you feel bad.
I'm not in the cut, mate. I'm not in the cut. I didn't make the cut.
I literally have no idea who's in the cut. Hopefully, there's 48 people watching, so I'm hoping we're going to get 48 comments saying I did make the cut.
Yeah.
Make the cut, yeah.
Screenshot it and show it.
There's a lot of pissed off nerds on the internet.
So so that's happening on the 12th of November. That's going to be cool. Tickets have not gone on sale yet. I'm gonna do it because I was going to be doing an event December, but I've changed that to January because I'm trying to account for. A lot of things have happened last week, so I changed my event from December to January, my 2-day event, the GBHL 100 event, because I thought it was going to clash with Throne of Skulls. That's not been announced yet. But it turns out that weekend, if it is the weekend we think it's going to be, I'm probably not going to be able to go anyway, because Daisy's got her second gymnastic competition that weekend. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Kids are the worst.
Yeah, if that is the case, it is what it is. It's just a shame, but I'll still rock up on the Saturday evening to say hello to everyone and have a drink and play in the quiz and that.
Not on Throne of Skulls week.
I know it'll be a shock. I won't. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be gutted if it is, but
that is dark.
It is what it is, isn't it, mate? It is what it is. So
Kids.
So that's it. No hobby other than that event. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it.
Cool.
Got my new toys, but other than that, yeah.
I've got a box actually. I could have unboxed it live on the internet, but it's in the bedroom with my sleeping wife, and it's more than my life's worth.
What did you get?
I got Gothmog, the old one, when he came back into production, the old Finecast one. I nabbed that because I was like, I've got no need for it, but I like both the sculpts, and he'll never be available again. So I was like, I'm going to get that when he's on last chance to buy, and chuck it in the box. And I got 3 more painting handles, and I'm slowly becoming like you. Every time. I remember a point in my life where I had 1 painting handle and you had 15. And I was like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And every time I batch paint slightly
it's not
larger.
Stupid though, is it?
Oh, this is it, yeah.
It's really handy.
Every time I do a batch paint that's slightly more than the painting handles I have, I tend to buy more. So you will have seen, if you watch those hobby vlogs, you'll see those Dale guys. There's 8 of them, I think. And they're being painted on 5 painting handles and 3 milk bottle tops. So I was like, well, I need 3 more painting handles.
Because OCD kicks in and then that's it. It's like, well,
they're better. Of course they're better. So I've now got 8. And suddenly, like, I'm not that far off 15.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Once you got 8,
Let's finish it.
you're down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I can see myself easily getting to 10 when I batch played 10 of them. But yeah, I got a box with Gothmog and 3 of those. So that's fun.
Nice.
None of the new stuff though. I haven't been on any new stuff. Don't have.
Oh, I did. I mean,
All beautiful, all pretty, but I don't need it.
I built it tonight. I mean, I only really wanted Glorfindel. I wasn't that fussed about the Galadhrim Court Guard. Because I just wasn't that fussed about them, and B, because I've already got 6. I mean, am I going to need 9? Probably not. Like ever. So
Pick the night if you want to use Glorfindel.
No.
Let's find out what the nerds are saying, and then we'll have a look at issue 50. Are you still hobbying?
11:45. Yeah, I'm still building. Well, yeah, we'll do that. We'll look. We'll see what if you want to catch up with the chat, and then do you want to? We'll do magazine then Facebook.
Lovely. So Larry is still trying to explain some comments. Well, I think when you're in the toilet, but he said 2 and straps. That was an explanation of my 2 comment. That was an explanation of my straps comment. And then Joe Halsman says, can't be easy with his eye. I think this might be when I caught up with the chat and I said, what's the big deal? Can't be easy with his eyes, to be fair. Enigmaya says, I think it's about you. Might be a slow reader as Twitch streamers react live, not 3 minutes later. I don't get that.
Me?
But, yeah, I think I've missed the gag there. Sure, it's funny. Old School Chris C, he struggled with the chat because his eyes are gone. I like the draft where Sam kills Ungoliant. Yeah, famous. Larry Miller says, you're asking about bag preferences. Nathan Shagrat delivers, possibly brings the Mithril Coat and other indecipherable, possibly spoils to Barad-dûr, but is slain by Sauron. I don't know what that means. Steve's found more elves and miscellaneous boxes. Joe Holzman, wait, you have multiple elf. Well, that was a comment from ages ago, wasn't it? Or maybe we just interrupted the comment stream. But yeah, Joe Holzman's amazed that you've got multiple elf boxes. Oh, okay, this is an update. Your camera's off, by the way.
Oh.
He's now. You remember Joe earlier was horrified that you didn't have separate Riven, Galadhrim and High Elf boxes.
Yeah.
He's now more horrified that you've got multiple elf boxes, but you don't have a separated High Elves and Galadhrim boxes.
Yeah, I know. Well,
that's what you're getting, Joe.
I've not got an answer. Joe,
no,
I'll be honest. I've not got an answer, mate. I don't know. It's just how it is.
Just is. Enigma, the new Galadhrim Court Guard banner are worse, in my opinion, than the old banner guard.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, a lot of people said that. Larry Miller, I don't like how long the chainmail on the old one is, though. Is the chainmail long? You've got them in hand. Is the chainmail on the old ones long?
Yeah, it looks a bit baggy here.
Okay.
It looks cumbersome. It's dragging on the floor.
If they had time, they'd get it adjusted.
Yeah.
That's
what it looks like.
Larry says it's a definite trip hazard. Nathan T, bedtime for me after the Shagrat deep dive. I'll dream of orc sitcoms tonight. Old School Chris C says, I might have some high elf shields. I press molded lying about somewhere. No hands and backs to shields. I'm sure a fella like yourself can make it work. Hook him up. Joe, he has his elves with Theoden box and elves without Theoden box. Larry said, if only there was a doubles tournament closer to home that you two could attend. I know, but we can't play. It's wretched. Sam Huddy says, love the idea of Damien waking up to Tom just muttering, thanks for your contribution, mate. I softened them up, man. I did. Nothing from Harrison for a while. I think he might be gone.
Yeah, he's in the bath.
Finally. Tom Wag, is it? Is that Tom? I say Tom Wag. Is that Tom W? Is that Tom Wag? I don't know.
I don't know.
Is he going to talk about Ardcon and beating me? If so, it might be Tom Wag. Do we know Tom W on YouTube? Don't know. Hi, gents. Hope you're both joyous and well. Looking forward to catching up on the stream tomorrow. I've just got back from watching all 3 extended Lord of the Rings films at the Prince Charles Cinema. Knackered. That's awesome, man. I love the Prince Charles. Saw a fellowship there last March. He says the trilogy was a disaster for my inspiration for what army to build next. I want all of them. Yeah, it does that. Larry says people were just falling over it all weekend. You should have put it in a less in the way location. Well, Larry, the joke is on you because I said people were just fawning over it. Oh, if anything, people just should have put less Mr. Tumnus all over the place. Frederick Schultz says he went 1-1-4. So I think that's a win, a draw, and a loss at Ardcon. I'm kind of more proud of my draw at Recon. Yeah, absolutely. Than my win where I smashed Yanko's Dane Thranduil Alliance. Getting a draw events against Moria at Recon is really fun. Absolutely. Huge congrats there. The army had almost no goblins, mostly creatures and stuff. Had to throw stones off in the middle of my table with my Ents and my opponent's cave trolls. Very, very cool. I'm going to jump down to his other comments that he's put in, because it's probably about the same stuff. He says, most of my games were only 30 to 40 minutes. Either I killed everything or I got killed, and then the objectives usually didn't go my way. Yeah, sorry, ours was one of those ones. I was about to go to the bathroom when the fire alarm went off, and then ended up at the McDonald's loo. When my brother and I went to Ardcon in 2018 and 2019, we had a 15-degree temperature drop when we arrived in Manchester. But this year, the temperatures are about the same. That's a bit... I don't want to say it's terrifying, because I don't think there's a lot of difference in 3 years, but that's probably just bad luck on the timings and the weather. But, yeah, who knows? Also, no clouds or rain in England. Yeah, it was really the hottest country it's ever been. And all the grass and field just dead, like in Germany the past few summers. It's nice, isn't it? Air conditioning on the British trains worked better than the German ones, though. With the British trains, the Germany trains all had crazy delays, and he uses coat arms, paint pots as painting handles for 25mm bases. There's Frederick's. I'm going to jump back up now. But yeah, it was great to see you, man. Hopefully we'll be back next year and you can have some revenge. Larry says, disappointing lack of armor and blade on Celeborn. Yeah, Jay did it the easy way. One with Celeborn with armor and with sword. Joe Holzman went 2 wins, 0 draws, and 4 losses at Ardcon. Surprisingly, the 2 games I won were both movement heavy scenario when I was running dwarfs. Well done, sir. Sam says, hope I can do Ardcon next year. We'll have to see who I can inflict my assistance upon for doubles. Would James Wilson not ride with Water again? Joe Holzman, I felt a little bit antisocial. I felt genuinely ill after playing my 4 games on Saturday and just went back to my room. Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry to do that. Yeah, the 4th game, the schedule's so much better than it used to be, but I'm not going to lie, when it was about 6 p.m. on Saturday and you start game 4,
no,
and you're kind of like, oh, I'd rather go to the bar.
Yeah.
But I was really lucky because I had a fantastic game 4 against Ben. It was a really, and we were drinking during it. It was tons of fun. But yeah, I kind of get that. Ryan Cuthbert, going to have to go up there. Cheers for an awesome stream as always. Thank you very much, Ryan. Crispin deleted a comment. But he says, arsenic. Larry, I think this is because I think Crispin's anniversary was his arsenic anniversary. Larry Miller, am I lucky to still be alive? Checking tea for smellable ones. And I think Joe says that he's saying not on the train I was going home. So I think he's saying the aircon wasn't working on the train when he was going home. Old school Chris C. We do. Oh, that's about the party. Old school Chris C. Not invited to my party. Joe Holzman. I was on the Edinburgh to Plymouth train. Train manager stopped people getting on at Birmingham. Luckily, after I got on, they begin half the number of carriages they were expecting. That's handy. Oh God, I'm going to stop reading Larry's explanation comments. Larry, I was actually suggesting a different close to home doubles tournament. Is that? Do you mean the Strider Cup, or do you mean is Larry's BSIME tournament he's planning doubles? Might be Larry's he's talking about. Indeed. Julian Hammond, having to call it a night work tomorrow. Really enjoyed tonight, particularly the deep dive. Oh, cheers, man. Appreciate it. And Rob McCock is in saying late to the chat. Was watching earlier though, but baby Rian just woke up really upset, presumably because he missed most of the stream. Should have woken him up earlier to watch from the start. Dale Groves is in. I'm so sorry. I forgot. I mean, I say sorry. There's so many people there. I haven't given Dale a shout out. Dale was there. Ardcon. It was great to see him for a bit. Felt fortunate to go 4 wins and 2 losses at Ardcon. Epic game of Command, the battlefield of Troke, and his Iron Hills half of the Troke and Burn Alliance was the highlight, and it was Adam's highlight as well. Spoilers: you got his favourite game vote. Yeah, he talked with great gusto about your game. And Larry confirms you were talking about the Strider Cup. Indeed, maybe me and Tom shall try and ride towards Strider Cup. So there we go. I've caught up with the chat. As always, no biggie. What I'm going to do is jump into this bad boy, because we cannot categorically just keep pushing back. And next week, we'll do the magazine we're ready to do this week. So issue 50. So stop talking about all those things and start talking about the beginnings of a very exciting time in battle games in Middle-earth history. This is the start of the really good. Oh, do you know what? I've started to understand what Larry means, so I'm going to confirm that. The straps thing is when he's talking about backpacks. And he's saying he prefers 2 straps for his backpack.
A 2-strap pack.
It makes sense. Larry, I understand it. Please stop writing about it. So yes, indeed, we have the start of the Rohan swing. Now, we've been in Rohan before with Battle Streams in Middle-earth, but we've got about 4 issues in Rohan now where we get to build some of the coolest terrain you'll ever see in Battle Streams Middle-earth, or Battle Games in Middle-earth. So we have Saruman's Uruk-hai launch their assault, and we have AMR looking kind of like, oh god, I'm definitely reacting to Saruman launching his assault on Rohan, and absolutely not a Mummikill. But we got some little Rohan fields going on down here. And so our little blurb reads, the people of Rohan have long been proud and free, but the insidious Saruman has put an end to their liberty. King Theoden has, do you think that's a song? The people of Rohan have long been proud and free, the insidious Saruman has put an end to their liberty.
Yeah, definitely, mate.
Theoden has fallen in thrall to Saruman's evil, making the cunning wizard the real power behind the throne. And the quote, of course, is from AMR. Orcs are roaming freely across our lands, unchecked, unchallenged, killing at will, which no one really wants. You have very sad Theoden.
Yes, not good.
He's not having a good time. So we've got the start of this kind of Rohan swing, and inside, I love these magazines dearly, but every now and again, some of them I think deserve a little light poking. But we have special scenario rules. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes in the course of playing your battle games, you may wish to add to or vary the existing game rules. Here we take a closer look at how to do this, adding variety to existing scenarios or creating your own. Honestly, every paragraph on this page says that, but in a different order. All right. So this is the opening blurb, right? You ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to read it again. Sometimes in the course of playing your battle games, you may wish to add to or vary the existing game rules. Here we take a closer look at how to do this, adding variety to existing scenarios or creating your own. Okay?
Yeah.
So here's a different paragraph. In Plaque 17's playing the game, we discuss creating your own scenarios to play as battle games. This is when you're most likely to invent your own special rules in order to represent a certain prominent feature of the scenario you've created. A well thought out special rule in a scenario can change the focus and add an extra dimension to your games. For example, in PAX 45's battle game, we introduced the Deceive special rule, which brought a whole new dynamic to the way in which the game needed to be played. That's the same.
Pretty much.
That's the same thing. With a little imagination, the standard rules of the game can often be employed to deal with situations they do not explicitly cover, thereby negating the need for additional special rules. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Same thing again. And it's a greatest hit article. So here we have this picture from a previous issue and this picture from a previous issue. Oh, you got green Steve? You trick Steve?
Cams are doing me, I didn't know, aren't they? Let me see what I can do. Go on, keep going anyway.
Yeah, so we've got like, this kind of thing. And they keep, they're to be fair, they're going back to other scenarios they've done in the past to say, like in this scenario we added this rule, but it's saying you can add rules to scenarios to make them different. Here's a bunch of times where you've already added rules to scenarios to make them different. Remember? Which is fine, I suppose. But my hands down favorite part of this article, right? Look at this picture. Is that right?
Yeah.
These two don't look happy, right? You know why that is?
Go on.
When applying special rules to a scenario, there is a number of factors to take into consideration. The first question to ask yourself is whether or not a special rule is required. Is there something which you want to portray in the game that is not covered by the standard rules? Excessive use of special rules can detract from how well a scenario works by overcomplicating matters and slowing down gameplay. For this reason, it is a good idea to limit the use of special rules to situations that are simply not covered in the standard rules or elements of the game that are central to the story you want to recreate. If you find yourself spending more time dealing with special rules than any element of playing the game, it's safe to assume you're using too many.
True.
And the caption to that picture is bogged down.
Oh.
Don't let excessive special rules detract from your enjoyment of gaming. This picture is of people not enjoying themselves. Have you ever seen that?
No.
I've seen unhappy people in a war. Like, they're always happy, aren't they? Happy when they're choosing their armies, happy when they're being spanked, happy when they're losing. They're always happy. This is a photo of two people hating their game. Rubbish, they say. Too many special rules. And look at look at his binder of rules. He's got a full binder full of them. And I think I mean, I'm pretty sure. Do you know what he's holding? I think he's holding Battle Games in Middle Earth.
Yeah, it's the proper binder, isn't it?
These wonderful scenes, wonderful scenes. So over here, they're happy. Look, very few special rules. Same two people, very happy. Over here,
Thank God we got rid of those special
too
rules.
many special rules, bogged down. Lovely stuff. You love to see it. You love to see it. And then we're on to. So we've had 2 paragraphs of special scenario rules. Do you know what we have now? Standard special rules. So the ones before are special scenario rules. These ones are standard special rules. So they've moved special in the sentence on a bit. And then this is quite fun. All joking aside, this is quite kind of creative. You get the rule for exhausted, which is basically their lovely, very, very nice little artistic picture of Sam and Frodo crossing Gorgoroth and Orc armor. It's basically saying maybe your heroes would start with reduced might, will or fate if they've been exhausted, that sort of thing, which is quite good. So to represent the fact that Frodo's weakened, not having recovered from his encounter with Shelob, you could decide he starts the game with no might points remaining. There's a rule for carrying hobbits, which is obviously using the hobbit models, and it's probably something that we haven't come across in Battle Games in Middle Earth. Again, no big deal for us now, but different if you're just reading Battle Games. It sort of says you knock the hobbit out by defeating him in combat, reducing his wounds to 0, and then you can pick him up. And what's quite fun is the picture they use for that isn't Amon Hen, it's meant to be the side of Caradhras. So they have this idea that you could kind of maybe the Uruks ambush them on their way over Caradhras. They're ambushed by Uruk hired Captain Merry and Pippin. They've got a rule for unarmed, which is really cool. And this is the sort of thing that Frederick normally picks up on. But it's just the normal unarmed rule, right? So you could say for fluff reasons, you might be unarmed, so they get -1 to their dice roll. In this, for example, use it in Flight to the Ferry, which I think was the one we played live. Remember up at before your event?
Yeah.
With Harry and Michael. In Pack 37, could easily be applied to the situation. For example, if playing a game based on Saruman's forces attacking an undefended village in Rohan, you could use warriors of Rohan figures of villages, but apply this rule to represent the fact they're unarmed peasants. Now look at this. You see there's warriors of Rohan?
Just about.
They haven't got weapons. Now, we're in 2003. Photoshop's definitely there. You didn't have quite the same autofill. You had like kind of clone stamp and stuff. And I just wonder if they're photoshopped or if someone's gone
cut them off.
Click. And there's a throwing spear missing from one. There's 3 Rohan warriors, and none of them have weapons. They didn't have to, whether they've clipped them off or whether they've photoshopped them, they didn't have to do that sort of thing.
No.
And there's genuinely, there is a cheeky little bit of love in these magazines. There really is, to creating these, that's post the magazine, isn't it? The Caradhras shot. No one's, that isn't a stock photo of the breaking of the Fellowship models being with, actually, it's not just the breaking of the Fellowship models. You've got the Escape from Orthanc, Gandalf in there. Cool models chosen and posed in completely different situations. I just like it. It's nice. So yeah, let us know in the comments if you have got the magazine. Have a close look to that picture on page 5. Do you reckon that's Photoshop, or do you reckon someone's poor Rohan collection has been destroyed? I reckon it's probably Photoshop. Don't know. And then the final one is for swimming. It's just a kind of swimming test where they get drowned and -1 for heavy armor. That's quite a good one. And then we're going to be moving into the campaign that's going to dominate Battle Games for the next few issues, which is this, Saruman's War Campaign. So we've seen a few of these before, but this is going to be a linked campaign of different different scenarios to play out and see who ultimately wins the War for Rohan. You get a recap box that basically says, you've seen campaigns before, which we have. So this one, which starts off with message to Edoras, which we'll go through in a minute because it's the new scenario. We then do attack on the ford. Do you remember that? Does that take you back, that table?
Oh, yeah.
That was like, I honestly don't know, but maybe issue 15, 16, something like that, I think. Very, I think it might be the one that Saruman was in. So 13. That's going way back, early Battle Games in Middle Earth era. So you play that one, which is quite nice to kind of bring those scenarios out. And they have nice impact. So we're going to have a big siege of Edoras at the end, right? So if one of them, if Evil win the first one, good must reduce their numbers in the last one by 5 models, and then the second one, if good win the second one, evil must reduce their total numbers by 5. So that's quite nice, like, you know, real world impact. Kind of models they tend to be using. 5 models might make a big difference. And then you get some lovely teasers for what's to come. Check this out. Third scenario is that bad boy.
Oh yeah.
That's the Mind of the King scenario, which I think we see in the next pack. Going to see that in pack. In pack doesn't say. Oh. I think it's the next one. Maybe it's the one after that. I'm sure it said which issue was going to turn up. Maybe not. Yeah, it's coming up soon, and it's the scenario that takes place inside Edoras, which is mega cool. It's like a mini game. And what's quite nice on that is if good side wins, Grima has been unmasked and banished and must be deployed with the evil army. Whereas if the evil side wins, he's still the trusted advisor and can deploy within the walls of Edoras. So imagine that in a siege scenario, the difference that having Grima next to Theoden will make.
Yeah.
As opposed to having it over the walls. And then finally, and I'll show you this picture because it really is sexy of what's to come. That's going to be the final siege of Edoras in a few issues' time. And this is the really, really stunning Rohan scenery that you get to make. It's mainly the wonderful, wonderful walls of Edoras, that awesome gatehouse, the towers, and that massive Mediceld on the back, which is really, really something.
That's cool.
So then we get the new scenario, which is Message to Edoras, which is kind of cool. There's just that's your table. It's a 4x4 little Rohan village in the middle. You see that the evil force can deploy anywhere around them from looks like about 6 inches onto the table edge. And basically what happens is the Rohan guys deploy in the middle. You then pick a table edge which represents the road to Edoras. The evil player then deploys their army, probably blocking off the road to Edoras. And then it's kind of a little bit like Recon, where the Rohan guys have to escape off the board edge to get it. It's that's how you do it. It's quite a cool little game mechanic. Every time a model runs off the board, every time a Rohan model runs off the board, you roll a dice and add the number of models that have successfully left the table. If it's 6 or more, the message has been delivered and you win. So you run one guy off your dice, you get 6. No, you get 5, right? Yeah. So if you run one guy off, you get 5. Then the next time someone runs off, you've got 2 guys off, so you need to roll a 4. Next time you only need to roll a 3, and so forth. And the evil side wins when 15 good models have been killed out of 30. So the evil side needs to kill half the opposing enemy. So yeah, 30 warriors of Rohan trying to punch through. Oh, there's a lot of orcs. There's 36 orcs. I thought when I was reading that, I thought that seemed quite tough on the Rohan. Because they might not move for the first 3 turns of the game. They have to pass a courage test to move. They're going to have like a massive orc.
What, in Courage 3?
Yeah. They're going to have a massive orc army all up in their business, outnumbering them. They have to try and punch through. Yeah. It's different scenario though. Be good fun to play. And then we get playing the campaign, which I'll keep spoiler free, but basically you get very, very quick bat reps of the first 2 scenarios, which is nice. That's the bit I said. In pack 51, we do restore the king, so that's where it tells you that it's in the next issue, and you can actually see them there. It's such a cool picture. I'm sure we'll see it again next time. But there's your guys playing. Is that lit up right? It's very gloomy from around. But you can see them playing inside Edoras with the roof taken off. Absolutely mega. And then you're on to the usual. Well, it is a bit different actually. We're on Soldiers of Rohan. We got another Rohan sprue with this one. So we got our Soldiers of Rohan, and they say start by. We've got Rohan soldiers before, just like they did with the last Alliance Warriors. Make your old ones better. Start by painting your new models in the same basic way as before, but you don't have to paint any green as new cars there. So I really like that, the fact that they're not saying start again from scratch. They're saying if you've got your old ones, get them, and now let's make them better.
Yeah,
and it basically just does all the things that we've been doing over the last few, where it's just adding extra layers to them, and that is where we were. Was it pack 7? So that's what they got you to for pack 7. That dude was bright goblin green base. And then this is what they get you to for pack 50.
Yeah, a bit more rich.
Yeah. And they actually specifically make a point now of saying, with an expanded range of paints, such as those introduced in pack 19, you've got more options for creating different tones for use in Rohan cloaks. From that range, a more realistic choice is Catachan green. So it's that almost point that you can see the difference, right? Like just looking at them, it's like even now, even you with your 5 paints from Battle Games in Middle Earth, I can't take the goblin green cloak anymore. We've got to change it. We've got to change it.
We're better than that.
Yeah, we're better than that. Surely must be. And then unexpectedly, perhaps we get a really cool double page of kind of hobby stuff. So this is alternative approaches. You love to see it. You want a captain, paint him his cloak a different color. They did that on the new Minorian issue. So this one, what they've done is they've just reversed the colors. So it's normally the kind of the brown leather with the green cloak, and they just swap it around to make it stand out, which works. They have the banner bearer conversion using the banner from the issue a while back, which looks nice. And this lovely picture here, which is a really handy hobby tip, of sticking the banner through the base.
Yeah.
Is that in the right place?
Yeah.
You see the little hole coming through, just to give it a bit more stability. Then down the bottom, you get loads of alternate color schemes for Rohan, including one, which I gotta say is pretty damn good. Look at that. This guy.
Yeah.
That's a really, really nice color scheme. Kind of blue with brown cloaks, and shadow grey works on, which is that the Fang now?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That looks really nice. And then you get this guy, Steve Kumpsky's Rohan army. So it's nice, he's been in it before, but you just get an individual's Rohan army, which is all right. It's painted slightly differently than you painted as. Why is a Rohan with red cloaks instead of green ones? But that's, it's nice. And it feels a bit different as opposed to just how to paint this plastic model. It's like, look how someone painted their models in real life. I think it's good. And then, really made me smile. The scenery guide, perfectly justifiably, is Rohan cottages. So how many pages we get
For Rohan cottages?
for Rohan cottages?
3,
2,
2,
4, 6. You get the same number of pages to build a Rohan cottage as you got to build the Tower of Cirith Ungol.
A bit in depth.
Yeah, this is it. And the garrison. You remember our favourite garrison? 6 pages. 6 pages we got to build that.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 pages to build a Rohan cottage.
A shed. Kennel.
Need a big kennel. And they're good cottages. But this is even more so. It makes me think, what the hell happened in this issue? Because this is great. This is a brilliant guide if you want to make a Rohan cottage, and it's got really detailed step by step. There's like a picture for every wall as you're building it, and then put the foam board on and score bricks into it. All that sort of stuff, which is lovely. It tells you all the measurements. Really lovely detailing on here for how to make the windows and how to make the doors out of balsa wood and all that. Really, really lovely stuff. And you're all, this is gluing, the wall paneling here is individual slats of balsa wood.
Yeah.
You're gluing individual planks to the wall. So bear in mind, we've done cottages before. In fact, I think, isn't there a picture of one on that old scenario? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I have a funny feeling that the thatch on that was polyfiller with
Scratched.
a pencil dragged down it or something. So we're a long way from that, and actually the thatch in itself is our tried and trusted method, which I think I'd still certainly use now. It's teddy bear fur.
Yeah.
So teddy bear fur glued on, and quite an interesting technique of pointing the fur downwards, right, for the roof, then half water, half PVA, and brush it upwards. So kind of spike it up. When the fur is completely soaked with the glue and water mix, brush it downwards again. And I presume that's to kind of bulk it up or whatever, or make it rough it up a bit.
Bit of backcombing.
Yeah, exactly. Backcomb your thatch. It's nice. And they take they make the effort of, I'm trying to find a decent picture of it. That's probably the best one where it's painted. But they make you put the extra bit over the top, a little thin strip. That looks really good. It's very, very, very detailed. And then they get into roof gables, which are really cool with these bits. And to make them sit flush, they basically make you get a piece of balsa wood. I haven't got anything with it. A piece of balsa wood like that. Then you glue another piece of balsa wood on top of it. And then you glue 2 more bits of balsa wood, missing the bit that in the middle on top of the first one. So it's the same thickness. So rather than having, one bit gluing over the top, it makes it all flush. Which is quite cool. And then lots of stuff about painting it, detailing it with static grass, climbing up the sides. As that's the roofs are removable in this. All really, really good. Talking about sealing polystyrene with PVA glue inside if you want to spray paint it. Lovely stuff then about using, there's the base there. You can use a base to cut kind of circles out of the gables. Stuff about making the little horse shapes here. And you end up with a cottage which, forgive me, somehow ends up looking cack. Every bit of this looks fantastic, but somehow I don't know what's wrong with it.
It's the roof, mate.
The roof's too big. Is the roof too big? I mean, it happens to the best of us. You can accidentally make a kennel or something. I don't know what it is, but all the bits of this and I think the techniques are brilliant. But there's just something about that. I was like, this looks good. This looks good. What is that? And it is the roof. The roof is absolutely massive, wasn't it? And it'd be fine if they'd promoted this as an issue where we'd get to build a massive roof.
Massive roof, yeah.
But they don't. But it is, I mean, it's a great technique, but it truly makes me laugh how you can have 6 pages talking through how to make a cottage, an issue after they had 6 pages you talking how to make the Tower of Curathon. Yeah. But there we go. And do you know what? When I started this one, and it was this kind of, would you like special rules? Why not have some special rules? I was really worried about it, but I actually think it's pretty good. There's tons of content. It felt like it was bigger than normal. I think because there's loads of kind of 2-page articles instead of, even the painting guide has this painting Rohan Warriors, and then the second 2 pages are different. It's not just painting the same Rohan Warrior or whatever. I really enjoyed it. It was a good one.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm looking forward to seeing how the campaign pans out in the next issue.
Nice.
Issue 50.
Done. Dusted, mate.
Would recommend.
Do you want to, because I can't see the chat, I ain't gonna lie. Do you want to do the chat and then we'll jump in? I'll set the Facebook thing up.
Love it, love it, love it.
While we're,
I will jump into the chat. Let's see what people think about issue 50. Dale, Frederick Schultz, this is the Matrix, but he says, wow, Green Steve Crow, those special rules paragraphs have big when you need to hit the word count vice. Yeah, exactly. I very much feel that. Joe Holzman read it this morning. It did have a very flashback episode feel. Yeah, it was like one of those sweeps episodes from a sitcom where it's a clip show. Enigmaya, I wonder, was the exhausted special rule and those sort of things the initial sparkings of the Battle Company's rules? I truly can't remember the order. Battle Company started in White Dwarf. It hasn't been in this yet. Could be around. Who knows? Larry Miller says Jay Clare could learn from them. What do you think he could learn from them? We're in the magazine. Maybe it's about the rules writing. Maybe it's a rules writing gag. He could learn from them about how to write rules. Frederick Schultz, I don't have the magazine with me, but I'll take a look when I'm back. There's always lots of interesting details in the pictures. I agree, and you're very good at spotting them. Sean Williams, in 2003, a box of Rohan Warriors was cheaper than a Photoshop license, so I figure those are real minis. That's a great point. Although, as I frequently say, The Photoshop in this magazine is really good. It really is very good. It looks good. They do some good stuff in it. Enigma says they snipped off the weapons. There's no blur drift on the photo. It doesn't look like Photoshop. After doing a mad zoom enhance on a PDF of the magazine, I'll chuck it in the way. But yeah, if you're doing your Photoshop right, there won't be any blur or drift on that bad boy. Frederick Schultz is lolling at Sean's comment. Thomas Harrison, he's still here. He says, catching up. Oh, hello.
I mean, we've only been doing it 2 years, Tom.
Catching up after dropping out earlier. Enjoying you talking about the final doubles game. It's a good game, mate. Good game. Good game. You did well. You did very well. I like to think I set you up nicely. Enigma, they've also taken a shield off one of the Rohan lads, the one on the right-hand side of the photo. Yeah, now that's a lot harder to Photoshop. Actually remove a shield and rebuild what's under it. So they probably are model. Joe Holzman, but left the round bit from the center of the shield. Yep, so definitely legit stacked weapons. We're agreeing. That's a great point. Can we see the little nub of the shield?
The nub.
Nub. Which one are we looking at? The one on the right hand side of the photo. Yeah, is that the nub or is that the hand? It might be the nub. You might be looking at PDF. You might be right. It might be the little circle there. It looks like a hand to me now, but maybe that model doesn't have a hand there. Yeah, probably right. Legit models. They've actually taken the shields off all three, but only left the round bit on that one. Enigma says they actually have done that, improved these models you painted before in the new 40K port work that's going on at the moment. Thought it was cool to start to see that style of learning encouraged. Yeah, I completely agree. It's very wholesome to say don't buy new models, make your old models better. I think these right hand schemes are great. They even mentioned in the article it's based on the heraldry seen in Metal Sword behind Third. They do indeed. I didn't mention that, but yeah, I think they're really nice. Tom Turtle, our curses. Totally forgot it was stream night. I saw Tom was at Articon as well. Totally forgot it was stream night tonight. Just been merrily assembling Glorf with the new Trek series on in the background. Otherwise, we'll grab the sprue now. Do it. You've still got 10 minutes or something.
10 minutes, yeah.
To get something into, even if it's just a sprue hurled onto the desk near some clippers. Get it in the whip thread. Sean Williams, massive roofs in Middle Earth. Love it. It was about taking weapons off models to make them unarmed. Oh, that's Jay Clare. Oh, I see. So the comment where he says Jay Clare could learn something was about taking weapons off models to make them unarmed because he took the cheater's way out of Celeborn, giving him a sword and armor. Sean Clark, I think I might have found my terrain comp entry. It worked nicely for my Rohan. And Joe Holzman says the one was back to the camera twice because the echo's back. Yes, I know the one you mean. Joe Holzman is painting it right now. And Bradley Cobden is in. He says, hi, long time no see. Been enjoying the stream tonight. Managed to get some paint on some models for the first time in a year or so last week. Great to be getting a little hobby done. Well done, Bradley. You wouldn't believe it, Steve. I've caught up with the chat.
Nice. Right, I think I'm ready. Should we see if it works?
Yeah, I need to jump over so I can see it.
Yeah, it works, mate. We're cooking.
I am actually. I've been running on empty. I'm just going to run for a wee, right? And we'll jump through Facebook.
Yeah, so folks, I have, in the length of this stream, as I said earlier, built the new Glorfindel foot and mounted, 3 Galathrun Court Guard Forge World, cleaned, which I forgot how horrible it was to clean metal models, 6 Galathrun Court Guard in the old metal ones, the new Rummel and Orifin. They're actually a little bit better in hand than the pictures. I wasn't a big fan of the pictures because I thought the paint job, the gold was really like at that tacky orangey gold, which I've never been a big fan of. I have got, which didn't take any building, it's already done. Stormcaller metal, a Stormcaller in fine cast, Captain in metal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 high elves with spears and shields, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 high elves with spears with no shields. So as I said before, I'm looking for the metal shields. If anyone's got any spares, 7. 7? No, 6. Yeah, 6. 6 shields. I don't know if I can be bothered press molding them. I'd rather have the metal ones. Someone must have some where they've misplaced the models. We'll pay cash for said shields. Or is there the Riv Knight plastic ones are not as detailed, are they? I don't think there's any other models that have them shields. They're quite detailed, the metal ones. Yeah. God knows where they've gone. So we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got a little army there. Galathrim and Rivendell are green allies, aren't they? Are any elves not green allies? I don't mean like Hobbit crossover. Like just Lord of the Rings, I don't think they are, they? They're all green. Dear, guys, I am absolutely shattered. Right, okay. Let's have a look. We've got to wait for him with his notepad. I've just got a notification as well. Mr. Adam Garnett, welcome to the patron scheme. Thank you very much for your support. I'm going to add you live. He's a new patron. Thank you for supporting us, my friend. So I'm going to add you to the patron chat. If I can't flip and see my phone. Still not got my new glasses. Right, I'm going to add you live. Adam Garnett. Mr. Adam Garnett, welcome to the patron chat. Please make him welcome to the patron tonight.
And is that Mr. Adam Garnett has become
The
a patron?
legend that is Mr. Adam Garnett, yes.
Wonderful stuff. You just added him.
Just added him, mate. I'm on the ball.
Live.
I don't want to do that thing that you do. You know, you wait 2 weeks and then go, oh.
Yeah, that's me all over. Have you heard from
Nope.
No?
No.
Douglas.
Yeah, I don't know what Douglas is doing, but he's not doing it right.
Well, hopefully he's put a comment on this, right? Oh, hang on. Before we
Let me just check again.
do that, I'm jumping into the email. We have
No.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got entry from Joe. Or got to Joe. It's midday there. And Eric. I'm just downloading that. So I'll stick these on for you.
Oh, my eyes are really stinging. I'm tired tonight.
The heat.
I mean, 4 hours in, I suppose.
Got 3 email comments. So Eric and Joe, if you're still out there watching, your pictures are going on to post.
I'm going to refresh the... oh, my bloody camera's gone off, which means I've got to sit up. So annoying.
Oh, the Facebook icon's changed.
Is technology changing, or are we just getting old, mate?
I mean, both are happening, but I think the little icons for like adding a comment onto Facebook have just changed. I don't like change. I hate this new look icon, and I look forward to moaning about how I want my old icon back, which is this icon, and ready for the next change.
David O'Byrne
Eric,
has commented.
that'll be me. Joe. Okay, so we go Joe's models.
Sorted? I'm at that weird stage, where it's
Should
like
be there.
midnight and you're streaming and you need a wee. There's no
Fish
there's
through.
no point going for a wee now. I'm gonna just hold it.
Go where you are. You're amongst friends.
You just see me go. Ah.
No one would know, would they? Let's be honest. It's not like you'd be embarrassed about it.
They'll never know.
It'd
They'll never know.
It would feel great for about 10 seconds, and then
and it'd feel mink.
it'd be a disaster. Let me get up a note. So we're going for any plastic warrior infantry.
Yeah, I've refreshed. I'm ready to go, mate.
I am also ready to go.
Mr. Sean Clark, Rohan Warriors, 3 of, 1 of each
Perfect.
weapon.
That's what we need.
Sean's true to
Clipped off,
form
hopefully.
goes from prime to finish during a stream. Good man.
On battle streams for you. It's working. Picked up a victory sausage roll on them.
Oh, nice.
Mm.
Joe Holzman is in. Rohan Warriors, no snacks this week, but I've treated myself to a cider from the fridge. That's. I think that's first time ever that Joe Holzman's had no snacks.
He's normally very committed to the
And it's
snack
it's
drink
normally a
magazine.
nice array.
Mm-hmm.
Morgan Morris is in. Urukai Scouts.
Plastic.
Cheeky Malhurt. Yeah, they're plastic.
Yeah, they're plastic. Bit of progress picture there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Metals and skin all done.
Plastic Scouts, just like the Scouts that are coming in the new Battle Holes boxes soon.
They look good.
Do we have a date for those?
Not as far as I know.
Mr. Mark Gumtree. Any Rohan foot model.
It's just wonderful. He's made that for tonight.
He's got to go in for that, mate.
Yeah.
He's got to.
All right. We put him in for Shagrat last time.
I don't think anyone would take that away from him.
No, that's the thing. You know what? It's our rules.
Yeah.
Our house, our rules. Mark, if you continue to sculpt pun-based models and paint them, you can have like tenure to the draw.
But he has also dug out some plastic Warriors of the Dead. So
it's almost quite disappointing.
yeah.
Oh, they're amazing, mate.
Scott Newman, as well as some Wraiths and Aragorn from Weathertop. He's also painting a Warrior of Rohan, which we like. And is that that's a Sunday of some sort?
Might be a coffee, might it? I don't know.
Is it a coffee? It looks like there's like biscuity stuff in the bottom.
Might be a coffee that you've dipped your biscuits into or dipped your toast into. Could be Sunday.
It's a long spoon as well.
The long spoon implies Sunday.
Yeah. Sunday on a Sunday, eh? Mr. Talbot is in. Or is Minas Tirith? That's a lot of Citadel paintbrushes you got there, Nathan.
Yeah, someone's doing well.
Yeah, someone's doing all right. Dublé.
Very blind.
Yeah, Warriors, Galathrim, Rohan.
Yeah, there's some plastic. And Dublé.
Frederick, that's a dark picture. You painting in the dark there, Frederick?
Sorry for the low quality pic. Gluing some sand onto the base of a few minis I borrowed from my cousin. Also have a Frederick from Hardigan. PVO's drive, I managed to get some sand onto the bases using I love that. That's how committed he is. He doesn't have anything. But he's just making do with what he's got. Classic battle streams.
Haskell's in.
Who's that cheeky wolf rider at the back in Frederick's pick?
It was Gothmog, wasn't it? It was like Gothmog to me.
Is it? Looks more like a Fellwarg to me. Maybe it's Gothmog. Yeah, I think you're right. It's Gothmog. It's Gothmog cheekily snuck his way in.
So yeah, Haskell's in. Getting all the metals on.
Just thinking the other day, I could do a few more Mordor Orcs with shields and bows. Hey presto, BSIME lays down the gauntlet. Can't tell you how much that sort of stuff really genuinely warms my heart. It who are just painting models. They don't really want or need the love of it.
Everyone's got them models sat there that they really wish they were painted, but they just can't
Well,
be arsed.
I don't anymore, so I'm painting them all on Battlestream.
Dan Maskell's in.
With the slightly
Warriors at dead.
kind of overlong comment of dead there. Try to like use a few less words.
Ryan Cuthbert, Wild Wags.
It's a rude mug.
It is a rude mug. He made sure he got it in there, didn't he? The cheeky monkey.
Mm.
He's also painting. Oh, that's a nice Uruk conversion and a Grima mounted conversion.
Oh, very nice, very nice. He looks, what's the Uruk doing? He's like going, come on.
Yeah, come on.
Come on. That was never
Are you not entertained?
As he lays the siege down.
Let's turn this back. Now I can't lie back because I fall asleep. Kenneth is in.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Josh Coles. They're not plastic, but they're fine cast and Forge World. Beautiful, beautiful model.
Lovely models, but alas, does not get you in the draw tonight.
Mr. Larry Miller is in.
Surrounded by purple.
Animal biscuits.
There's a lot of animal crackers. There's something weird about a man who would buy stuff. Oh, it's something weird about a man. It's Larry, isn't it? But he's bought 7 packs of animal crackers, and rather than showing off his motor page, he's taken 4 of them out. Yeah, there's something of a statement of intent there, isn't there?
We've got an updated pic there from Ben Shaw as well. Oh, they're nice and clean paint job, mate.
I don't think Ben's not in yet.
Ben's in.
Is he in?
Yeah, he's in with bells on, mate.
Oh, what is it? New Glove in the one?
No, it's First Stage Elves.
Oh, it looked nice. The finished job looks really nice.
Yeah.
Slightly different colour scheme. You'll love to see.
Matt Hudson. Galathrin. Nice greens. Seen that colour scheme somewhere before, I'm sure of it.
I know what you mean. I feel like I've seen a very bright green like that. Was one of the patrons was using a very bright green like that on Helm?
Maybe.
Might be that.
Maybe.
Well, we got some whip progress there from Matt.
Yeah, put it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just getting onto that. Oh yeah, it looks great.
Yeah. Tom Christian, Corsairs. I love me some Corsairs.
Yeah.
Don't know what it is about them because the models aren't great. I'll be honest, but I just really like them.
Everyone likes pirates.
That's what it is. Nikki Graydon is working on some Rohan Warriors with a bit of 3D printed deepening wall terrain there. It's pretty cool.
Looks big. Looks big.
It's big.
Little whip
Got an updated pick. He's gone down the contrast route. Get some done, mate. Get some done. Michael Curtis is in. Some more High Elves. And he's also starting on his terrain.
Lovely, lovely. Hopefully the last plastic.
Don't go too big with that roof, mate. Whatever you do.
You don't want a big roof. You do not want a big roof.
Rob Mycock is on. He's got Knights, and then what's this? Box of plastic orcs. Oh, he's all in. He's all in, mate. Any metal shields? Any metal shields in there, Rob? That's what I'm after. He's got an elf box there as well.
Has this got a rare third in it? Otherwise, do you even elf box, bro?
Dave Shearer, Plastic Rangers, and a Madrill. I found a Madrill tonight as well.
Dave Shearer. Oh, sorry, I missed Dave. Yeah, got it. Dave Shearer.
Where's my cursor gone? Why's my cursor stop working?
No, maybe its eyes are gone.
That's working now. Bryant Metalhead, Plastic Warriors of the Dead. And a bannerman. That's a good bannerman.
Or are they dead?
Yeah, I think it's a good banner.
That's right.
Also some terrain. Very nice. That looks cool, man.
Is that a garrison?
Fortress. Yeah, that looks awesome.
I'm just getting that one up. Here's where I left off on the fortress. Yeah, it's the.
So it will be eligible.
Wow, that's.
It will be eligible.
Of course, it'll be eligible. That's definitely eligible. The contest hasn't ended.
Well,
He's only gone and built the damn garrison.
he's built it, eh?
So cool.
Bay awnings from some guy called Damien O'Brien.
Look at the I can't see others. Look at the bodies on the right. You see what happened? There's a row of 5, then a row of 4, then a row of 6. There's one of those sneaky bodies.
Oh yeah, the
Second
third
row
one
is-
in from the left.
Yeah, he's had a little sneak.
Mm.
That's my intimidating pile of bay awning parts, which are now facing me, ready for clean up and assembly.
Dan Collister. No school like the old school. Warrior of Numenor. First Warrior of Numenor we've had. And it was
That's lovely to see.
I nearly didn't recognise him because he had a shield.
Lovely to see Dan cracking on theme. Wonder where he's ended up getting that. Did I send you that? I sent him a few bits. Did I send him a Plastic Warrior Numenor? I can't remember. Someone's obviously helps Dan out. Giving him a Warrior of Numenor. Oh, he sent me some Numenor shields. Maybe that's why I'm getting confused.
Them eyes on Remco's are next level.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right.
And I don't know if it's a shadow of the light from the picture, or is that an eyebrow as well? I hope not.
I think it's a flesh highlight.
Think?
I see the bit you mean. I think that's a shadow,
Like an undershadow
above the eyelid and below the eyebrow.
Oh, what's going on with this mouse
The
again?
the brow of the eye rather the brow of the eye rather than the eyebrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think my battery's gone. I'm going to change the battery.
I think it's on the sculpt rather than painted on. I think. Brian Metalhead has correctly.
This is exciting. I'm changing a battery live.
I don't think we've done that before, have we?
First time.
I think the people are ready for it.
My camera's gone off.
Mm-hmm.
Standard. Oh, what's going on now? What's going on with my camera lately?
Larry said, I need to actually do some painting. Ends up spending longer cleaning up and assembling Glorf. Joe said, well, don't know why they got sent twice. I only typed it once. It's probably the echo. Old School Chris C says, don't forget the emails, which we didn't. Well done, us. Hosman, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Lovely,
No, not
Oh,
Image.
he's not back.
I'm
He's not
here
back.
anyway.
Mouse back?
Chris Webster, those hobbits are looking sweet, my friend. I love the colours. They're metal though, I'm afraid, so you won't be entered, but
Oh, that blue. No, you're
they're
right. That is
great.
gorgeous.
Do you want to paint mine?
That is really nice. Slowly working through. Got about 45 to this stage, another 45 to go.
Alright, let's. Why is this not working?
I'm really looking forward to getting back to my Hobbits. I only ever did like 15 and a few heroes. Just really enjoying it.
I can't get. Oh, there it is. I'm back. I couldn't get it working. I leave it alone and it just comes on. Aaron Noonan is painting high elves as well. Quite a few high elves. Got an updated
Lovely,
pick.
lovely.
Oh, very nice, very nice. You going for non-metallic there, Aaron? Looks like it. Nathan Talbot, he's got a plastic cave troll as well. He's already entered, though, isn't he, Nathan?
Yeah, he's right though. We'd have to give it to him on that, even if he hadn't. I think that would have to be acceptable.
Yeah. Dale Groves, single plastic infantry model, an Ent.
Going for an ant. It's not a hero. He's in.
Do we allow it because he's missing a nose?
Because he's what?
It looks like he's missing a nose. Got just a hole where his nose should be.
Has he not put the nose bit on? No, you. No, you can't stick a nose on.
Right now he's scrambling around the floor looking for a little twig.
Going, what? Is there going to be a nose? No, you wouldn't leave an arm off, mate. Give the damn tree his nose.
Sean Williams is in.
It looks like he's just taken like a Isaac God ballista to the face. That's why he's falling back. Dale, get his nose on, mate. You owe that ent a nose.
Sean Williams is in. Have you got him?
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Dale then. To be fair to you, I think aren't the instructions on that basically here's some tree parts, why not make an ent?
Now make an ent. Ian Whitehouse is in. He's painting a Balrog as well as lots of Corsairs.
Do we see Sean's whip pick? We see
yes.
good progress on his cloak.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
Ian Whitehouse. Is that the Balrog's a hero? Oh, he's got a Corsair as well.
Yeah, he's got loads of Corsairs. Sam Huddy is working on what are they called again? Then Easterling. What are they called? Forge World Ninja dudes.
Acolytes, Dragon Cult
Acolytes.
Acolytes.
Acolytes,
Not
yeah.
plastic though.
No, not plastic.
No dice for that one.
Chris and Ruth.
So both in.
Goblins. Looks like we've got goblins. We've got a Rohan warrior, and then we've got are they eggs for Cave Drake?
Eggs for Cave Drakes, possibly.
Yeah. Dragons were prizes. Ruth won at War of Wrath earlier. Cool.
Ruth.
Very nice.
I feel like I asked this before. I'm putting Ruth Cooper. If that's wrong, feel free to correct us.
Yeah, we know who it is. Get rid of that.
Oh, Josh Crosby. Look at that.
Crosby
Continues to work on his amazing bird head army. With a bird looming over.
I wonder how many of that orc he's got with no head just lying around now. Dwelling.
Lovely.
He's in.
Conversions.
Grimhammers, aren't they? Plastic.
Yeah, definitely.
He started painting them. Looking cool, man. I like
The
those.
Grimhammer, that's so good.
Katie Webster. There is a Palace Court Guard plastic, so you are in. Nice colours, man.
Where? Oh, is that the what's down the bottom?
Yeah, that's Palace Court Guard.
Lovely.
Palace Guard. It's not Palace Court Guard. I always say Palace Court. It's just Palace Guard, isn't it?
I like the kind of red and silver on those.
Yeah, it looks cool. Reminds me of Captain America.
You normally get gold, don't you?
Mm.
Chris Cooper, don't forget to check the email. We done it. Completed, mate.
Some nice converted orcs there from Rob. I think we already got Rob, haven't we?
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, he did the knights, yeah. And then we got definitely a whip from Stephen
Oh,
Ryan.
he's in. That is Stephen
Yay,
Ryan
whoop,
at his
whoop.
wedding. Look how happy the bride is. Massive congratulations.
She's just been strong-armed and let's take a picture for the nerds. That's
Stephen
awesome, mate.
Ryan.
That is awesome.
I'm gonna put him in.
Yeah, put him in.
He got married. Go. He posted a picture from his wedding
I know.
on our whip thread.
That's commitment, man. That's commitment.
Darren.
Ashley's working on some captains. They're metal, aren't they?
That's the metal.
Ashley, William Hampstead Reed. They don't come with those axes as standard.
Convert monster.
They come with swords.
Strong power game. So what happens when you move into the studio?
Gary George, Mirkwood Rangers, plastic. He's in.
Lovely models.
And his cat keeps drinking his paint water. You need to tell you, it's not good.
Good look at.
Callum Rutter is working on Glorfy.
Oh, look at that model. I don't even think I've seen the horse from that angle. Oh, look, there's can you see the cloak issue?
Yeah.
On that picture.
Yeah, I didn't have that problem, luckily.
Ah, no.
I didn't snip it though. I cut it off lower down and just shaved it off till it was gone. That's experience for you, mate.
Look at Howard. Look at Howard. Imagine if your warriors looked that good.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That arch on the left is a thing of beauty.
It's crazy, man.
Can they not? I'm just looking at the. Can they not see the arch on the left? Can you zoom out?
Oh, no. They'll have to look
You
themselves.
just had the two black ones up, and the painted one was cropped out. I'm going, God, he's good, and you're like, they'll never know.
He's done a Thryden as well.
Thryden as well.
He's looking cool.
So rolling planes.
Two-strap Larry. First age L's from Carl, and he's converted.
I don't think we've got Carl in.
No, that's the first time. Nicky Graydon is saying, yep, snipped off weapons.
Yeah.
They got someone to paint them and then just cut the weapons off them. Like, no.
I reckon they probably cut the weapons off before they painted. So I'll do it.
Gareth Tate, Galathrim.
Plastic, you love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Top Turtle is in.
You know, it's a shame this one isn't a record, because I reckon we're going to get more than 43.
Do you think?
There's a lot, man. A lot.
Joe Garman is in.
Oh, did you see? Did we get Tom Turtle's whip?
Yeah.
What's that? The Urex.
Yeah. You got some plastic Galathrim Court Guard, and Sentinel.
Is that Joe Garman?
Yeah.
You can't get plastic Galathrim Court.
No, it's metal Galathrim Court.
Plastic Warriors.
Yeah.
Joe Garman.
Eric's Dwarves.
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 On the 40mm bases, yeah. The dwarves. So, oh yeah, sorry. So this is me. So from Eric, he says, thanks for a great stream. Appreciate the deep dive as well. Dug up and made decent progress on the basics of some Dwarf Warriors and Rangers that have been laying around. That's Eric L. Great to have you in.
And then we've got Joe's Models. So he's in.
So Joe says...
But the next picture is a bit of me.
Joe says, hi guys, painting today for the first time in a while, trying to finally finish my 96 Mario Goblins. I only have these 21 here left to finish up. That's a lot of goblins. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Today might just be my day in the drawer. No snackers at midday here. Or a snack at midday.
Is that a brisket?
Nice.
Is that a brisket,
Canada
Joe?
dry lemon salsa water. And then his other one is yesterday's 18-pound beef brisket.
Yeah.
Someday you guys have to get over here for one of these. Note for scale. That's a 12-year inch black blade on the carving knife.
That looks beautiful, man. I'm hungry now.
You always after the stream knock out a quick slow cooked beef brisket.
And that's it. I'll refresh.
Oh, Joe is in.
Let me refresh, make sure. Oh, hang on. No, we've got more. Got Larry sending a picture of Shagrat's best army judge. We've got Scott Newman with his, I mean, it should be on screen now. Weather top, which is freaking awesome, mate.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah, beautiful. Solid work.
Lovely. He's not in the drawer.
No.
What was the cover? What was the BSIME cover from Larry?
Shagrat looking at the models for best painted. And then James Sherman is painting. They look really nice. Really like skin tones on that, mate. But they are Forge World, so you are not in. Gundabad Berserkers.
He'll go berserk.
Sam Gallagher is in. Hunter Orcs plastic.
Sam Gallagher.
Yeah. Did you add Ashley? The mini was mostly metal, but the axe was from a plastic warrior, says Frederick. No, because it's a plastic axe. It's not a plastic warrior. I am not going to allow that.
That's not been allowed.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I love it when you're firm.
And that's it. We're up to date, mate. We're up to date.
Done. Boom. That's a lot of
Boom.
entries. Well done, everyone.
How many we got? $35? $35? I'm putting my legs up again. Ooh. What we are?
I don't believe it.
What was it?
42. 42.
Got a D42.
If that's one off. Imagine if that was if that was like a hero, one off, that would be galling. We have got 42 entries.
42, mate.
Heroic
42.
effort.
Well done.
Heroic
Well done.
effort. It does. I mean, that shows you how far we have to go to topple Sam, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You got the people out there who want to contribute, but just not everyone's able to with the right models. So 42. Oh, so we're into is that a 14, isn't it? That's a D14. D12.
28, 30, 40. Yeah.
D12.
Eminem's little group, that, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think we've got a D12.
What was the song? Purple
Rain.
Hearts or something?
I'm sure we got a D12.
Must have a D12.
Yeah.
For the love of God.
I mean, there's
D12.
definitely a D12. Whether or not. And fine. Oh, I think I got it. I think I got it. I have my D12. So well done to everyone for getting involved. Just change these 10s on here to 12. So 10, 11, 12. 20. 4. Yeah, there we go. That's not right. It's not right, is it? 3 12s on 42.
3 12s is 36.
It was right first time. It's 14.
When you said it, I was like, yeah. Sounds about right. So,
Thank God it's 14s. It is 14s. Oh, it's late. It's 14s. It's all right. Stop commenting about it. We caught it. We know what we're doing. We can count. I got a D14, mate.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how.
As always, raise a glass to Michael Curtis. Send us exactly what we needed. Right. I was doing that again. It looks like there's a lot in this last 12. 14. What should be 28? And should leave 14. Bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Got it. Boom. All right.
Yeah, man.
So, I'll show you my Biowarnings. I'm going to smash my Biowarnings up with the power of my dice. Where's this land? Lands about here, does it? All right. Clever old past Damien thought about this. Is that all right there?
Yep.
Wonderful. So,
I mean, I won't be able to see what you roll like, but
I think people trust this one now, surely. In round 1, we have Sean Clark, Joe Holzman, Morgan Morris, Mark Greentree, Scott Newman, Nathan Talbot, Michael Dublé, Frederick Schultz, Michael Haskell, Dan Maskell, Ryan Cuthbert, Kenneth McNeil, and Larry Miller and Ben Shaw playing for our first finalist. Are we ready, Steve?
yeah.
It's an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's Frederick Schultz.
Ooh.
Could he win a revenge dice? That'd be nice. That'd feel right. Our second group of finalists, second pool, sorry. Matt Hudson, Tom Christian, Nicky Grayson, Michael Curtis, Rob Mycock, Dave Shearer, Brian Metalhead, Dan Collister, Remco Keegstra, Aaron Noonan, Dale Grove, Sean Williams, Ian Whitehouse, and Chris Cooper. Oh, Chris and Ruth have been divided into 2 different pools. They could both go into the final.
Yeah.
Dare to
Could
dream
be a loophole, that.
14. A coop hole. For 1. That's Matt Hudson.
Well done, Matt.
Matt Hudson joins Frederick Schultz. Our final group, so Ruth does sneak in. Ruth's after another 1. Ruth Cooper, Josh Crosby, Dwelling Grosbury, and Katie Webster, Stephen Ryan, Gary George, Julian Hammond, Carl Daly, Gareth Tate, Tom Turtle, Joe Garment, Eric L., Joe Achille, and Sam Gallagher. It's an 11. That's high. Is that a Joe Garment possibly? So Joe Garman. Joe Garman joins the finalists. So there are our 3 finalists.
Well done, folks.
Well done to everyone. Well done everyone who didn't make it for joining in. We have Frederick Schultz, Matt Hudson, and Joe Garman. As ever, it's the first of 3 points.
Yeah.
Their fate is in your hands, Steve. Never forget you are playing for this bad boy that only ever rolls 6s and 2s. Over to you, Steve.
Okay, go for it.
It's 1. It's Schultz. Frederick Schultz has leapt into the lead.
I mean, he did buy me chocolate.
What?
He did buy me chocolate.
He did buy chocolate. He lives annoyingly in Germany.
Yeah. Okay. Do it.
This from Schultz.
Is it?
Look at this from Schultz. It's 2-0 Schultz. He must be feeling pretty good right now.
He must be. He's feeling confident.
Now, normally it means nothing, right? Normally we end up somewhere else to get to 2-2-2. Do you think the others are coming back?
Don't know, Don't know.
I don't. I think this is a 3-0 Schultz.
Dear.
I do.
A whitewash.
And I want it to be after what happened to his ends. Dare to dream?
Let's do it.
Oh, it's Matt Hudson. Matt Hudson has clawed on back.
Matt Hudson.
Joe Garman, where you at? What are you doing? It's 2 to Frederick, 1 to Matt, and none to Joe. What's next? He's done it. He's finished it. It's Schultz. It's Schultz. Schultz has it. Schultz has the win. You
well done, mate. Well done.
To see it.
It's a good show. It's a good show.
It is. Is it his first?
I want to say, yeah.
I feel like it might be his first, you know. Absolute BSIME regular. I don't think has won a dice. I don't think he has. Oh, Frederick Schultz, he's won a dice.
He has done. He's rolling in dice.
Rolling dice. Not rolling dice. What he's doing is Josh Crosby. But he gets his second dice. Congratulations.
Well done.
Frederick, wonderful scenes. And did I say 42 entries?
Yeah, 42.
42 entries.
Oh.
What a time to be alive.
Oh, right. Well, I was going to say. I'm going to chat up on the screen. I might be able to see it.
Would you like me to catch up on the chat, dude?
It's all right. I can see this one.
Yeah.
I think. Let me try. I'll try it anyway. Larry says.
I'll tell you where we were.
Do some painting. Yeah, you were up to Bradley, weren't you?
We did a few more while you were changing battery, I think.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget the emails. Did that one.
Yeah, got that.
Theodon Box did that one. Riv Knights have shields that would work. Yeah, but they don't. They look different because they don't match up. So I don't think so. I remember reading them the other day. So I think all the elves are green. Trundle's halls aren't. Yeah, they're Hobbit though, aren't they? Gilgalad red with most named elves. Joe Kelly says still here. Only 7:30 p.m. here in the States. I wish it was 7:30 p.m. here. Joe Osmond says no sacks as the stream was announced after the food delivery arrived, and I couldn't get asked going out. The game's afoot, gentlemen, says Adam.
I think that's about Patreon.
I think so. Sean Clark says, I'm loving the dedication from Mark. These past 2 streams are all right.
Absolutely, yeah. The custom models.
Gothmog on Wag when Milliput says
Yeah.
Frederick, yeah.
What's lurking at the back?
Larry says, done my bare minimum amount of painting to not be cheating. Glove is ready to be primed though. Also, I ate 3 packs last night. Sam Huddy says 3 packs of models. One way of clearing the grey pile, I suppose. Oh, mate, it's just jumped.
Larry says the one loose biscuit. That should read biscuit.
Mm-hmm.
If that one was loose in the bag, despite all the individual bags we see.
No. I wouldn't have bet that.
What's a biscuit? Why is he saying biscuit?
I don't know. Josman says, real question is whether they were seasoned first. Sam says, play them in a few battles, getting them nicely seasoned for extra flavour. Adam G says, I'm building plastic, but it's Marvel plastic, unfortunately. You could have still posted it, mate. Larry Miller says, is it a warrior, though? They didn't specify SBG, smart aleck.
Thank God we got away with that one. Got it dodge there.
Old School Chris says, yes, she is Ruth Cooper. She has not got married between this stream and last.
I'll ask you again next week.
Joe Halsen says, statistically unlikely to be a warrior for MCP. There's only about 3 non-hero characters released so far.
Stephen Ryan got married between this stream and the last, so it does happen.
Yeah, it can happen. Correction, only about 3 non-hero characters. Capitalised it before Larry points out there's plenty of villains. Foiled the answers, Larry. I did the same as Steve after seeing others have that issue.
What was that?
Oh, with the cloak.
Oh, right, yeah.
Did get a tiny nick out of the foot cloak, but fixed it with green stuff. Josh Crosby says, I don't have any of that orc without a head. I've been getting them from friends, and in exchange for the head, I convert the rest of the orc for them and give it them back. That's cool.
That is lovely.
Yeah. Adam G says to Larry, like the loophole, but it's a villain. Did he put it on a lazy Susan, says Larry. 42, less than half of what we'd hoped for, says Joe. Purple pills. Purple.
That's the D12 song.
Yeah, purple pills. More will come. Old School Chris, D12.
Oh, here we go.
6 fourth group. Rob Mycott says 42, the ultimate answer to the great question of life, the universe, everything. D12s, are we having 4 finalists? Asked Joe. There's a D14, says Michael Curtis. Mathematics streams in Middle Earth. It's just taking the mick out of us now. Put it on a mug. Joe Achilles says, I was told that there would be no math.
He's gonna take that back when he wins, isn't he? Oh, Schultz.
Yeah. So it would be battle sums in Middle Earth. Old School Chris, Ruth needs another one. There are 2. 2 ones. Congrats. Claps. Everyone's congratulating Frederick. It's how I say biscuit, says Larry. It's a fair point. It does happen, but not very often to 10-year-old girls.
For the best.
Yes. And that's it, guys. That is it for tonight. We are caught up on the chat. We've given away a Money Can't Buy dice. We've read 2 magazines.
And some books.
We've had a deep dive. I've built an army. It's crazy.
Cleaned up some bail on it. We've done a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff this time, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Quite a lot of. It's almost like it's a Lord of the Rings hobby stream.
I mean, it's 1:10 in the morning on a Sunday, and there's still 34 crazy people watching. So, thank you everyone for joining us. I'm not going to hang about with the goodbyes because I am absolutely shattered, and I do have to be up in the morning to take Lily to tutoring and Daisy to boot camp. So
our next stream is in 2 weeks' time.
It's 2 weeks.
We certainly hope for either the Saturday or the Sunday. So the Saturday, the 3rd or 4th, after Rings of Power. It should be gambling week.
It's not going to be, though, is it?
I don't know. Is it?
Nah.
We prepare your game. Is it Rings of Power special?
Well, yeah, I'd say yes. I'm gonna try and do probably. I think I was talking to Matt. Matt suggested I might be doing something for Rings of Power. Just a quick half-hour thing on Top Table, but I don't think we as a BSIME community should let that pass without doing something.
It feels like a special.
Yeah, so I think we should. I think we should just let our lovely little community just kind of gush or
it's
hate,
also
too.
I know it's coming out at midnight, but it's 36 sensible hours after it will have come out. So I think that's fair enough in terms of us talking about it.
Yeah, they won't need spoilers.
I think the theme would be fairly obvious. I think it'd just be any named hero appears in it. So you get like, I don't know if they'll all be in it in the first episode, but as far as I'm concerned, Galadriel, Elrond, Gil-galad, Isildur, Elendil would all be fair game.
Yeah.
Do you want to go with
Sauron.
that? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Should we go with something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's safe because it
Rings of
feels
Power special
territory. Yeah, Rings of Power special.
Because
For
we
better
are
or worse.
we're halfway through the max. Well, just over halfway through the max now, anyway.
Yeah,
So we'll throw
Living on
a
a
few
prayer.
we'll throw a few specials in to drag it out.
but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You just never know. Get your gamblings primed because he
Listen,
will be coming up after.
I think he could be a contender.
You reckon?
I think he could be a contender.
Everyone's got him, and everyone probably bought that new one when he came out, right?
Yeah, I think he could. I think he could be close. I'd be surprised if we don't get more than. I think we'll definitely be in the 30s.
I'll try and throw up some deep dive stuff. We got 3 Rohan heroes coming up. We got gambling week, Eowyn week, and Harmer week.
Nice.
So a lot of kind of main gambling and Harmer might have a few little treats hidden because they're very small parts of the book. But could be fun to explore.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think that's fair to say. Get your gamblings ready, but it's probably going to be a Rings of Power theme because the first ever Lord of the Rings TV series is starting the day before our next stream, and we can't really not talk about it.
So it'll be a Rings of Power special. Again, thank you everyone for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure as usual. We love doing these streams, and we want to keep doing them. Thank you to I think we did we gain 2 patrons this evening, 2 patrons last week or something.
It was just one. We
just one?
we snuck one more old patron into the chat. Loads of people saying, "Thanks for a great stream, good stream. You want to beat 42 special? Might be in order. Specials don't always get count though." Chris says just had to go into Ruth's room to turn off the stream. She fell asleep listening. Not the nicest thing.
Yeah, that's cute.
Larry very cleverly says 2 weeks time. That's 12 days. It's 14. That's very funny though. Thanks, gents. Have a good night. No matter what, it's going to be Rings of Power special. Paint any character in Rings of Power. Yeah, that's the thing. Just throw up a spoiler mark that says do not watch. Yeah, obviously. Dwarf Kings probably. I get away with a Metal Orc Warrior. Probably not. Don't know. Gambling hasn't arrived. I bought one earlier this week. We got 2 weeks. I've got to have to paint the damn flag. Flag special for Harmer week. We can do any model armed with a Harmer.
Right.
It's exciting. I hope you like it. I hope it's good.
It's going to be good, mate. It's going to be good.
It's going to be good.
I think it's going to be good. Water.
Yeah, feel it in my waters. It's going to be great. We hope you like it. We hope you have a great 2 weeks, and we're very excited to see you in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
Last stream's been with us.
Yeah. Thanks for joining me again, Damien.
Thanks for joining me, Steve. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. So everybody, stay safe, be good, and we'll see you on the exciting new journey that we're going to be on for Middle Earth.
New era.
Yeah, a new era. Yeah.
A new age.
Yeah, a new age. Yeah. Okay, take care, people. Good night. Sleep tight.
Night night.